Streetwear is not dead. The next wave in black fashion comes out the Bronx, New York. RichKid Clothing. Picking up where FUBU, Rockaware, and Carl Kanai left off, RichKid is for the next generation of Get Fly fashion heads.
Rise and shine. 6 a.m. and your hand can't make it to the alarm clock before the voices in your head start telling you that it's too early, too dark, and too cold to get out of bed. Aching muscles lie still in rebellion, pretending not to hear your brain commanding them to move. A legion of voices are shouting their unanimous permission for you to hit the snooze button and go back to dreamland. But you didn't ask their opinion. The voice you've chosen to listen to is one of defiance. A voice that says there was a reason you set that alarm in the first place. So sit up, put your feet on the floor, and don't look back, because we've got work to do. Welcome to the grind.
Welcome to this year's coverage of Day 3 of the 2023 NFL Draft here on Team NBS Sports. I'm Jeff Barnes, Bill Carroll in the house, and our special guest is John Vogel. You know, John, we've been on the road, man. It's great talking to you on the road. Finally getting a chance to get you in studio. Come hang out with us for a few hours on Day 3.
No, thank you. Appreciate you, Jeff, man. This is a great opportunity to get on here, talk some ball, and enjoy the draft live with two of the finest dudes that are in this industry. So,
always a pleasure to have you. And, of course, thank you so much for your service to our grateful nation.
And thank you for your service, Bill.
Yeah, well, see, yours still has its freshness date. Mine expired a long time ago.
Awesome.
So we've had an eventful 2 days so far. 3 rounds are in the books. We got the final 4 today. And already we've got trades started off. So the Saints have jumped up to start off Day 3. It was hopefully an exciting day. A lot of interesting names still on the board. Bill, tell us about some of those names.
Well, yeah, just before we hopped on, I mentioned one of them in DeJuan Jones. He may slide a little bit further, but not much. And once again, the trade could be for him. We're going to see Mr. Ringo. Keely Ringo's going off the board, I think, in the first 4 picks. I'll be shocked if he's not one of the first 4 picks off the board. And then it gets interesting. There's guys I like a lot, and we'll find out if my taste align with the NFL at large. Not always, but I think A.T. Perry's name gets called somewhere here. Xavier Hutchinson. There's a lot of good wide receivers. Charlie Jones probably should be called before too long. Amongst running backs, Chase Brown is a guy I like a great deal. Hopefully he gets to join his brother in the NFL pretty soon. I think Israel Badakanda and Zach Evans will be coming off the board reasonably soon amongst the running backs. I think we're going to have to wait a little bit on the quarterbacks. I think the run on career backup type quarterbacks, which is what most of these guys are seen as, probably kicks off towards the end of the 4th, into the 5th. I would expect my pet cat, to use a term that Greg, shout out to our man Greg, who of course was 0311 in the Marine Corps, likes to throw out there as pet cat. But yeah, Jake Haener's one of my pet cats. I'm a bigger fan of him than most. I think Dorian Thompson-Robinson, Clayton Tune, also we hear their names called, and somewhere probably shortly after them, Jaron Hall and Tanner McKee. And then like later, probably in the last maybe 40 or 50 picks, you might even hear a guy like Aiden O'Connell. You might hear his name called as well.
It's nice to see that term go across different walks of life, because that was also a big Parcells term when he had a guy who somebody like they're standing on the table for him. It was, oh, that's your pet cat. So yeah,
right.
That term has walked across a whole lot. So John, who do you like going early so far as we get ready for round 4?
Yeah, I think Tommy Adebarwe is a guy that I'm really surprised is still on the board at this point. Not just because he had a great combine performance, but because he plays the position really well in terms of playing 5 tech, playing 3 tech, and then having the speed to play outside 7, wide 9. He's 6'1", 280, ran a 4.49 40 at the combine. I'm shocked that I thought honestly he's going to go in the first round. And so the fact that he's still on the board, I can't imagine him getting through Houston's 2 picks and still being there. Bill hit on most of the guys that are really still on the board that are really, good. I've been thrilled with this draft so far. Tommy is the one real surprise to me that I guess you could say Keely Ringo too, but Tommy's the guy I'm most shocked is still on the board.
Wonderful. I talked the world of DeLon Jones. I'm shocked that he's still on the board here on day 3. We saw him at Senior Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
And I was saying it last night. I'm going to get your take on it. Do you think him shutting it down early at Senior Bowl kind of hurt him? Because, remember, he had the great day 1 of practice, and then we didn't see him after that. And it was almost like when we went to the media breakfast, the card was there to interview him. He didn't show him. And then just basically the card disappeared. So after that, we didn't see him until the last practice when he was in street clothes.
Yeah, I kind of wonder if So basically, to put it this way, when I was talking with some scouts there that night, that last night before the final practice, and we were talking about one of the things that they kind of said was, he pulled teams over an injury in the bowl. They said that he had a concussion. I think the overall consensus was how 6'8", and like where did he hit his head? On the doorway on the way out onto the practice field? Is that what happened? But I think that was kind of something that worried people. But the real issue is he's a tall guy who's overwhelmingly physical. And so when you get a dude that's faster than him, that can bend under him, is he going to be quick enough, to stop that guy? Can he get low enough to stop that guy? So I think that's the real concern with him. And maybe that there was some of the Senior Bowl stuff that kind of didn't help him in this case.
Gotcha. So I didn't get the particulars on the trade. On the trade that got Orleans up to the first pick in the 4th round.
We can do a quick
So I'm excited to see this round kick off. I'm really excited for day 3 because this is where I expected the bulk of the running backs to go. So I'm interested to see who goes where. We haven't got McBride's name, and he was a guy that a lot of people like during this process. We have Sean Tucker's another guy, Keaton Mitchell's another guy, Travis Dye. A lot of people love from his Oregon and USC days. There's another guy, can't wait to see he goes. We talked about one Texas running back going in the top 10. Well, what about the other, Roshan Johnson, where he ends up at some point today?
Yeah. My guess is the second half of the 5th for Roshan.
Yeah. So I'm excited to see a lot of these guys. Tank Bigsby was a guy that was possibility of falling to today, goes late yesterday. So some of the guys kind of got out of it and got in, snuck in around 3. I'm real excited to see the guys that go today.
Yeah, there are a bunch of guys that can go today that like you mentioned, in the running backs, wide receivers. I think there's still a couple of good slot receivers that are on the board. Darius Davis didn't go yesterday, right?
Davis didn't go. I have Jalen Moreno-Cropper ranked ahead of him, but yeah, both those guys are still available. Xavier Hutchinson, I mentioned earlier, he's more of an X type, though some people see him as a power slot. Here's a name he won't go until very late and might even go undrafted, but he's one of those wide receiver tight end tweeners that I'm a big fan of. Griffin Hebert from Louisiana Tech, extremely explosive, right? I think he had a 41.5-inch vertical. And even though he's a shade under 6'2" and 231 pounds, there are teams that are intrigued by him because that sort of H-back, power slot, move tight end role in some offenses, right? We saw what guys like Bijan Robinson did. We've seen you have to know what you're doing with them, though, right? Because sometimes they just wither and die on the vine. We saw it happen to Dorian Dickerson also. So you need to have a plan of action for guys like that.
Yeah, and Another guy, he might not get drafted until really late, if he gets drafted at all, that I thought was fascinating in the process was Xavier Smith. He's a small slot. He's right there in that. Yep. He's right there in that range where he's first off, the personality is going to sell somebody.
Yeah, right.
I mean, that kid is so much fun to sit there and talk to. He's so grateful that he's even in this position. Like he's just, it's awesome to talk to somebody like that. And then, I mean, this guy, he can play, he can ball. So,
yep.
And we just got another trade now too. The Eagles just traded up to 105. So the Texans have moved both of their picks.
This doesn't show. This is the day you're going to see a lot of moving around.
Oh, it's your trade tracker is going to be leaking oil pretty soon and smoking.
Yeah. So it's time. I don't even grab the trade chart because this is too fast and too furious at times. There's a guy on the board that you really want. It's not expensive to move around today. So yeah, it's real easy to move around on day 3. That's typically the norm. But we're going to get ready to talk some New England football, New England Patriots football with our beat writer for Team NBS, Steve Atkinson. But we're going to get a quick word in from the sponsors. They'll be right back with more drafts. Not draft. This was Wednesday. The more Team NBS draft reaction show day 3. Hang tight, everybody. We'll be right back.
What's good, my beautiful people? This is Mello Williams with Team NBS Media and your host of the press conference. Make sure you catch me each and every week with a new episode of the press conference. Each week, I sit down with different guests where we discuss sports, culture, and current events. Make sure you follow me on all social media @_Mello Williams to stay current with what I got going on with Team NBS Media. And make sure you follow Team NBS Media as well @Team NBS Media at all social media sites.
Streetwear is not dead. The next wave in black fashion comes out the Bronx, New York. RichKid Clothing. Picking up where FUBU, Rocawear, and Carl Kanai left off, RichKid is for the next generation of Get Fly fashion heads.
So we are back here on Draft Central, Team NBS draft coverage of the 2023 NFL Draft. It's time to talk some Patriots football. We're going to bring in Steve Atkinson, who covers the Patriots for Team NBS. Steve, welcome.
Hey, thank you guys for having me.
Anytime. So tell us, man, what's going on in Patriot land? How are they feeling about day 1 and day 2 so far?
So, yeah, day 1, they drafted Christian Gonzalez. I know he was supposed to go top 10, but he ended up going 17. He fell foot to them. He really needed a top-end cornerback. He idolizes Stephon Gilmore. I know they haven't really done a lot in the cornerback room lately since Gilmore left. I know they just re-signed Jonathan Jones, but they lost J.C. Jackson 2 years ago. I know they just signed Jalen Mills, but they really needed to add depth there at the corner position, especially now with Aaron Rodgers as a New York Jet, and that AFC East is freaking loaded with quarterbacks and good wide receivers. So you really need to add depth there at the corner position. And then day 2, yesterday, they added Keon White, the linebacker there from Georgia Tech. He adds depth. I have to say that Matthew Judon was the best player on defense, probably the best player on that whole team last year. But he always got to the ball quarterback. But I think White can probably add some sacks too. Seems to have that right attitude. He's not about the excitement, and he just wants to work. And then they started Marte Mapu with the retirement of Devin McCourty. They really need to add depth at safety. I know they re-signed Jalen Mills, but they needed another piece. Hopefully Marte brings that. Plus, they have Kyle Duggar as well. See what happens today. They have 4 picks today. I'm hoping they go offensive line today. They really need to do another piece on that offensive line and maybe another wide receiver. Indeed.
Do you think they did enough with free agency and so far in the draft to help their quarterback, who many think is in battle, Matt Jones? Mac Jones, right? Everybody talks about, well, this guy doesn't like him, this coach doesn't like him, Belichick's mad at him, blah, blah, blah. At the end of the day, he's still there. He's still their quarterback. Do you think they did enough to help him compete for that division?
No, I think they need to add one more wide receiver, and I think they need to add another offensive lineman in this draft. I mean, they replaced Jacoby Myers with Juju Smith-Schuster, and then they replaced Jonnu Smith with Mike Gesicki. I think they replaced Jacoby. They could have signed Jacoby Myers, but hey, he talked bad about the offense. He stuck up for Mac Jones last year, so Bill got rid of him. That's my opinion. So they added 2 offensive linemen, Calvin Anderson and Riley Reef. Who knows if they're going to be any good? I know they added Cole Strange last year. Wasn't really a hype in his rookie year. But, I think they need to add at least one more offensive lineman and a wide receiver. They also need a tight end, too. Hunter Henry's on his last year of his deal. So it would be cool to
Don't you worry. Yeah, I promise you guys will take a tight end.
Yeah, probably today.
No, we got plenty of them on the board, so we'll be excited to talk about those guys when that time comes. It looks like they're getting a little ready for us here as we get ready to kick off the draft here, the longest day of the draft, 4 rounds. But as you see, Brock has joined us. You guys got any questions for Steve?
Yeah, I got a question for Steve. Steve, good morning. In your opinion, obviously I just jumped on the show, but with how this offseason has gone for the Patriots and considering how the offseason has gone for the other teams in the AFC East, do you believe that the Patriots are, even with what they do on today, are close to being back to championship material, or do you feel that it's time for the administration to move on from Bill Belichick?
I think it's time to move on from Bill Belichick. I've been saying that since I want to say the beginning of last season. When after the end of this season, at the end of 2022, Bill Belichick was in like a bad space. I think with Robert Kraft. Kraft goes and hires Bill O'Brien. That wasn't a Bill move. And then Robert Kraft puts out a statement saying, "Oh, we're going to keep Gerard Mayo. Gerard Mayo's here." And then he said at the owners' meetings, he hopes Gerard becomes the next head coach. I feel like if Bill has a bad season this year, and it looks like it, right? The AFC East is loaded. Josh Allen, Aaron Rodgers, Tua, all those quarterbacks, and they all have great receivers, which the only team in the AFC East right now that hasn't really gotten that number one receiver is the Patriots. So I do think that Gerard will be the next head coach within a year or two. And I don't think they've done enough because right now they're in last place in the AFC East if you put all the teams together, especially on offense. I mean, I know they've improved their defense, but I think that their offense needs improvement. And hopefully we get that today. I thought they were going to get like a first-round receiver, but like I said, hopefully they draft somebody today because I don't think Bill, if he has a bad year, I don't think he makes it. I really don't. I don't think he lasts.
So,
all right.
Steve, if is there somebody that they might be targeting that that we've kind of heard about through the grapevine, through visits, through different things? Do we have any idea some of the players that they might be looking at today?
All right, so today I picked Darwin Jones, offensive tackle out of Ohio State, and maybe they go with Charlie Jones today at wide receiver out of Purdue. Those are 2 guys I picked today that they would target. Again, I know it's not really probably the best of choices, but I think that they need to add another receiver maybe. I know they have Tyquan Thornton, who they got last year. He's I think he's better right now than N'Keal Harry at least. But I think he grows maybe into his second year in the offense in the Patriots system with an actual offensive coordinator too. But yeah, I think today they go with Darwin Jones and Charlie Jones.
Yeah, Charlie Jones does seem like a receiver that, when you look at him externally, fits the mold of what the Patriots are looking for. And I know Bill is laughing because I am referring to his skin color. But with a real actual question, obviously last year you guys took Tyquan Thornton in the second round very early. Did you possibly see a evolution in how the Patriots draft this year? Could we see them go with a different type of wide receiver instead of Charlie Jones, or do you think the Patriots are set on a player of his caliber, shorter, can play in the slot, very low center of gravity, or could we go back to seeing a speed guy like Thornton?
I think they're looking at the slot, honestly. I think the speed guy with Tyquan Thornton, maybe they throw him into more of the offense this year. They just got Gesicki, who's another slot guy, more of a wide receiver than a tight end type, from what I've read. So, yeah, I think they go into more of a slot guy. That's pretty much that was their offense for the last. I know it was Brady, but with Edelman and Welker, those guys were slot guys. They never really had a deep threat. Like Randy Moss in 07. It was like obviously the biggest deep threat they've ever had. But their slot guys are the only ones that really made contributions. Amendola too. Like all those guys that they've had over the years. Again, they had Brady, so yeah. I mean, I think I want to be their speed guy, and if hopefully they get Charlie Jones, that's pretty good. And then Juju, I guess he's I don't know. Maybe you guys could know more about Juju than I would when it comes to. Is he more of a speed guy or is he more of a slot guy? Juju Smith-Schuster.
Yeah, Juju's possession plus is the term I like to use. I guess everybody has their own way of referring to it. In that he's not going to run away from people on the first part of the play. He runs away from you on the second part of the play, if he runs away from you. So he's going to work underneath. He's going to work flats. He's going to work the middle of the field, which obviously during the Brady years is where you did so much business. He can run a skinny post, but he's not running a skinny post deep. He's running those short, quick posts, right? A little quick, skinny post, turn, boom, hit him in the chest. He shakes somebody off or, juke somebody, and then he can make a big play happen. Even going back to his USC days, they would occasionally run him just deep, but most of the time he would make a big play where he's coming across the middle, catches the ball, somebody takes a bad angle, he shrugs him off. Now he goes.
Yeah, and of course, in Bill's case, his separation skill is incredible, especially the way he separated from the Pittsburgh Steelers and went on to achieve No, I'm just playing with you, Bill. You know how much I love you, and I know your love for the Steelers is incredible. But Steve, I know this question sounds ridiculous in concept to ask, but considering that it is Bill Belichick at the helm and what we've seen from Bailey Zappi last year, and also the lack of, it seems, belief in Mac Jones at this point, could we see the Patriots go out and acquire a quarterback here in day 3 just to add to that room?
They might. I know they added another quarterback. And I forgot his name, but they did add a quarterback. So there actually are 3 quarterbacks. They might add a 4th one and put one on the practice squad. They've done that before. I wouldn't be surprised if those special teams and get a kicker or a punter. They kind of need one, honestly. They do need a punter because they don't have a punter because Jake Bailey's gone. So yeah, I do. They might probably add a quarterback. They've had history of adding quarterbacks in later rounds, like in the 4th round, for example, with Bailey Zappi, and then they drafted Jarrett Stidham a few years ago in the 7th round or 7th round. So yeah, I do think they add a quarterback probably today, but it's not. It's going to be somebody that maybe is a development or because I honestly think that Zappi had 2 great games with the Lions on the ground, and he had a bad half in the Bears game. Again, I personally think Mac was set up to fail last year, and I think this year is a clean slate, like Bill O'Brien said. So I think Mac will be okay in this year, and he'll have a better season. But I do think that they draft the quarterback Probably today.
And we found out who the first pick of day 3 is. The Saints move up to select Nick Saldivari from Old Dominion.
Oh.
So credit the Virginia crew in the house. Virginia,
There you go, Mr. Bill Carroll.
So, well, I could claim Virginia as well. My family's from the North Virginia Beach area, so I know Old Dominion too well. Going to many Norfolk State Spartan games at their stadium in my youth. Yeah, so
the old Foreman Field, where I once had my one college statistic, which was a blocked punt.
My sister's an alumnus, so there's a family connection there as well as my cousin. So, yeah. So the Raiders are about to make their selection, but before we finish up with you, Steve, you got to tell everybody where they can find your work.
Yep. Okay, yeah. Steve Atkinson. You can follow me on Twitter at SteveA1127. Follow me at NBS Sports Media at covering the Patriots. I've been covering nuts in both sports before this NBS, and since 2017, I covered the Red Sox. But yeah, you can follow my work at SteveA1127 on Twitter, and I cover the Patriots, Celtics, and Padres.
So, Steve, we got to get them together more, man. We don't do enough work together.
No, I know, and I don't know if there's some lag. I don't know if it's my connection, but there is a little lag.
It could be just overall. I know even when I look at the producer screen and my regular screen, there's a little bit of a lag too. So it could be anywhere. The internet could be fickle like that, for what I know. Yeah, but it was great talking to you, Steve. Man, listen, we're definitely gonna get together more, man.
I love talking with you guys. Thank you. Thank you for having me. It's fun.
As they said on the old Captain Crunch commercials, we're gonna make it happen, Captain.
There you go.
Yeah, Steve Atkinson, everybody. So
sounds good. Thank you.
You got it, Bill. One of your pet cats just went off the board to the Raiders. Jacorian Bennett, the cornerback from Maryland.
Nicely done. Nicely done. It's a good football player. Fast.
What do you think of that pick, John?
I think that Bennett's going to be a starter at some point of his NFL career. I think that Deonte Banks, who played with him at Maryland, went in the first round, got a lot of additional credit. But Bennett was really the guy that you normally would put on the number one receiver on the other side. So I think that Bennett probably is a casualty of that, right? Where Banks was a really good corner too, and I think Banks is a really good corner too in the NFL as well. I just don't know if Banks is going to be a number one guy. Bennett, has the potential to be a number one guy. He's definitely going to be really good if you put him into a 2 role or the slot, which I would imagine he'll be in the slot in Vegas. So I like this pick a lot. I think this makes a lot of sense.
Indeed. So, Brock, you got to join us a little bit later, man. Who are you excited about going today?
There's so many players that there's tremendous value in day 3. I think one of those guys you already mentioned is Charlie Jones. In private conversations between, Jeff and Bill, I've mentioned how much I love Charlie Jones. The only question I had about him is why would you ever go to the University of Iowa as a wide receiver for the first part of his career? But when he made that transition over to Purdue and under Jeff Brom's system, he really exploded and shows the true talents and gifts that he has. I think that he has the workup of what the modern slot receiver is. I think he's going to be an instant success once he comes into the league, and the only thing that's going to prevent him from achieving anything is going to be his health. Another guy that I really love, and maybe that's just my personal feelings, is Ronnie Bell out of Michigan. I think that he has a potential to be another utility guy, something that we're seeing across the league as we move forward. And then Dorian Thompson-Robinson, the quarterback from UCLA. I think people are hyping up a little bit too much. I don't think he's a first-round pick. Quite frankly, I don't think he should go any higher than the 6th. But I do think that if you're a team, once again, if you're looking for a utility player, he provides a tremendous amount of upside. Wow, great pick for Philadelphia, by the way. But a tremendous upside for a team that's looking to get a little more dynamic offensively. And my last guy was going to be the guy that just came off the board, Keely Winkle, cornerback out of Georgia. it just proves once again why Philadelphia is a contender every single year. Incredible value here in the fourth round, and for a team that is trying to not rebuild but reload its DB room, they've had a tremendous draft so far, and Keely Ringo just adds to to that point. And last thing is, as mentioned, Jacorian Bennett is going to eventually be a starter in this league one day. Considering the Raiders roster the way it is, I think that day is going to be week one of the NFL season. I'm really in love with Jacorian Bennett. I would love to see coming out of Maryland. And the Raiders DB room, besides Nate Hobbs, there's not really another corner I feel comfortable with. So I think Jacorian Bennett's going to get a lot of snaps early.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. If there's ever a scene in a movie that's going to describe what most NFL GMs right now are feeling about Philadelphia, just think of the movie Hoodlum, where Doug Schultz is bringing in the two brothers to put the hit out on Bumpy Johnson. Right, that's what they're going through right now with Howie Roseman right now. They're like, this dude is killing this draft. I mean, he's just finding value in every pick, and not just value. I mean, top value in every pick. You come into the fourth round, you get a Ringo. You're in the first round, and to me, the top player on my board falls to you with the point where you only have to move up one spot to get him. You don't give up a king's ransom to get him, just one spot.
Nope.
So, and then you go and get his teammate later in the round that fits what you do. So there's so much that they have pulled off in this draft. What can I say? Well, it's basically Georgia North. I said that the other day, right? When they drafted both guys, and it's become Georgia North. But the amount of even yesterday, we're talking about their picks, and it's just like, wow, they got him too. That's been the story of the Eagles draft. So you look at the team; it's still loaded. It's got a lot of veteran talent. It's got a young talent that's starting to come into its own after a year or two. Now you're adding this on top of all of that, man. I'm telling you, they got people coming for Howie. Howie better not go to his car alone after this draft.
You're absolutely right. And what I seem to just love about the way this roster is built is, and this is something I mentioned to you before, Jess, something I mentioned to you, Bill, in our various conversations about the team, is that when you look at the major veteran stars in this team, Jason Kelsey, Fletcher Cox, Brandon Graham, basically you can name anyone, their protege is already on the roster. Cam Jurgens, obviously Jordan Davis, and now Jalen Carter. Kobe Dean is not going to step up into that linebacker role. And as Bill knows, Kobe Dean was a player that I was very high on last year, and I think that he's going to prove me right this year. And the best is yet to come with this team because they really have a good amount of draft capital moving forward. Not anything remotely close to what they've had these past 2 years, but they also gave up some pieces in order to acquire some players, in the middle of last season. Guys like, of course, I'm going to forget his name, Robert Quinn. Everyone knows what they did. So just to show how he is really improving this team, not only in the offseason, but throughout the season as well. If you're an Eagles fan, and obviously shout out to Mark Wilson here at Team NBS Media, you just gotta be smiling from year to year. This is a team that's built to compete, and perhaps we could get our first back-to-back NFC East champion for the first time in like 25 years. I really don't see how the Cowboys, Eagles, or the Commanders can jump this team at this point.
As somebody that came up during the years of Buddy Ryan in Philadelphia, that they grew a loathing for the Eagles because of Buddy Ryan and the Eagles. That hurts my ears to hear that. But nevertheless, listen, credit where credit is due. They're doing a great job. I know the first couple of years of Howie Roseman, a lot of people were laughing at him because they're like, oh, you did this, you did that. He pulled off a Super Bowl out of it, so they can't complain too much. But then when things started to go wrong, they were like, okay, when does Howie get fired? Howie's killing it. So I don't think he's getting fired anytime soon. If there's anybody with job security right now, it's Howie Roseman. And the only other person would be Andy Reid. So we're a few minutes away from getting our Vikings analyst on. Another Steve. And if this name sounds familiar, you're going to know it. Steve Rogers. All right. So, yes, same as Captain America, but not the same person. All right. So, We're going to have Steve Rogers on at 12:30. Also, we're going to have the first of one of our many special guests today. Terrell Jones is going to join us, former coach for the 49ers and Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So some NFL blood in the room, so to speak. So we're going to have a really loaded day. We promised you a loaded schedule today. We got plenty more analysts coming for hours and hours. We're going to have Ryan Cooley back from yesterday, so we could talk more about the Commanders. He wasn't too impressed with their early pick.
He was
the fan base.
down.
So we're going to see how they're feeling on day 3, because day 1 and day 2 didn't exactly whet their palate. For another tackle goes off the boards. Well, if you ask certain people, Saldivari is a guard. I thought he's a tackle first. You could probably slide him inside later on if you're not happy with his work at tackle. But Blake Freeland off the board.
Oh, wow.
He goes to Indianapolis.
That's value. That's value. That's another player that you heard people talking about, some people in the early, like first 5 picks of the second. To get him here is, that's winning.
What do you think about that one, John?
I think my biggest question with Freeland was, again, I talk about this a lot with tall guys. He's at 6'7.5", and 312 pounds. Is he flexible enough to get low? There were some reps at the Senior Bowl that I saw too, not just on tape, the Senior Bowl as well, where he really struggled with getting low enough. That's probably why he's right here right now. I think this is a guy that puts on 15 pounds. This is a dude that can potentially really do some damage as a guard, as like a right guard, probably as a run mauler. But overall, and I agree with Bill on this one. Like, seriously, like this is a great spot to get him. I think the Colts is a really good offensive fit for him, especially with the direction of that team right now. With everybody knows Shane Steichen put that offense together in Philly this year, and it was flying. And so you get Anthony Richardson, who's basically, a Jalen Hurts type quarterback, but bigger and faster and stronger. And you get to put this offense back together. And I think that Freeland he has the athletic ability where that's going to be really helpful.
Well, I agree with you guys. He has the big tackle syndrome. They don't bend very well, right? They're long. They have the long arms. They can do all that stuff, but they don't usually bend very well. It's very rare you get one that bends well, right? So change of direction is an issue. Leverage is an issue because people are always low enough to get under their pads. We saw that with a lot of the big guys. We saw that with Orlando Brown Jr. We saw that with Nate Solder. We saw that with Mark Colombo early in his career. Remember, Mark Colombo was one of those guys who everybody loved, but he didn't exactly bend very well. So, it's just even when they're technically bending, it's not enough because they're so tall. One of the guys I liked years ago, he was a late round pick that's bounced around from team to team, was Dan Skipper, from Arkansas. Skipper was one of those guys who he's 6'9". He only can bend so much, right? So, there's no way this dude is ever going to be low enough to match up with 6'2", 6'3", 6'4" edge rushers who are already starting out in a position way lower than him. So it was just certain things you live with big tackles that, yes, it's one of the things that you're going to live with is people are going to be able to get under their pads. So if they can use that length to hold them off, Jake Andrews from Troy just goes. We talk about New England needing an offensive line. Well, there you have it. They take the center. So Cole Strange last year, Jake Andrews now. Yeah, I think that's one of the things when you talk about big tackles. So none of us in this room right now are rich, but that doesn't mean you can't dress like you're rich. RichKid clothing is what you're looking for. We'll be right back after this word from RichKid clothing, and then we'll be back with the first of our many special guests. We'll be right back.
Streetwear is not dead. The next wave in black fashion comes out the Bronx, New York. RichKid Clothing, picking up where FUBU, Rocawear, and Carl Kanai left off. RichKid is for the next generation of Get Fly fashion heads.
So every time I go somewhere, everybody goes, "Wow, your ring. Is that a Super Bowl ring?" No. But we're honored to have somebody who actually has been there on the show. Welcoming to the show one of our many special guests, Terrell Jones. Terrell, how are you?
Hey guys, how are you?
Fine, are you?
I'm good. Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
So I've spoken to Terrell many times. We've done spaces together. We have never really had a chance to talk face to face, and we're still not technically face to face. But this is the new face to face, right? This whole new streaming day, right? So we can count this,
right? But we will see each other in person very soon. I'm sure of that. So,
well, you've already got my envy because you do the Reggie Jackson golf tournament down here. And anytime you can be around Mr. October, you've already won me over. So,
yeah, you know what? It was great. There's several highlights. First of all, I got to talk to Ken Griffey Jr. for about 15 minutes, which was awesome. But and I've been kind of give everybody who's listening a quick background. I was strength coach for the Niners from 97 to 04. Then I went to Tampa for 05, 06. But while I was at this golf tournament, it was the AFC. It was a championship game going on. So I got to sit in a room right next to Richard Dent, Marshall Faulk, Marcus Allen, and Urban Meyer, and listen to them call this game. Listen to their inside and what they see. Especially, I'll tell you what, everything that you've heard about Marshall Faulk and Marcus King or Marcus Allen, the way they look at games, it's there. It's unbelievable. So yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Well, did you smack Urban Meyer in the back of the head and say, "What were you doing?"
I will tell you this about Urban. It's funny because I kept running into him like in different places throughout that weekend. Once he and I just talked for like about 10 minutes, he's actually a really nice guy, and he's brilliant. I mean, but he and the thing about Urban, and I can see why people went and played for him, is he asked me. He goes, "So you were in the NFL?" I'm like, "Yeah." And so he asked about me. He asked about my family. He asked about just different things. And, we started talking about mutual people that we knew. And I was like, this guy, he's a recruiter. So I was like, okay, I understand it. But I'm there with you, Jeff. Like, what the heck were you doing in Jacksonville? What did you do down there?
So you coached for the Niners, you coached for the Bucks.
Yep.
But you're from Minnesota.
Yep.
And we're going to have our Minnesota writer on in a minute. He's still getting connected. What do you think of the Vikings pick so far?
I like it. I like Addison. I like the DB that they got as well. The funny thing is that I was having this debate with people, and they're like, and I hate this, and I'm hoping everybody in the room agrees with me. I hate when they say, well, excuse me, that certain positions come out of certain schools and they don't do well. And I'm like, wait a minute. Okay, first of all, you got to look to where they were drafted in the system that they're in. Are they a fit for the system, or is the system helping them, or the coaches helping them? So when Addison got picked, somebody said, well, USC, they don't have good receivers come out of there. I was like, well, Keyshawn, Juju, and there's some others. I was like, but this kid is going to be good, especially when you got Justin Jefferson on the other side. You got O'Connell.
Hall of Fame receivers out of there. I mean, what are we talking about?
Thank you. And I try not to do this, but sometimes I get baited in. I try not to talk to people who've never really been involved in sports or who are just like an outside fan. But sometimes I get baited and I get heated because I want to protect the people that I was able to coach and these players, these young players who are now in the league. We all know that this is not a hard. This is a very hard league. And not everybody's going to be successful. But to get your name called or even be an undrafted free agent and get a chance to go into camp, that says something right there.
Indeed. So Anybody else got any other questions? I feel like I'm monopolizing Terrell. We're gonna have Terrell for a while. He's not running away from us in the next 5 minutes. He's
I definitely got
a
a question.
while.
I definitely got a question for Coach because, as a strength and conditioning coach, right? You work with the guys and getting them ready and stuff. And so I think a lot of people don't understand the coach's role in the draft and, what they kind of do before leading up to this event. So as a strength and conditioning coach, in your experience, was there ever different things that you could kind of figure out about prospects, about different things when you were let in the room that were kind of indicators for you that, hey, this guy's going to be really good because I can see the way that he's working?
I will say that's a very, very good question. And thanks for asking that. So just kind of give you what my role was leading up to the draft. So at the combine, so I had this really great boss. His name is Jerry Attaway. He was in the league for 22 years, 4 Super Bowl rings. He's got a national championship from USC. So he taught me a lot. So when we would go to the combine, we would watch different things that maybe other people wouldn't put high on their priority list. So the number one thing we always watched was the long shuttle, which I believe they don't do anymore, which baffles my mind. Because one of the first things that I learned is that, these players, they make their money by changing direction, but not running in a straight line. So we would get the times on, from that particular drill. And then we would look, and then we divide it down by positions, and then we would look at that. But also, too, what we did is we were in charge of doing all the body compositions to check, their fat, their muscle mass. And then we would calculate all that, put it together, and we would go hand it to other teams. So we would be up till like 2:00 in the morning getting all this information, and then we would slide under, all these doors. We would do that. And then, we always looked at vertical jump because of power.
Right.
So there's a lot of things that we were able to do. And I will tell you and I'm not sure how many teams actually do this, but when I was there, is that Mr. D, Mr. DeBarlo, Coach Walsh, who's behind me, who's one of my mentors, always made everybody inclusive. So he would sit down with us and say, okay, what did you see with this player? What did you see with this player? And we would just, give him what we saw, and everything was scientifically, backed. And he's like, okay. And we would just give him our report. And, and the first time that we did that, or the first time that I was a part of that, I was blown away because I didn't know how inclusive we would really be. And I was just like, wow, like they really want to pick the best players possible to help us win. But again, I felt so inclusive when I did that. Even when I went to Tampa, the same thing. I felt very inclusive.
Well, what we're going to do is, Terrell, you're hanging out with us for a minute. So the good thing is we're going to have our Minnesota Vikings writer on. And since you're a Viking fan, you also get to ask him some questions too. So we're going to go rapid fire at Steve Rogers. Steve, welcome to the show.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. How's it going?
Hello there.
Hi, Steve.
Morning.
Steve, where in Minnesota are you?
I am currently in Blaine.
Okay. So I'm originally from Duluth.
Okay. All right. I'm north.
Yep. And actually, I'll be home next week. So.
Okay. Always happy to hear more Minnesota fans. So bring them on.
I have a quick question for Coach while we're working through this.
Yeah.
So I do a lot of I've changed like so many people in my sort of evaluation processes. And, when you first start out, you sort of follow the herd because you aren't confident enough or competent enough to go off on your own. I remember sort of as I worked through this, coming across things like Pat Kerwin's, the old KEI, Kerwin Explosiveness Index and things like that. And I spent a lot of time looking, as you said, at the jumps. And I also was a big fan of the 60-yard shuttle. I don't think they've completely wiped it out, but I think so few players do it that they don't bother reporting it. I think a player has to now opt in to do it as opposed to opting out because so many players refuse. That's one of the reasons one of the reasons I fell in love with Jordy Nelson. Not only did he opt in, but I think he may hold one of the combine records or close to the combine record for that. And he's for a 217-pound receiver. It's pretty impressive. But my thing is, people spend a lot of time on 10-yard splits, and in my mind, the vertical is more predictive and less duplicative because 10-yard split still has a lot of technique involved in it that some guys just aren't as solid technique-wise because they didn't have track and field background or whatever. While not that there's not some technique involved in the vertical, obviously you know that there's always going to be an edge for a technician, but I feel like your pure explosiveness is more dominant in the vertical than in the 10-yard split. So I just feel like people spend maybe too much time talking about 10-yard splits, and I always wanted to ask the strength and conditioning coach about that.
You know, here's what I've always said is that people will make up different things or come up with different stats just to make themselves relevant or to keep their jobs. Okay. And that's the way that I've always looked at 10-yard splits, you know, but as, you know, I mean, with verticals, you know, again, it's power, you know, and everybody knows that when you're playing the game, it's the low person wins, you know? So if you don't have that power coming from your legs, you know, from your torso, then guess what? You're already at a disadvantage. So, you know, and think about this too, is nowadays you have so many what I call so-called experts that they get one player, you know, and they're like, oh yeah, I'm going to train this player. And they really don't know the science behind it, or they don't understand football, or they don't understand the positions. And then they come up with something like, oh yeah, why, by the way, he did this. Well, you know what? How does that translate into the game? You know, that's something that we've always looked at. And I will tell you, even during our off-season conditioning, you know, just about, I would say probably about 90% of everything that we did as far as conditioning goes was change of direction. But we did it in such a way that it mimicked your position. So I'll give you the prime example is wide receivers. You know, we would have them start, say, at the 5-yard line. Okay, now you're going to run an out. We'd have quarterback throw them out. Now you got to come back, give us the ball. Okay, guess what? Now you got to run a fly pattern. Okay, now you got to run a sail route. So we would do those reps like 4 or 5. They would do 4 or 5 reps, and they come back and they're tired. Okay, same thing with the DBs. The DBs would have to, you know, again, start at the 5-yard line. They would have to backpedal for 5. Now you have to come sprint to us for 10. Now we're going to throw you the ball. Give us the ball back. Now you have to go back and do the same thing. Right. You know, offensive line was always the funnest ones to me, except for when I'm holding the pad and if they miss and they hit me in the face, is that we would have them pull. So they would pull, sprint for 10 yards, and then go into a pass stance for 5 yards. Now guess what? You're going to sprint again. You know, and again, I'm probably very selfish and biased when I say this, but when I was there, I don't think there was a lot of teams that were doing that. You know, and you think about, and I remember this one year where the Chicago Bears, they had so many hamstring injuries, and I talked to their strength coach and I talked to a couple of players, and all they were doing were gassers. Oh, they were just doing straight ahead running. Straight ahead. Even our conditioning test was a change of direction conditioning test, which I still have and I still send out to people to this day.
So we got Steve on. I want to get the Viking stuff in before at 1 o'clock. We have Coach Buckley coming in to join the crew. So 2 Terrells at once. That's going to be fun. So, Steve, what's the mood in Viking land?
I mean, I'm for myself. I'm kind of puzzled, I guess you would say. I'm not totally happy with us taking a wide receiver at 2. I guess you can kind of say that's sort of a popular need. I don't think we need it. I think KJ should be fine to step up and take a chance at that number 2 role. I don't think we needed to rush into getting another pass catcher to go next to Justin Jefferson. We have PJ Hawkinson for that. So I'm kind of not happy with our first pick. And then I got a cornerback in the 3rd round. So I guess if we weren't trying to target a quarterback to fill in the gap for what we're going to do with after Cousins, I would have rather seen us go cornerback first or somewhere else on the defense more than a wide receiver. So I'm kind of questioning why we're doing what we're doing.
It's funny. A lot of analysts been tying you guys to quarterback. Well, Cousins is coming up on the end of his deal. You got to get younger at some point. Draft a guy now. Well, all of the guys that everybody said that you would draft are gone. Now we're talking about more of the long-term backup project quarterbacks that are on the board now. Who do you think that's left that you guys would consider?
Maybe the guy out of UCLA. But I honestly think at this point I would wait till I guess next year's draft. For as far as the quarterback position goes.
You guys got any questions for Steve?
Yeah, Steve, we always talk about Kirk Cousins being on the last year of his deal, but another player who's on the last year of his deal is Danielle Hunter. 29 years old. He's looking for another big deal. I'm not sure if Minnesota's going to give him one. I thought you guys were going to go edge in the first round with Nolan Smith being there. Are you disappointed that the Vikings didn't go edge, or do you guys feel comfortable with your pass rushers at the moment?
Again, yes, I'm not totally sure and sold on what we're doing with Danielle. Yeah, he is probably looking for more money again, but he didn't exactly have the greatest year either. So I kind of think they're going to have to meet somewhere in the middle and make this a prove-it-year deal kind of thing, and then move forward if he gets paid the big bucks again. And yeah, I think I would have addressed further needs on the defense, either on the defensive end or defensive tackle. In my opinion, would have been higher on my list than DN because Danielle is still in house. Technically, at this point, Zadarius Smith is still in house. So we'll see how long those play out. They are under contract, so I guess they are kind of required to show up. But the future is kind of unknown at that point. So I guess it is kind of interesting to see how Philadelphia is able to recoup and restock the positions that they have studs in now and basically replace them with new studs. And Minnesota is not doing that. So I'm kind of puzzled and frustrated.
Do you think the position, the scheme change going from 4-3 to 4 last year impacted Danielle Hunter's performance? Because that can affect a guy who's normally playing hand on the ground, rushing 100% of the time, now dropping and standing up and doing different things.
100%. They had Danielle kind of, I would say, out of position last year. Having him try to go into pass coverage at all is not part of Danielle's game. He's a pass rusher. He's supposed to be going after the quarterback. Trying to have him cover tight ends or wide receivers in the slot, I don't know what they were doing, but hopefully with Brian Flores, they can adjust and fix that and get him back in the position where he should be, and he can again flourish to what he was and return to what he was, and fully healthy. So let's see if that works out to be in his favor with Flores at the defense.
So first of all, Steve, I appreciate everything that you did before you put down the shield and take it back on that. But no, so they take Jordan Addison in the first round. Obviously, they've moved on from Adam Thielen this year. Do you think that Addison is going to be more of an outside role, or are you going to try to play him more in the slot?
That is an interesting question because, again, we still have KJ Osborne, and I guess you would think that they would try to have him line up at 2 first and then work Addison as rookie in. So I guess he would probably be the slot guy first. But also I think KJ was also fairly successful as being a slot guy, so maybe they would put Addison right away on the outside, on the other side of Justin Jefferson. It'll be interesting to see how they do that. Also can treat as why we got Naylor last year and haven't really utilized or used him at all. He's still on the roster as well. And when we put him in, and where do we put him in? Is he a slot guy? So, and again, also we got Powell, who's probably mostly going to be our kicker return field position flipper for us, which will also be an interesting inside thing to see how that changes the dynamic of where our offense and defense sets up and has to do things with him flipping the field position for us.
Absolutely. Steve, when the Vikings are on the clock, I always call it fuzzy time. And it seems that, and the reason why I call it that is because I really have no grasp of what he's doing. And that's kind of been how I felt since last year when he traded the 12th pick to an in-division rival, and they were able to acquire Jameson Williams. Throughout these past 18 to 24 months, however long he's been in the job, do you feel that Kwesi has done a really good job as your guys' general manager, or do you have some issues with how he's performed?
I guess with the Kwesi, I would say I kind of have questions. But I guess it's sort of as far as the Jameson thing with him now being suspended, I guess that kind of worked out in our favor, if you want to look at it that way. But yeah, I'm not seeing the home runs yet. I guess we'll still see. Maybe Brian Asamoah can make that, and maybe some of last year's picks can do more this year. I know Seen got hurt with that broken leg in London. So we'll see what he can do this year now that he's back healthy. Give him a chance. So I think it's more of we have to have a little bit of patience to see what they actually can do with what he was doing and what he is doing. But yeah, they're certainly not knocking it out the park like Seattle is at the draft lately. They had a bunch of picks and they were almost all starters from the get-go and made huge impacts on their team from the get-go. They got that third-round cornerback who was leading the league with interceptions. So it'd be nice if the Vikings could start finding better success in the draft.
Absolutely. Last question for you, Steve. Considering the fact that they went Jordan Addison, wide receiver out of USC, and then Mekhi Blackman, cornerback out of USC, do you believe that with this pick coming up, they're going to go Andrew Voorhees guard out of USC? Or are we going to see another pick by the
Well, I mean, I guess, yeah, if you want to take a page out of what Philadelphia seems to be doing and just being the Georgia transfer portal, it might be that the Minnesota Vikings are going to be doing the same thing with USC and will just be the USC portal, I guess. I'm not totally sure. But we'll see how that goes. Yeah, we're picking exclusively to USC this year, so I don't know. And with is that UCLA quarterback still available? Maybe we'll shake things up and go with the other California team.
Well, your team is on the clock right now, so we're going to get your live reaction to their pick, to their next pick, as soon as it comes in. There seems to be a run on offensive linemen. We'll talk about that in a minute. 1 o'clock, we also have Coach Terrell Buckley of the Orlando Guardians, former first-round pick of the Green Bay Packers, is going to join us as well. So yes, 2 Terrells in the same room. We're loaded today here on Team NBS Day 3. So you moved on from Thielen. You got younger at the wide receiver position. You still have a veteran quarterback. Let's talk about that running back room. All right, you have some age there with Dalvin Cook. You re-signed Madison, I believe. They re-signed Madison. All right. So do you think there's going to be some more added pressure? There's a lot of running backs available today. There's going to be a lot of added talent to that room today.
Yeah, I actually, for me and my money, I actually would keep Dalvin Cook because maybe some of the advanced statistics have said that he had a down year. He still, I think, had 1,400 scrimmage yards. That's nothing to sneeze at in the NFL. I think Delvin, and he had his longest career touchdown in Buffalo at 81 yards this year. So I don't think, yes, there is a fall off after 28, 29 that he's coming up on. So I think there is fear, and especially at the money that he's at and might be requiring. But I think you got to try to keep Delvin one more year. Yes, we did re-sign Madison. He is probably going to be a successor. I still don't think Madison is quite as explosive or the level that Cook is. And then we also have Ty Chandler, who I think is probably more of a pass catching guy and a change of pace. So I think I kind of like how our 3-headed system might be this year, and I'd like to see how it works out and plays out. But again, you never know. That might be because of the money. Delvin might be on his way out and might be on the move, and who knows? There's that same question out with Derrick Henry. Ezekiel Elliott still doesn't have a team, and is it Akers in San Diego who's out there looking for a trade? So there's a lot of possible running back movement out there to be had, and so we'll see.
Well, fate stepped in. Your Vikings traded out, so we won't get your Vikings reaction. It wasn't meant to be, Steve. It wasn't meant to be. We've had a couple of good
time.
I was going to ask to help me. Did they also trade out of 87 last night to go to 102 to get that cornerback that they did pick up? Because I was hearing on the radio, I thought we were picking 87, and then I got moved when I got home to watching the unfortunate Wild demise. I stayed away from the draft and didn't see what our Vikings did, but I found out later that we picked another cornerback from USC. So I don't know what we're going to do. We, again, have lots of needs on the defensive side. It'd be interesting to see if they do address more offensive line because, in my opinion, you can never have enough offensive line. So the trenches is where it's won and lost on both sides of the ball, and we need to address it on both sides of the ball. So I'd like to see a defensive tackle or maybe an offensive tackle.
Well, I'm going to spare you who the Chiefs picked at your pick. Tell everybody where they can find your work, and we would make sure. Listen, we got to work. Like I was telling Steve Atkins, I'm going to tell you the same thing. We got to find a way to work together a little bit more. Granted, I'm doing Bucs stuff during the season, so I'm not really doing whole NFL stuff as much. But we'll still find a way to work together and get some stuff done. But tell them where they can find your work.
Yeah, I am all day, every day with teamnbsmedia.com. You can find everything I do, whether it's articles or podcasts or appearing on our shows in the network within ourselves. And I am also on Twitter at the real Mr. Rogers 814. So you can find me out there on the Twitter, and you can find me at teamnbs.com. I am working on the preparation of coming with my Twins Talk Weekly podcast. It is coming. So I do cover the MLB. I cover NFL. And I am slightly trying to cover the Minnesota Wild a little bit as well, but their season just ended. So we'll see them next year.
All right, there you have it. Steve Rogers, Team NBS Media, our Minnesota writer. Thanks for joining us, Steve.
Thanks for having me, guys.
So we got a lot to talk about because there were a bunch of picks that came in, and the run on linemen is real, right? So we started with Saldivari to start the round. After that, we had Freeland, Jake Andrews, Anthony Bradford from LSU. DeJuan Jones finally goes to Cleveland.
Finally.
Zavala, NC State, goes to Carolina. So he stays in state. There was more. City South.
I like
Eastern
him a
Michigan.
lot.
He's going to, once again, the Patriots interior line redesign continues. There was CD South. All right. Braden Daniels from Utah goes to the Commanders. So this is where the run on linemen is starting to happen. We thought it would have happened maybe a little yesterday. There were some taken yesterday, but the real bulk of them are going today.
Yep. And that makes sense because the ones who are possible starting left tackles went quickly. And then there was a pause. And then you saw a little smattering of day one starters at the interior positions. And then a pause. And now you're seeing the developmental guys who are probably going to play right tackle or guard. And not really much in the way of centers, it seems. But right tackle and guard, yes.
Yeah, I have a question for you, gentlemen. Whose mom did DeJuan Jones piss off to fall all the way down to the fourth round? I mean, this is a dude that some people had a first round grade on entering, draft weekend, and for him to fall this far is incredible. I mean, I didn't think he was a first round talent. I thought he had a tremendous amount of upside. He's only 21 years old. He naturally plays the right tackle position, which is a very hard thing to find in the NFL. A guy that can play right tackle in college, come on in and play it in the pros. And again, like Sidney Sile, who I believe would have been a top 100 pick had he went to the University of Michigan instead of Eastern Michigan, he's a big boy. And I think the Browns just got an absolute steal, especially with, it looks like Jack Conklin, as far as I know, is going to be, on his way out the door, if not already. DeJuan Jones slipping in this draft was kind of my big surprise, but very happy for him that he was selected by the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah, like I said, we saw. To me, he matches up a lot with Orlando Brown Jr. You talk about the big tackle, big, massive. He's a lot more athletic, better footwork than Brown had. However, there's something about him that didn't sit well with NFL teams, whether they feel he's on right tackle only, whether they feel that he doesn't bend enough. I think when you look at his game, there's fixable things in his game. I don't think he's one of those guys who virtually is maxed out as far as potential. I think there's still a lot more to his game. So to see him fall this far was shocking to me. I didn't think he'd make it past yesterday. I didn't expect him in round one. It was nice for people to mock him because he probably had him higher than certain other tackles that high. But I didn't think he'd make it past yesterday. So it was real shocking to see him come off the board today. And even then, to see Freeland go before him, because I think when you look at him, he's stronger than Freeland. He's longer than Freeland. All right. So there's a lot of things about him that you look at him and Freeland. I think you have a harder time rushing him down the middle because those long arms get on you fast, right? And slow down your momentum, as Isaiah Foskey found out the hard way at Senior Bowl. So you don't rush him down the middle like you do Freeland. So the fact that Freeland went off the board before him was one of those things that made me go, wow, there's something really about him that didn't endear to NFL teams that, you don't see on the film. Maybe it's something more in the interview room. Maybe it was something when they feel about him, that when they talk to him, they're like, maybe we should go with the guy we feel a little bit better about.
Yeah, and Jeff, I don't ever want to downplay the thought process of people in the NFL because they're at that level for a reason. But we saw last year Trevor Penning go tremendously early in the first round because of his potential. And in his film, he was doing a karaoke, at his pass pro, and he went, to the Saints. And, for a guy like DeJuan Jones to fall that far, especially because I think he plays the right tackle position instead of left, I don't understand the bias against right tackles. In the modern NFL, majority of teams have two dominant pass rushers. So you got to be able to protect your quarterback from both sides, and to find a guy that played it at a high level in college and for the fall to the fourth, completely ridiculous. That thought process as well is so high on Darnell Wright, and I think that he goes into a right situation where he can really explode off the block and be a part of that dominant run game that Stefanski is establishing in Cleveland. But I kind of want to throw this question to you, Coach Jones. You've been in NFL draft rooms, you've been around people making that decision. Do draft experts, GMs, not value the right tackle position as much as some of us who are not closely involved in the game do?
No, they do. They definitely do. But the thing is that they look at what's going to be right for their system. And we also know that with right tackles, you can get them later in certain rounds because there's other people who do not value that as well. But also too, you think about who's going to cost you more. Is it going to be the left tackle or the right tackle? It's usually the left tackle, right? Unless you have a left-handed quarterback, right? So, which we did with Steve Young. So, but if you guys don't mind, I would love to tell you a story about my actual first time in the draft room. So it was 2001, and what they do with the strength coaches is we're the people that basically would handle the phones. So we would call in draft picks, right? So my first time in 2001, I'm sitting there, and we had just brought in Terry Donahue, to as assistant GM, and so he was running the draft, and we had higher on our board was Andre Carter, and everybody was just like, okay, we're going to keep this quiet. We're going to keep this quiet. Well, we don't, to this day, I'm not sure how it got out, but the Chicago Bears were not interested in Andre Carter. All of a sudden, they had an interest in Andre. And so we were picking behind the Bears. And the Bears let us slip that, we're looking at Andre Carter. So then Terry Donahue goes into this panic, and we've all heard stories about Coach Walsh, how he is the master in the draft room. Well, I got to see it firsthand. Donahue was panicking. He's like, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? All of a sudden, Coach Walsh said, shut the F up. I'm taking over. Coach Walsh stands up. The first thing he does is he gets on the phone with Seattle, calls Mike Holmgren. Holmgren was with us at one time. And he goes, Mike, this is Coach Walsh. He goes, you have no interest in Andre Carter, do you? They're like, no, we're looking at a wide receiver. Like, okay, so we want to swap picks with you. He's like, okay. Fine, we'll do it. So we leaped over Chicago. We took Seattle's pick, and they handed me the card, and they said, call into New York. We're taking Andre Carter. This is my first time, and I've got the card in my hand, and I'm like a kid in a candy store right now. I'm just smiling, ear to ear, like, oh, my God, I get to call New York. So I call our representative in New York, who happened to be Alan Webb, say, hey, we're going to take Andre Carter. We took Andre Carter. We get Andre, and the place erupts. And Coach Wall says, okay, everybody just shut up. He goes, this is just like if you're in war and you're falling off a cliff. He goes, you do not open your mouth and scream because you don't want to give away the position of the rest of your troops. So he goes, from now on, nobody talks about who we're going to take. It stays inside this room. And to watch the master do his thing, I was just like, this is so awesome. This is great.
And Coach, you brought up a great point about, guys having information leaked and also having nerves in the room. Several years ago when John Gruden was the head coach of the Raiders, I remember him and Mike Mayock sent all their scouts home like 3 days before the draft. How often do we see GMs or guys of higher position, distrust their own staff and send them home, or was that just like a one-off incident for them?
Oh no, it's not a one-off. I've seen it done. The thing is that, and it's sad to say, is that some people just want to have their name out there. They want to, they want to call ESPN or whatever and say, oh, by the way, this is what we're taking, instead of thinking about what's the integrity of the room. Because we all know that if you don't keep your mouth shut, that somebody is going to probably take who you want. But it's happened before. I've seen it. I definitely have seen it. So
it's a great story, Coach. Like, just to get to hear about Coach Walsh at any point, like one of the greatest ever to do it, is just phenomenal.
So do you want another quick story about this?
Shoot him, man.
Take your time. Listen, Terrell,
keep it rolling.
You have carte blanche. That's why you're here, man. You get to hang out. You get to tell all your stories. You get to get the chance to ask the guest questions. You get the whole spiel, brother. You're part of the show.
So we had a running back, Kevin Barlow, who I felt could have been one of the best running backs in the league. Yep. He could have been one of the best running backs in the league, but his motor wasn't it wasn't where it was supposed to be. Let's put it that way. Okay. So we had a deal where Dallas wanted us to trade him for a first and a third. And at this time it was Coach Erickson who was the head coach. And Coach Erickson said we should do it. Because then that means we will have 2 first-round picks. And he said, well, with the first pick that we take DJ Williams out of Miami. And he goes, our later first-round pick, we will take some guy named Steven Jackson. And Terry Donahue said no.
Oh man.
He said no. He said no. And that year, Kevin didn't have a great year. I think we end up we still had Garrison Hurst at the time, but Garrison was on his way out because he said, I just can't work with Kevin Barlow. So, right. But Garrison said, look, he goes, I would love to have been in the same backfield with Steven Jackson. So there you go.
Yeah. So yeah. One, wow. Secondly, Coach, you brought up a guy I wanted to ask a question about, Garrison Hurst. Obviously, he missed 2 seasons while he was in San Francisco due to injury. In the new NFL, we're seeing a lot more leg injuries, obviously, because the league is trying to take away from tackling high, so guys are getting hit low, combined with a bunch of other factors. Can you talk about the recovery when it comes to leg injuries and how we should kind of evaluate that within the draft process?
That's a great question. And I'll start off by saying that Garrison Hurst is one of my favorite all-time people. I still talk to Garrison this day, and actually I just saw him about 3 months ago. I mean, so when Garrison had that devastating injury, myself and our coaching staff and our medical staff, we worked with Garrison like every day. I was with Garrison all the time. And and we still talk about the grueling punishment that we put him through, but he said, you know what? He goes, it was worth it. But modern medicine is a lot better than when I was there. Because you think about ACLs, you think about meniscus, stuff like that. ACLs when I was in the league, it would take anywhere from 12 months to possibly 18 months. To get them back.
If you came back, yeah.
Right, exactly. But nowadays it's like it can be anywhere from 6 to 9 months. And so it's awesome. But also too, I think that there's some teams that will look at certain injuries and they say, well, you know what? Yeah, that was an ACL or it was a meniscus, whatever it is. So some players will drop down in the draft. But I will tell you what, if you have a chance to get a stud and he's coming back from the ACL and your doctors know what they're doing or they know how to evaluate, take him. I think the perfect case was Williams last year out of Alabama for Detroit. Even though he had the ACL, he came back and he played the last couple of games, and he's a stud. And that's why I was surprised that Hooker dropped as far as he did. I thought somebody was going to take him in the first or second round. Yeah. So,
yeah, I think there was more about age and even a few concerns about the offense than just the age. But I mean, he'll be 25, quickly, and probably be almost 27 by the time he actually plays significant snaps, and that still scares people a little bit.
Well, but just as well as I do that if you got a chance to get what I call a blue chip quarterback and you can develop him, because you look at some of these teams now, that are scrambling for quarterbacks. Why not take a chance on the guy? And
you're just selling me on Alan Hinton Hooker. I remember his dad.
Yeah.
I got to see Alan Hooker up close in person. Somebody mentioned Norfolk State. He shredded us. So I'm very familiar with Alan and his father. Well, he's actually Alan also. Alan Hinton Hooker. He goes by his middle name. And his father, Alan Hooker, as well.
Yeah, and I think, Jeff, you were in the room the other night when I said that it would not surprise me if Detroit takes a quarterback. And everybody's like, no, they got Goff. I was like, but he's up there in age, and Goff, I mean, and we all know he's had an up and down career. I think, he revitalized his career when he went to Detroit. But the couple things I learned from Coach Walsh is that if you have a chance to get another quarterback, you take him. And that was evident, with Montana and Steve Young. So, and so here's another great story for you. My first year with the Niners, I was an intern, and I was there for the draft. And Coach Walsh was not the GM at the time; it was Dwight Clark. And so we were looking at first. We were trying to trade up to get Tony Gonzalez. But nobody would trade up with us. So then they're like, okay, we're going to go quarterback. And of course, Vinny Serrato and DC, they wanted Jim Druckenmiller. And Coach Walsh said no. He said, we should go after Jake Plummer. He's a right-handed Steve Young. And they fought him, and we ended up taking Druckenmiller. And don't get me wrong, I like Druck. He's a good guy, but he just didn't fit in our system. Because, I mean, at the time, the system was very complicated. So we ended up taking Jake Plummer. And this past year, I was down at Radio Row, and somebody introduced me to Jake Plummer, and I told him the story. And he goes, I heard rumors of that. He goes, you were the first person to confirm that. It's like, yeah. I said, a lot of people wanted you to come and play for the Niners. And he goes, oh, my God. He goes, I would have loved that. Because, if you know the history of the Niners, 2 years later, Steve Young gets hurt and he's out.
Right.
His career's over. And luckily for us, though, that we had Jeff Garcia. So
just a little bit of update. Terrell Buckley was supposed to join us at 1. He's actually going to join us at 2. So a little bit of a change in schedule, but we're fluid here. So we were talking about knee injuries. You were there when Rice tore his knee the beginning of the season and came back later in the season. How was that process for Jerry? Because I know that was unheard of, a guy coming back same year.
Yeah, so I mean, that was my first year, and for me to able to work with Jerry Rice, and everybody says, oh, this person's a hard worker, this person's a hard worker. Jerry may be the hardest worker I've been around in my entire career, because it was like what Jerry is like nonstop. There's times where we had to tell him like, okay, you have to slow down, but Jerry had he had a regiment that he would come in early, get the treatment that he needed, go to meetings, and then while everybody else was in meetings, he would come and grab one of us, and he'd work with the trainers, then he'd work with the strength staff. And I mean, to see him come back that fast, you're just like, wow. But then if you remember too that he ended up fracturing his kneecap.
Yep.
I believe it was against Denver when he did that. But everybody's like, oh, that's because he came back too fast. No, it wasn't that. It was just the hit and the way that he landed. But Jerry's a special person. I remember we were in mini camp, and we had this rookie DB that came in. He was undrafted. His last name was Mitchell. I can't remember his first name, but he came out of Texas. And all he wanted to do was cover Jerry. And he was just like, he had confidence, but I think he was too overconfident because you're going against the GOAT, Jerry smoked him. I mean, smoked him so bad. But instead of Jerry gloating, he came back and he said, young fella, this is why I beat you. This is what you need to look for. He just basically gave him a tutorial on the sideline. Mm-hmm. But that was Jerry, because he knew that if he beat our DBs and he went back and said, this is why I beat you, this is going to make us a better team.
Right.
So Jerry, I mean, and the stories that you hear about Jerry every time that he caught a pass during practice, it didn't matter if it was an out or whatever it was, he sprinted to the end zone. He always did that.
Always. Well, since I have you here and we're talking about Jerry Rice, there's a lot of craziness that still goes on where I hear people throw out times that they had on Jerry Rice. I've talked to people who timed Jerry Rice, and I've never talked to anybody who said they had a higher time than 4.59. I've heard people run about 4.7s. You have been around Jerry Rice. Do you, in your wildest imaginations, do you think he could have ever been timed at 4.7? Because I just don't buy that.
I don't think so. I think it was a slow watch or somebody just hit the button wrong, whatever it was. The thing about Jerry though is Jerry didn't have. So I always put this way that I describe Jerry. Jerry is not let's put it this way, a great test taker. So like you go take a test, it's like, oh my God, I got to see or whatever it is. But when it came to the actual day to perform,
right,
there's nobody better.
Yes,
I mean, because Jerry had what we called game speed.
Mm-hmm.
And you saw during the games that all of a sudden, he shifted into another gear, and people were like, "Where'd that come from?" Well, guess what? It's game speed.
Right, and part of it's technique. I mean, Jerry wasn't the guy that grew up running track, so he grew up playing baseball, basketball, football. I don't think he ever ran track. In fact.
I don't think so either, but and I've always said this, and this is what I don't like about today's coaches, and I'm not talking about pros, but I'm talking about high school and AAU, is that they want their kids to play one sport. I'm just like, no, have them play multiple sports.
Yeah.
You think about Bryant Young, he was all state in track and all state in wrestling, right?
Yep.
Garrison Hurst, he was all-state baseball. He could have gone and played baseball.
Yep.
You had T.O., who could have possibly gone and played basketball. So it just makes you a better athlete. So when you try to put him in one hole and make him a one-dimensional athlete, it hurts them. It really does.
Yeah. I mean, once again, overuse injuries, right? I mean, there's so many things that are just, I don't know. I've always thought that unless you should encourage players to do as many different sports as they can for as long as they can.
Right, because you think about the different muscles that are being used when you're playing different sports. It only builds, and it provides longevity for you as well. So, yeah.
I think another thing that doesn't get stated as much is the typical American sports schedule for young men in this country is football in the fall, basketball in winter, baseball in spring. That means that they go from major contact sport to somewhat contact sport to non-contact sport. I think that, obviously you, Coach, have a tremendous amount of knowledge on what the body can take and handle and what it needs to be great. But I think having that baseball season, even if you go track, to have that kind of break from continuous contact does wonders on a kid's body. And for a lot of guys, I know we're talking about football here, but a lot of people play year-round basketball. I think that's why when we've seen guys get to the NBA, their knees and joints are all shot up to that point because I don't think they can handle running around that court, banging into people, 365 days a year for 7-8 years throughout their youth. I just want to add to your point by saying that. I don't know if you have a different opinion or if you agree with that.
So Brock, so what we call that when you go from football to playing basketball to playing baseball, we call that active recovery.
Yeah.
So why not do it? Even in the pros. So once our season was done, we tell them, take 3 weeks to a month off. Don't think about football. You can continue to lift, but go play basketball, go swim, go do something, go do a different activity. And we call that active rest. But again, I think there's a lot of so-called experts out there that say, oh, no, you got to do this year round. The body can only take so much, next thing you know, you're 40, 45 years old and you're done playing and you wake up with all these aches and pains, your body didn't get the rest that it needed while you were playing. So,
right.
No, but Brock, you're absolutely right.
Yeah. Coach, obviously when you were with both Niners and the Bucs, you were a tremendous part of that draft evaluation process. I know that throughout the years that you had some of your favorites and things like that nature. How did you handle or how did you feel whenever your GM selected a player that you didn't feel comfortable with or you thought internally wasn't going to be that good of a pro?
I kept my mouth shut.
Because he has bills to pay, Brock.
Exactly. So we looked at, there was a couple players that were drafted, and the first thing that I would do is I would look at that and say, okay, but I would go to the position coach and I would ask them, it's like, what do you think about the pick? And they, and I was close with all the position coaches, and they would give me their honest opinion. We took a kid out of Oklahoma State. Number one, my last year with the Niners, and we weren't happy with the pick. We're just like, because here's what happened with that is Tampa was picking right before us, and we were going to take Michael Clayton.
Oh.
But the word got out. So Tampa takes Michael Clayton, and our wide receivers coach at the time was Eric Yarber, who's now with the Rams, and Yarbs is a great guy. I love Yarbs to death. And he was mad. So we started trading down, and we ended up taking Rashawn Woods, who did not turn out to be a good player. But we thought there was, some coaches thought there was other people on the board that we should have taken. So yeah, basically, again, I kept my mouth shut, but I would ask just from my own knowledge, like what are you thinking? It's like when I was at Tampa. And this wasn't a bad pick because I like the guy, but it's not the pick that I thought we were going to do. We ended up taking Cadillac Williams with the 5th pick.
Cardell.
Love Cadillac. Great guy. But the person that we thought we were going to take and that certain people told him we were going to take him was Aaron Rodgers.
Oh man!
Yeah.
I think Jeff might need a minute to recover from that. Our Bucs insider over here. Wow.
So even when I was with the Niners, and I was leaving, I was talking to Tim Rattay, who was our backup quarterback, and who's one of the smartest guys, one of the smartest quarterbacks you'll ever be around.
Louisiana Tech legend.
Exactly. And we always talk. We call him Timmy Spinnet, rat-tat-tat. That's what we called him. And so when I was leaving, and the Niners had the first pick, and I was going to the Bucs, I was asking Tim. I said, "So who would you take? Do you take Alex Smith? Do you take Aaron Rodgers?" He goes. From what I've seen, he goes, "I'd take Aaron Rodgers, just because." He saw, nothing against Alex Smith, because Alex Smith had a great career. Gamer, baller, the whole deal. But I guess at the time, the people that took Alex Smith said he fit better in the system. But Tim saw something in Aaron Rodgers because Cal was right up the road. So, they would go to Cal games and see that, And, and Tim was like, yeah, he goes, Aaron Rodgers, there's something special about him. And he goes, I believe Aaron Rodgers got a chip on his shoulder. And so we come to find out that he has a little bit of a chip on his shoulder.
A little bit of a chip on his shoulder. Yeah, that's a pretty accurate description.
Yeah, that might have been the understatement of the century. A little bit of a chip. You know, another guy that has a little bit of a chip on his shoulder and has some massive character concerns for me, and also some massive performance concerns for me on the field is quarterback Stetson Bennett, who was just selected in the 4th round to the Los Angeles Rams. We can dive into that later, but obviously, like I mentioned, the character concerns. Obviously, he had that drunken incident in Texas where he ran away from the police and was then detained. When it comes to trying to figure out a player's off the field issues, how much does that go into the draft evaluation process? And can you kind of give us more insight onto what teams value from their players outside of the game?
Well, it goes into it quite a bit, but I will tell you this. And this was not inside the Niners organization or the Bucks, but I've seen some teams that didn't care. They're just like, if this guy can play, we're going to draft him. But I mean, when I was at the Niners, there's guys that we looked at that we just passed on. And we're like, well, he doesn't fit into our culture. And the one thing about Mr. D is that he made it. It was a family atmosphere. And like I said, I always felt inclusive. Even when I was an intern. Everybody gets Christmas gifts. I didn't expect to get anything. I'm an intern. I was like, I'm just happy to be here. And all of a sudden, I get this big box. It was like a big pasta bowl set that Mr. D gave everybody, and I still have it to this day. Steve Young came in and gave me this huge gift card, for Christmas. But again, you have to fit into our system. You have to fit into the Niners culture, and and the same thing with the Bucks, because if you didn't, then you would be, it would upset our chemistry, and don't get me wrong, we did have a couple guys that kind of came in and slipped through the cracks, but they didn't last long. You're like, okay, you're gone, you're out of here. So, yeah, but I think going back to Stetson Bennett, yeah, he had that one incident, but what has he done since then? I mean, he really hasn't. And we got to understand that these are college kids. People are going to make mistakes. But if you keep compiling those mistakes, then you're just like, okay, you need to go away. And this is my thought on Stetson Bennett. He's going to be probably a career backup unless something pops that we just don't see. But I think he's going to be in the league for a long time. I really do, because even if he's a backup, just look at how valuable now backups are to this day. So I think he's going to be around for a long time.
And it goes back to what we talked about the other day when we talked about the separation between immaturity and bad character. You can tell immaturity a lot easier than you can tell bad character. Bad character involves more than just making some immature decisions. It's the fact that you're seeing unconscionable decisions that they just don't seem to learn from bad behavior. Immaturity is, listen, most of us are immature well into almost in the 30s at some point, but at some point in your mid-20s, you start to figure out the fine line between being immature and being an adult. And what you see with some of these guys is they have this immature behavior, and teams say, well, he's got bad character, and we want to stay away from him. And it's a real fine line. You can tell a little bit more what immature is than bad character.
No, you're absolutely right. Again, we had a couple guys that we brought in that slipped through the cracks, that we thought were, that were character people, but then once they got a little money in their pocket and they got a little notoriety, then we're just like, you know what, we got to let you go. We have to, you got to go. So anyway, so I got one more story for you. Then I got to bounce because I actually got an invitation to go hang out with the equipment guys for the Niners. So I'm going to go see those guys. Okay, so 2000. We have what's called the Bay Area workout. So anybody that's around, a 50-mile radius, whoever played here or grew up around, the Niners, we bring them in for a workout. So I get a call from Ty Street, wide receiver out of Michigan. Yes. And he says, hey, is Tom Brady on the list to come in? I'm like, I look at the list, I'm like, yes, so Brady's on the list. He goes, okay. He goes, well, when Brady gets there, tell him that he can't play basketball. And I said, Ty, I'm not going to tell anybody that because I don't know these people. He goes, no, just do it. He goes and see his reaction. I'm like, all right. So we're getting his height and weight, Brady. And I said, hey, by the way, I hear that you're pretty lousy at basketball. And he gave me this look like, what are you talking about? I said, Ty Streets told me to say that. And he starts laughing. He goes, okay, ha, ha, ha. And he goes, hey, when we go outside, after the warm-ups, he goes, can you stretch me out? I'm like, yeah, absolutely. So I'm sitting there, I'm stretching him out. We're having we're just kind of, having a short conversation. And he goes, do you have any pull around here? I said, nah. I said, Tom, I'm just a strength coach. I said, I have no clout whatsoever. He goes, well, just tell them that I want to play here. I'm like, all right. So I go to our offensive coordinator, Greg Knapp, rest in peace, Napper. I said, hey, by the way, Tom Brady says he wants to play here. He goes, well, he's not high on our list. He doesn't fit our West Coast system. And actually, we were actually looking at T. Martin.
Oh, wow.
And they said, okay. So, so we passed on Tom Brady and we ended up taking Gio Carmazzi in the third round.
Yes.
So we fast forward to, a few years later, probably about 6 years ago, I got invited to go to this. One of my friends was having a small party at a place, a local brewery. And I walk in, we're sitting there, we're talking. So they introduced me to the owners of the brewery. The owner of the brewery is Kevin Youkilis, and his wife is Julie Brady, the older sister of Tom Brady. So I tell Julie the story, and she goes, we hated the Niners for the longest because you guys passed on him. And I said, how do you guys feel about us now? It's like, we're okay. So then I get to meet his parents. So Julie goes, okay, she goes, TJ, you got to tell my dad the story. So I tell him the story. And he goes, that's the second time that Mariucci passed on Tom. I said, what are you talking about? He goes, when Tom was at Michigan, he wanted to transfer to Cal. And Mooch was the head coach. And Mooch said no.
Yep.
So,
I heard that before.
Yeah. So then this past year at training camp, Mooch was there and I was there as well. So Mooch and I were talking and he goes, oh my God. He goes, I always get these Tom Brady questions. And I said, Mooch, I told you the story about when he came to the workout. He goes, no. I said, well, I told Napper. He goes, well, I never heard it. So I told him the story. And he's like, we still would have passed him regardless. He goes, because he didn't have a great workout for us. But again, we were the West Coast system. We needed a quarterbacks who could move. So that's my Brady story.
That's wild.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Well, Terrell,
still to this day, the highest drafted Dutchman, because Hofstra doesn't have a program anymore, but is Giovanni Carmazzi.
And it's funny because everybody on this knows how small the sports world is. So I was in Dallas a couple months ago, where I got to talk to all the WNBA trainers, athletic staff. And so I was talking to the Chicago Sky staff, and this woman walks up to me. She goes, you used to coach at the Niners? I'm like, yeah. She goes, well, you had my brother. I said, who's your brother? She goes, Gio. I said, Carmazzi? She goes, yeah. I said, whoa. And Gio's a great guy. And she goes, yeah. She goes, I used to come through the facilities, and you guys treated us so well. And I was blown away. It's like, okay, the sports world gets smaller and smaller and smaller. So, yeah.
You're finding it getting bigger with all these people that want to get into it now. Every time I turn around, I'm like, I'm a sports management agent too. I go, what?
What kind of school are you if you don't have a sports management program anymore?
100%. I totally agree with you. So, but anyway, guys, I got to run.
Yes. Listen, we appreciate you, Terrell. Listen, we're going to do more, man, and eventually that face-to-face is going to happen in real life, man. We keep talking on spaces. We keep doing all the virtual stuff. We got to get together personally.
Oh, definitely. And anytime that you guys want to have me on, just let me know because I've got stories for days. But thanks for having me. Guys, have a great day. You guys are doing a great job. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Anytime, Terrell. I'll speak to you on your spaces after my show Wednesday.
Sounds good. All right. Take care, everybody.
All right. Terrell Jones, former assistant for the 49ers and Buccaneers. So we're overdue for a break, so we're going to take a break. We'll be back. We got plenty more coming, more analysts coming through. We're going to recap the latest picks. Folks, day 3 is still exciting, especially when you're hanging with us. Stay tuned.
What's good, my beautiful people? This is Mello Williams with Team NBS Media and your host of the press conference. Make sure you catch me each and every week with a new episode of the press conference. Each week, I sit down with different guests where we discuss sports, culture, and current events. Make sure you follow me on all social media @_Mello Williams to stay current with what I got going on with Team NBS Media. And make sure you follow Team NBS Media as well @Team NBS Media at all social media sites.
Streetwear is not dead. The next wave in black fashion comes out the Bronx, New York. RichKid Clothing, picking up where FUBU, Rocawear, and Carl Kanai left off. RichKid is for the next generation of get fly fashion heads.
In 2006, we founded Yeti Coolers with a simple mission: build a cooler we use every day if it existed. One that was built for the serious outdoor enthusiasts rather than for mass discount retailers. One that could take the abuse we knew we'd put it through, out in the field and on the water. One that simply wouldn't break. We decided early on that production innovation would come from necessity and first-hand experience, not from market research and data analysis. Today, Yeti products perform when it matters most. Whether that be an excursion into the remote Alaskan wilderness, chasing redfish on the Gold Coast, or just getting together with friends in the backyard, we make gear that helps you stay out longer, travel farther, and live harder. Hashtag built for the wild.
Team NBS. Team NBS.
So we are back live here for more coverage of day 3 of the NFL draft here on Team NBS Media. So I almost caught your virus, Bill. So let's recap the latest picks as we're about to end round 4. Latest picks since we really had a chance to talk. Shamari Cooper was the pick of the Chiefs. Carter Warren, O-tackle from Pittsburgh, to the Jets. Ventrell Miller from Florida goes to the Jags, so he stays in state.
Versatile linebacker.
John Gaines II from UCLA goes to the Cardinals. Cameron Young to the Seahawks. Tavius Robinson to the Ravens. Darius Davis, another one of the track team from TCU, goes to the Chargers. Isaiah McGuire to the Browns. Jake Haener off the board to the Saints. Right behind him goes Stetson Bennett to the Rams. Viliami Fiocco Jr. to the Cowboys. Tyler Lacey to the Jags. Charlie Jones, your pet cat, Brock, goes to the Bengals. Joe Burrow gets a new weapon. Nick Herbig to the Steelers. You know you're jumping for joy there, Bill. Tyler Scott.
He's not TJ, but he could be made like an honorary Watt brother though.
Yeah,
that's right. He's a Hawaii boy. He'll be good in the league.
Tyler Scott to the Bears. Jay Ward to the Vikings. And right now the Raiders are about to close it out. Wait, we have a trade.
Yes. And Jeff, we also had a trade. The Eagles acquired DeAndre Swift from the Lions. I don't know if you have the trade compensation for that.
I did not see that trade yet, but
yes. If you look,
it's trade compensation.
Yeah, so I got it right here. If you want me to let you know,
go for it.
All right, so Detroit gets a 2025 4th-round pick, and they will swap 7th-round picks with the Lions, getting 219 per Tom Pelissero. And then, of course, the Philadelphia Eagles, who are continuing to have a stellar offseason after the draft, acquire DeAndre Swift from Detroit.
So it's a 2025 pick.
Yeah.
So you have to go down 2 rounds to find a value for that. So their pick in
another
what
Brad
round was
Holmes
it?
masterclass.
What round was it again? A 4th round pick, you said?
Yes, 4th round pick in 2025.
Okay, so they were drafting at the back end of 4. So you go back 2 rounds, and basically you want to know the value for that pick. If it was 31, you're looking at trade value of 15. Nothing.
So what have we learned today? That Brad Holmes and the Detroit Lions don't know what success feels like, and when you acquire it, you lose all sense of what you're supposed to do. You go out and you get Jahmyr Gibbs at 13, even though you have a guy that you just spent a ton of money on, David Montgomery. You let the dude that literally broke records held by Barry Sanders go in free agency, Jamal Williams. When Jamal Williams is your power back, I like David Montgomery, but there's nothing that I can truly say qualifies him as a full-out power back in this modern NFL. And not only that, at points throughout the season, I think Bill Carroll can agree with me when we spoke about it, he was outplayed by Khalil Herbert. That's all right.
Yeah.
You go and you give David Montgomery big money. You go and you waste a 13th overall pick on Jahmyr Gibbs. And not only that, you're going to give up DeAndre Swift for a trade for a draft pick that's going to be 2 years down the road. Like, if you're a Detroit Lions fan coming into this offseason, you're elated. You're jumping for joy. You just went out, you got CJ Gardner-Johnson. And then you get to this draft point when you can get guys that are going to make you top team in the NFC North, and you poop the bucket. You know, I was very critical on the Saints yesterday, and I gotta be critical on the Lions today. Minnesota, you know, they have made some very questionable decisions, but right now they're still a top team, you know, in the NFC North. And Green Bay has really improved. Has Detroit improved at all? I think they've completely regressed since their last game against Green Bay last year. And this move just continues to prove that teams that haven't had success in a long time don't know how to handle it, and when they have just a sniff of it, they let it go out the back door. So maybe I'm wrong. I'm hoping I am, but right now it's not looking good if you're a Lions fan.
Yeah, this is interesting. We were, you know, talking about a lot of the changes. One of the things we talked about were minority GMs getting their chance. Brad Holmes is one of them. You know, Quasi is another one. I forget the gentleman's name in Atlanta. There's another one. Yes. Yeah. So,
Uncle Terry.
You know, we're seeing a lot of different approaches from those guys for the draft. Some of them popular, some of them not very popular at all. So we're going to see how these pan out. There's going to be a lot on them. And we talked about the quarterbacks, Bill. We're starting to see that trend, right? We said that group that's going to go today early is starting to go. We saw Jay Kaner go. Now Aiden O'Connell is off the board. We saw Stetson Bennett going. So yeah, we got a good amount of these guys going off the board. I'm going to pull it up over here since I'm not going to strain my eyes on my draft board all the way from over here. So
the Raiders watched Purdue football last year, right? I just want to make that they did, and they still went with Aiden. Okay, just want to make. I had nothing wrong with him. He has great size. He's incredibly tall. And he also sometimes lobs a football, and he sometimes lobs it right to the DB. So this is going to be a very interesting pick to add to one of the most confusing quarterback rooms in the NFL. Jimmy Garoppolo, Brian Hoyer, Chase Garbers, and now Aiden O'Connell. Wow, if you're a Raiders fan, you must be jumping for joy and not.
Well, there's a group we were saying would be the guys that get their name called, and the rest of the group is we were saying guys that are, you know, on the fringe of most likely going to be priority free agents, but may sneak into round 7 if somebody doesn't want to fight over them. But the rest of the group that we talked about earlier, we've seen these guys go off the board. We mentioned Max Duggan, we mentioned Clayton Tune, we mentioned Jaron Hall, we mentioned Dorian Thompson-Robinson, and the other one was Tyson Bagent. Or Bagent, excuse me. I say Bagent, but it's Bagent.
I say Bagent.
You know.
I say Bagent. You say Pageant. I say
Bagent. Yeah.
Bagent.
You say Aiden, I say bust. You say Aiden, I say fix
The baby face is happy, everybody.
Listen, we just spoke about diversity here in the NFL, especially at the GM position, and when we brought up Brad Holmes. But you can say Brad Holmes, younger GM, African American, Detroit Lions in the North. Mickey Loomis, white guy, older in the South, making poor draft decisions. So at the end of the day, no matter what your characteristics are externally, internally, you have the equal amount of how to mess up a franchise in about 3 days. And it is fun to watch because I have a middle-aged guy, Caucasian here in Los Angeles named Tom Telesco, who has made some very interesting draft decisions. And I will admit I am not very happy with his latest selection of, I believe, Darius Davis is his name. Davis is his last name, obviously. I don't know if I pronounced his first name right. You know, obviously, only reason you selected him is because he ran a 4.3. But last I checked, we're not running for the Olympics. We're playing football. And the fact that on a TCU team that constantly passes the ball in a defense that's not notoriously known for their DBs, which is the Big 12, he only had 431 receiving yards on the season, especially when you had, of course, my boy Charlie Jones, another guy I'm really high on, Jalen Moreno-Cropper still on the board. So many guys you could have went with. You went with that guy who is a 4th-round pick in the USFL. Love it.
He does help you in the return game. He's very good as a punt and kickoff.
Great. A lot of dudes are great that we could have got later. I'm just saying you didn't have to go wide receiver in this position, especially when there's still bigger needs on the board. We just saw 10 guards, I feel like, get drafted with the past 20 picks, and the Chargers have zero depth on the offensive line. And what do we know about Super Bowl teams? They have tremendous offensive line depth. So if we're, I just maybe again, I'm not in the war room, but when I'm not dapping up anybody, if we make this pick, everyone's dapping up like we just won the Super Bowl. We didn't win nothing. But again, obviously, I know Jeff has his experience with covering Tampa Bay, and Bill, you've had your experiences with Kevin Colburn and years these past 15, 20 years, however long it's been. But your teams have had much success in the 21st century, or in the 24 years that I've been alive. Bill, your team has won 2 Super Bowls since I've been on this planet. Jeff, your team has won 2 Super Bowls since I've been on this planet.
I want to correct you. Tampa Bay is a team I cover. It is not my team, though.
Okay. What's your team? What's your team?
I play that very close to the vest. Matter of fact, I removed my personal helmet from the background because I didn't want anybody to think it was back there because of my fandom.
So, sorry, what team is yours, Jeff?
I'm seeing Georgia gear back there, so no, Grambling.
No, that's Grambling. That's Grambling. Yeah. Well, if you look behind my head on the wall, you can slightly see the helmet.
Oh no! I love the heavy sigh. That was my favorite part. Was the heavy sigh before he decided to reveal his shame.
Ain't no shame about it, but it is what it is. I've been a fan since '79. So,
Jeff, I'll be real honest with you. My computer is grainy, so for everyone else that doesn't have modern technology like me, what's your team?
The Dallas Cowboys.
So sorry. at least you have an owner, whether you like it or not, who is willing to just go out there and be ballsy. And at least you have 3 titles. So that way, whenever you're talking to your compatriots, or 5 titles, 3 in recent memory. Sorry, my apologies. 3 in recent memory, obviously 5 titles. At least you can go to the table with something. You know what I got? I got an AFC championship. That's all I got. I got Dennis Gibson batting down Neil O'Donnell's pass. That's the only thing I can hold on to. Also, sorry, Bill, that your quarterback was Neil O'Donnell. But again, not the point. Like all you guys, I don't know what it is about the Chargers and mediocrity, but they paired together like a husband and wife married for 80 years. And this draft feels like another step towards mediocrity. And obviously, I'm only going on my rant because all the time I can get in between Coach Buckley coming on, who I'm so excited to talk to. But there's a reason why the Eagles are in the Super Bowl. There's a reason why the Chiefs are constantly in the Super Bowl. Look at what they did last draft, right? When they traded for Tyreek Hill, not only did they get an accumulation of a ton of picks, they hit on like 80% of them. Eagles have hit on 80% of them. You know how many picks the Chargers have hit on after day one? Like 3 total since Tom Telesco has been there. I think it's Keenan Allen again. Actually, no, it's just Keenan Allen. So it's again, I just maybe it's time for a change. I don't know. I just don't like the fact that there's so many better players, and you went with the dude that was a 4th-round pick in the USFL.
I think you guys have done all right. You've got a pretty good team. I mean, listen, Mike Williams was a great draft pick for you guys. You want to look on the defensive side of the ball. Listen, you got one of the Bosa's, right? Think about that. Also behind him is a Golden Domer that's played very well for you guys, and Drew Tranquil. So you've got a lot of good draft picks. You had a corner there, but you got rid of him because it became a little too pricey. That's the nature of the NFL. So you've gotten guys there. It just hasn't all come together.
I agree. But here's the issue, though, that I have, is that Drew Tranquil played his rookie contract and is now with the Chiefs. Mike Williams is a first-round pick. Top 7 pick. Joey Bosa is a 3rd overall pick. If you look at the stars on this team, there's not many stars besides Keenan Allen that are outside the first round or that the Chargers acquired in the draft. They're either high quality free agents acquired through trade, or their first rounders. And as we all know, championship teams are built on day 2 and day 3. And for 10 years, you know what Tom Telesco's been building on day 2 and day 3? Dudes that are out the league in like 3.5 years. I get you can't hit on every one, but when you look back at his drafting history, it is abysmal at best and dog doo-doo at worst. And I feel like this year I was hoping that there would be a tremendous change to the philosophy, considering of what we saw last year and what Brandon Staley is building in his quote-unquote culture. But it seems like the same old, and the same old means that the Chiefs are going to win the AFC West again. And maybe I'm being too emotional right now, too irrational. It hurts. I'm not gonna lie. It physically hurts. Like Chargers drafting when I had appendicitis. Like that's how much it physically hurts. And I'm dumbstruck at how poor this, Chargers drafting situation has been. And again, I'm just one guy, one opinion, and I could be very wrong. And I hope I'm wrong. But if I'm right, that means we suck again, and I can't have it.
I'm offering it for you because you're really emotional.
I'm gonna need that. I'm gonna need that in powder blue. I'm gonna need that in yellow. I'm gonna need that in like 3 different colors. Listen, I got a couple suits that I need to pair with that. Like you don't understand. Send me a whole bunch because the tears have been flowing since I was 7 years old, and they just haven't stopped since. Every year, every single year, something happens again. All right. Have you ever had Jerry Tillery on your roster? You know what Jerry Tillery? Yeah. You can put me at D tackle and it will be the same result.
We got another quarterback off the board, guys.
Yeah,
Clayton Tune is
Arizona.
A quick question: did somebody finally take Keyshawn Boutte?
No.
He's still on the board.
Are you serious?
Sorry. I didn't mean to trigger Brock again. I'm so sorry.
Listen, no, I deserve it. I deserve it because I made a lot of fun of the Steelers last year for selecting Kenny Pickett over Jermaine Johnson II. So I deserve everything that's happening to me. And I'm mature enough. We talk about immaturity versus a bad dude. I am mature enough to realize that for all of the stuff that I say, I deserve everything that's happening to me. And right now, I'm just going to sit here and take it, knowing that another year of mediocrity is ahead of me. And one more year of Justin Herbert will be wasted. I love the fact that let's sign him to the max extension and then try to build a championship roster because that's how you do it.
All right. So
I need therapy.
That group of QBs we talked about, Bill, coming into day 3 is coming off the board. Like I said, we expect Jaron Hall at some point to get his name called. Dorian Thompson-Robinson. We've now seen Clayton Tune come off the board. I'm thinking of anybody else in that group that we talked about. Matt Duggan is the only other one.
I don't think he's getting selected unless somebody. I'm only half joking. Wants to try him at a different position. You've seen him throw live, right, Jeff?
Yeah.
How long did it take you to recover?
Man.
Listen, what I believe that he's an elite thrower to football is one thing, but when you bring a guy in for a 30 visit, you obviously believe he's good enough to throw in the league. So there were teams that brought him in for 30 visits. I think he's on their board somewhere. That's the problem that I have with it. If you don't believe he's that good, then you don't bring him in for a 30 visit. They believe he's that good. So that's the problem I have with it. Now, listen, there are other guys I'd rather if I don't believe he's that good, and I know I can get him after the draft. I'm not wasting a 30 visit on it, and that's how I would run a draft room. I'm not running their draft room, so I get to have whatever say I want. There's no repercussions behind it other than the fact that may get canned, but but for the most part,
another one.
Yeah. I'm looking to see who's picked.
Dorian Thompson-Robinson.
There we go.
Yeah.
Hey,
All right.
Yeah. Yep. So
Okay. I like
So,
it. Great
the
fit.
run on,
the
the run on quarterbacks has begun. Yeah.
They both have upside. There's stuff to work with there. That person could become something. So yeah, those are fun guys to take. And it's
So I think we skipped Tanner McKee. I think that's another one that people like as well.
there's a reason that we skipped him.
Yeah, and shout out to a good friend of mine, Greg Rector, Grace Cowboys, who has been blowing up my DMs of look at McKee's film with Michael Wilson on the field. Look at his film with Michael Wilson on the field. Well, I looked at it, and there's a reason why he's still not drafted. I mean, I'll take McKee over Duggan, but that's not. Also, that doesn't mean anything either. In the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, listen. These guys because there's a run. There's opportunity for other guys now to come up the board. So when teams that are looking to bring in a quarterback later on. So I think of these guys, we talked about it being spaced out. Well, the spacing out happened yesterday between the guys that were top of the board, and now we're getting to that meat of the board, that big clump of quarterbacks that everybody's looking at on the board going, we're in this round, we got value on him, let's take him. He's a potential backup for us, possibly a bridge starter in the future if we have to move on to somebody else. So I think that's where you're at with some of these guys. Like I said, because these guys are going in such a run right now, it does make it to the point where somebody who has Duggan with a draftable grade in the next couple of rounds is going to take him. It makes it to the point where Jaron Hall, McKee, I'm looking at the rest of the list. We've seen O'Connell go off. I thought he'd have gone a little bit later than some of these guys, but he's going off with them. But we talked about some of these guys. John, other than the group that we've talked about, who do you think gets their name called? Because me and Bill talked about it before. Who do you think outside of that group that we've just mentioned in Tyson Bagent, Tyson Bagent, other than that group, who do you think goes off the board possibly today?
Well, there has been some rumors here late in the class of another D2 guy coming up, and it's Corey Curtis.
Yes.
I mean, he went through an 84-yard ball at his pro day at Duquesne. I mean, he's fixed up his footwork a little bit. Everybody's been kind of trying to get a gauge for that. He went to at the Duquesne pro day, runs his 10-minute script, and ends up working out 15 minutes extra because 4 teams come down and want to work with him all of a sudden. And I think the really interesting thing here too is all these teams we're seeing take quarterbacks have full quarterback rooms. There are still 6-7 teams on the board right now that have 2 quarterbacks in that room, and one of them took one quarterback already, the Rams. So I think that's something to kind of keep an eye on, is these other lower names that we just haven't talked about the entire process. We see them every year come up. I mean, Iowa quarterback a couple of years ago came out of nowhere, right, and got drafted in the 7th round. Petrus, right? Was that who it was? No, it wasn't.
Petrus.
No, it was Petrus. Okay.
Yeah.
But that's the thing, is it's like you see guys come up in this point. There's a good group of them that's still there, that potentially come up. So.
Yeah, we were mentioning. We said we didn't think Malik Cunningham gets his name called. We think he's a PFA that gets picked up. We think Sean Clifford's a guy that goes PFA. Tanner Morgan's a guy we think that's going to be PFA. Holton Ahlers is going to be a guy we think is going to be PFA. I know that we mentioned Tim Demarat from Fordham is one of those guys that goes PFA. Todd Centineo was one of Bill's guys. We think it's going to be, we've had a bunch of these guys that you look at late, you go, maybe they get pushed up by a run. I'm starting to see a point where, okay, if it's not a guy that they looked at a Power 5, they thought they don't want to fight over after the draft with another team, they pick him in the 7th just to get him off the board so they don't have to negotiate with him. That makes sense. But for the most part, I think this run is going to be the heart of the quarterback run. And then after that, it's back to things like running back, receiver, DB. We've seen cornerbacks flying off the board the past 2 days. So you're getting really deep in your cornerback board. If you look going through the cornerback position, you're going real deep into that.
And here's another thing to point out too. Here are the teams that have 2 quarterbacks on their roster as of this current moment: the Bengals, the Steelers, the Chargers, the Giants, Packers, Vikings, Buccaneers, Rams, and Seahawks. That's a lot of teams with just 2 quarterbacks on their roster. That's a lot.
Now
we're gonna select Max Duggan, aren't we?
Oh yeah, we're probably looking at Duggan get drafted. Yeah, I would say so.
Now, some of those guys will come from things like the XFL and USFL.
Yeah. Shout out Jalen McClendon, by the way. Just want to plug him from the Vegas Vipers. He should get his NFL opportunity. I know we're gonna talk XFL a little bit as well, but
guys like Kyle Glover
in a little bit, we're gonna talk it right now.
Let's do it
in the green room. It's Coach Terrell Buckley. Coach Buck, how are you?
Yeah, Buck. We're not here.
Well, I'm sure he's dropping gems. He just needs to unmute, or we need to unmute him or something.
I can't hear you, Coach. Can you?
There we go. Oh, he was off mute. And he went back. Yeah, he was off for a second. He went back on.
We're not getting any volume out of you for some reason.
Yeah, I believe if he goes to settings and it hits audio, there's gonna be a couple of things he can press that might be able to get him. You can hear him.
No, it's still not getting you.
Yeah, if you go into settings and check your audio source.
Well, he's on the phone, so it's probably a little less. We'll work with him on that.
You might want to ask him if he's connected to his car, because if he has Bluetooth connected to his car.
There you go. There you go. Yeah, I bet that's it.
Yeah, Coach, you may have to take your Bluetooth off. So he's going to dial back in.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah. All right. So, I think we're going to see. Listen, a lot of these guys are going. And we're going to talk to them about that. Are going to end up USFL, XFL, and we're going to be excited to. Coach. No, we're still getting nothing out of you. Are you connected to your Bluetooth? It may be the CarPlay thing is muting you.
No, I see the mute on. Like the mute's on. I can see it on. Now he's off. Well, no, it's still not. Okay. Got excited for a second.
I'm very excited for this guest. I can't wait to get his insight. We just need to get his audio rolling.
We're going to work on that some more.
Yeah.
Well, since we just had a terrific corner on, I'm going to give you my best available corner still left on the board.
We're getting pretty deep in that board, aren't we? We're really wearing it out.
This is where the Bill Carroll gems come out.
Yeah. I mean, that's why I spend sleepless nights pouring through. Sometimes, literally, there's an old term, mammy-made. Sometimes on some of the prospects, literally, it's like their mom shot it, the tape. But hey, I'll take what I can get.
Listen, I'm going to tell you, I promised Christy, one of our writers with Team NBS, that I was going to put my grainy 1990s highlight, a little snippet of it, on today. So you'll see it and when we get to round 7. As a treat for everybody that stayed with us for 3 days, you get to see like about a minute and a half of my grainy highlights from the 90s. But nevertheless, I made the promise because she was like, "We want to see it." You get to see a skinny me running around on the football field for about a minute and a half. It looks bigger because back then our shoulder pads were bigger, so we didn't really with the little small shoulder pads that these guys got now. So when I was coaching and we would look at film back then, right? You just scout your opponents. Well, most of the cameras that you're seeing, like we get all this stuff from the college kids now, and they've got all 22 footage. They've got these great HD cameras where you can see everything. Back then, we were on VHS and all that stuff. So you got camera footage from angles that was virtually on the sideline. Okay, so scouting video for opponents back then, back to the fact that it was VHS was bad enough, but the fact that we were getting the worst angles known to man, how we got game plans together off that grainy, low angle footage was the worst. But Coach,
can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, we hear you.
Yes, finally.
Big time players make big time plays at big times.
There you right. That's right. That's how.
So
that's
I'm
the
gonna
motto you live by.
I'm gonna intro you properly, Coach. We got from a first-round pick of the Green Bay Packers, NFL veteran, head coach of the Orlando Guardians. We have Terrell Buckley on the show. Terrell, Coach Buck, great to have you on. We've spoken recently because I got to cover you guys this year.
Yes. Hey, thank you guys for having me, man. It's an honor to be on here to speak, talk a little ball with you guys. I'm very, very excited about it. I'm also excited about being the head coach of the XFL Orlando Guardians. This should be a great game tonight and tomorrow.
So you have been the patron saint for short corners like myself. So for those guys that were under the 6 foot mark, that everybody looked at us and goes, yeah, I must say your career has been exceptional. You were a first round pick of the Packers. Tell us about your draft experience when you were going through this process.
Oh man, it was awesome. All the hard work and that comes to a head, which is the NFL draft. But also having a mindset that's the end of one chapter and the beginning of another chapter is kind of what my mindset was. And keep in mind, like this Alabama thing is nothing new. We was doing that at Florida State. So we had a lot of guys getting drafted, a lot of guys to look up to and to follow, and a lot of expectations to meet. So it was very, very exciting for me and my family and my teammates, and we celebrated accordingly.
So, Coach, you've been in Orlando for a year now as the head coach, going into year 2. We kind of talked about it, but we'll talk about it for everybody else today. What is the outlook for you guys going forward this year as far as what are you guys trying to do that's different from year 1?
It's going to be a lot of difference. The first year we learned a lot. We had a lot of ups, a lot of downs, some ups, I should say. We're going to make some changes, rosters, even some coaching changes, because now I understand what it takes to win in this league, which is talent, and making the big plays at the right time, like we alluded to earlier. Big time players make big time plays at big time moments, and we didn't have any of that last year. So we're going to get some big time players to make some big time plays when we need it.
I'm going to open it up to questions for everybody because I can't monopolize time. I talk to you all the time, Coach. So
yes.
So Coach, we bumped elbows at the 2019 Music City Bowl, I believe, when you were at Mississippi State.
Okay.
I've met you. I met Mark Gorsak that day. There's a bunch of people that were all there hanging out. So, you've had a lot of experience, obviously, coaching corners and all that. Well, who's the number one guy that you've ever coached that you can kind of look at and say that this man right here is successful for whatever that reason is?
Man, I have a few guys. I would say, top of my head, Xavier Rose is one that come to my mind that did it the right way, took care of business on and off the field, along with Tony Carter. Tony Carter is another young man that did it the right way. I've had a few guys and a couple that are building that way, which is Jair Alexander, probably the top corner in the NFL today. So I know you said one, but it's hard because I've had so many that's done a great job.
Brock, I know you had something for me.
Yeah,
that's what I was waiting
kind of
for.
starstruck in the moment, so I had to take a second to compose myself. But Coach, obviously,
Brock's frozen.
Brock
He was a
froze
little
on
too
you.
excited.
all right, there we go. All right, Coach. Obviously, you're a proud Seminole, first round pick. Obviously, a member of Florida State, which has been referred to as DBU for quite a long time. However, I believe Asante Samuel Jr. is the highest selected DB out of Florida State since Derwin James. Please correct me if I'm wrong. While we've seen other schools try and adopt that moniker, what do you believe it will take for Florida State to reclaim that name and make sure that they are the undisputed DBU?
Recruit, get the players in there. I want to say they have a young man up there right now that I know, Jarian Jones, that could change that narrative next year. Could be one of those guys. So when you have talented players and you put them in the right position to make plays, and they have the ability to do it, then they can showcase their skill set. And I think Jarian Jones is going to be one of them guys that you're going to hear about next year from Florida State.
Absolutely. And Coach, while you were at assistant at Ole Miss, you've seen a tremendous amount of talented wide receivers come through that program. Obviously, this year, Jonathan Mingo continues on that tradition. That guy was having projections up to even the first round. Can you talk about him and what you saw from him in practice and how successful you think he will be in the NFL?
Mingo is what you want. He is big, fast, and he plays hard all the time. The type of young man, that's what you get from Mississippi kids too. Hungry, wants it, understands it, highly intelligent. Carolina Panthers got to steal. I really don't understand what the other teams in the first round was looking at when they was drafting receivers and didn't have Jonathan Mingo on their list or drafting him. 6'2.5", 215, strong, plays hard. I mean, does everything you want him to do. And not to have him on your team, draft him in the first round, I think it's a shame.
Well, Coach speaking of, I'm sorry. I just want to throw this out there before you ask your question. So while you're on the call, it just so happens the Florida State DB just went off the board. Jamie Robinson just goes off the board. Carolina.
That's good. I'm happy for Jamie. He's a tough young man, and I think he's going to do a great job.
Go ahead, John.
So you're also the general manager this year for Orlando, correct? Not just the head coach. You're also the general manager.
Yes, we had a DPP, so it was mixed. Myself and Larry Lee. Yes.
So from a coaching standpoint, what was the difference becoming a general, kind of, stepping into that side of things and looking at it from a personnel, and how are you able to kind of blend those two roles together?
I think the biggest difference is you're not just looking at your position and defensively. You have to look at holistically the bigger picture, the whole team. Where does that fit? So you give you an example. On game day, we have to put 6 guys down, make them inactive. And so you're looking at, and it's like, okay, can we get away with 6 linemen? We're playing, let's say, the Houston Roughnecks. We need an extra DB. Or we're playing a running team where we don't need that extra DB. We might need an extra D lineman. So just looking at the bigger picture of what is needed from a team perspective, just like special teams. We had to create a core group of special team guys because we struggled early in the year of trying to mix and match things. A learning experience. And for young people, remember this: you cannot learn, you cannot grow unless you actually are involved, unless you actually are in charge. So don't let anybody say, "Oh, it was so tough and it didn't go the way that you wanted to." It doesn't always go that way. As long as you're learning something from it and you implement new stuff, then it's good.
Coach,
Indeed. Go ahead.
Well, this year we're seeing some guys that have played in college for 5 to 6 years, and part of that was because of the COVID year that allowed people to come back without burning up a year of eligibility. Being that you had an inside look into the state of college football during the COVID season, how do you think that's going to affect the development of draft prospects here and the development as a pro going forward?
Well, they're about to run out on the COVID thing. We had a couple guys, 5th year, 6th year seniors, that I felt like it was very good for them because the reality was this is your last year. You finish school. What are you going to do now if you don't make ball? I mean, it's staring you right in the face. So my experience with the COVID guys was very positive because we got something out of it, not just on the field, but off the field. Somebody horn going off.
So, Coach, you know, one of the reasons I was happy to get you on is because, you know, this is a good chance for you to sneak a peek and get some early scouting in for your draft in a few months, you know, especially with some of these guys that are on today. So who do you think that's available today that might be hanging around when it's time for your draft that could help you guys out for next year?
I don't know. I actually started, and you're absolutely right that this is different than last year where we're starting to scout. I have a list of 6 and 7 round draft pick guys. I have a gathering a list from last year. So we're looking at everybody possible that could be on the borderline or the bubble for the NFL. This is very exciting for us, and hopefully we can sign some of the young men within the next month or two.
Perfect.
Coach, as we look at the XFL, we're seeing that some of the top stars weren't necessarily the quote-unquote big names entering the draft last year. Is that going to impact your draft philosophy going forward? And how, now that you're going to your second year, how are you going to evolve your drafting process?
It's going to affect it tremendously last year to this year. Keep in mind, we didn't have anybody on the team. So we had to draft from scratch. I think the biggest thing that I've learned this year, too, one of them, you got to draft some guys from winning programs, winning attitude, winning pedigree. That's going to be our focus. You know, the UFC, the Florida States, the Miami, the Florida, I mean, guys that are used to winning, we want them on the team.
Absolutely. Coach, I want to go back to your time as a player and obviously your personal NFL draft preparation and process. Back in the day, there was reports coming out that when you would go for your player interviews, teams would ask some very uncomfortable questions. Do you have any stories that you can say of teams asking you something you were made uncomfortable with or something that offended you in that process?
No, I can say I did, because whatever they asked, I had an answer for it. So it really didn't bother me. If they went sideways, I go sideways. So we'll go sideways together. So it really didn't matter to me.
So, Coach, one of the things that I've always looked at with corners, right? And obviously, I think it's very clear. Looking at me, I couldn't play corner at a high level. But I think that the one thing I always look at with corners is reactive athleticism. And I think that that's probably the number one thing. It trumps your 40 times speed. It trumps all of that. And sometimes I see with some of these taller guys, they're 6'2", 6'3", 6'4", they struggle to be reactive enough. Just getting their body down low enough and breaking and reacting to the route that the receiver's running. So do you think that's an issue in man coverage sometimes with cornerbacks in the professional level? And are guys that are similar to your style of how you played, is that an advantage that you guys sort of have?
I think it's one of those things that you look, and you're absolutely right. I call it anticipation. Everybody, it's reactive, but it's anticipation and study, knowledge of the game that allows you to make plays. I think the best playmaker who I recruited, I throw that plug in, Emmanuel Ford from this year's draft. Could have been the number one corner. I don't understand, why would you not draft a young man that has 14 picks, 16 touchdowns, and playing in the best conference in the country? Why would he be the number one pick? And he's a playmaker. And the NFL is a playmaking business. I never understand that, some of the thought process. But you're right. The bigger guys, you have some big guys that can go do that, like Patrick Surtain, bloodline. Mm-hmm. Then you have guys like myself, Darryl Green, that can go make them plays. Ty Law. So I think it depends on what the tape says and who that young man is. And I don't I don't like it when they just say he's 6'1", 6'2", he's a playmaker, but his tape doesn't say that. That I have a problem with that. A lot of teams do that. They just make guys playmakers because they're big and they don't have any anticipation, and they're always going to be a step late.
And I'm glad that you brought that up about Emmanuel, Coach, because that was the one thing that popped on tape. Every time you watch it, his positioning, the way that he just anticipation is a much better word than I had for it. He's always in position. He's always feeling what that route's going to do. He's always in the right spot. And I agree with you, Coach. I was so happy to see him go first round. And I know there were a couple guys, or I guess there's one guy that went ahead of him at that position. But
I want to say it was two. Yes.
Right. Yeah, it
but
might have
some
been
guys, with Forbes, and here's the other thing too you got to look at. If you go back and look at Emmanuel Forbes from high school, he was doing the same thing. Played basketball, he played a little baseball, and some guys are just playmakers. I know my thing, and I tell them I didn't make plays. I am a playmaker. There's a big difference between a guy that makes plays and a guy that's a playmaker.
So is there some sort of a mentality that kind of that you look for in cornerbacks, perhaps, then?
Absolutely. You got to show me on tape that you're a consistent playmaker, that you will compete, that you will study, you will make the improvements. But the big thing is going back and look year after year, are you producing? Are you making plays? And I think that's overlooked in the NFL draft a lot.
Coach,
Indeed.
I believe it was your fellow XFL kind of compatriot, Rod Woodson, who one time said that a lot of DBs play not to get beat instead of, playing as a playmaker. During your time as obviously a coach at both the college and now the pro level, is there something that you see in a player that in your mind differentiates a guy that's playing scared to a guy that's playing to make a play?
Absolutely. And Mr. HOF, which I call Rod Woodson, is absolutely right. That guys that constantly make plays, they're consistent in their study habits, their preparation, and they turn it loose on the field. You cannot, we had an old saying, scared money can't make money.
Mm-hmm.
Alluding to what you just talking about or what you just said. You out there not to get beat, or you out there to make them feel you, make them study you on the tape and say, I have to know where Mr. HOF is at, Emmanuel Forbes or Jair Alexander. Those are playmakers.
Yeah. Yeah.
Coach, when you were drafted to the Green Bay Packers, you were coming to an organization that just hired a first-time head coach in Mike Holmgren. A lot of these players are going to experience the same, and as with anybody doing it as a first-time head coach, as you can attest to, there will be some growing pains. Do you have any advice to any players that are coming into an organization or situation in which they do have a first-time head coach?
Yes. Remember while you're there, remember you're a football player. You're not a DB. You're not a lot. You are a football player first. Be light on your feet. Be ready to adjust. This is not college. This is not your college coach. You're getting paid. You get a check every 2 weeks. Put your head down and do your job.
Coach, obviously this DB class is filled with dudes entering the NFL. Obviously, we had a run of them in this round, but obviously the first round as well. They will all experience their welcome to the NFL moment. Can you speak briefly about what was yours when you came into the league?
Oh man, I would say mine was getting kneed in the head by Roger Craig. We was playing up in Minnesota. I'm going up to tackle, and he kneed me in the head, and I saw stars. I was like, oh my gosh, that never happened to me. A running back kneeing you in the head, running like that, and kept going. That was my welcome to the NFL, rookie.
Yeah.
And Craig was the guy to do that because those knees came high. He was like a drum major in an HBCU band. Those knees came up to his chest.
They were sharp too. They were sharp. And I would say my other one was getting poked in the eyes on purpose by Barry Sanders. So I've had 2 of those. I saw Barry last year, and I reminded him, "Hey Barry, you poked me in the eyes, man. I'm gonna poke you back."
Look, we get a last question for Coach.
Yes. So in cornerback evaluation, people always start with speed, and I get it. I mean, it's a position where if you don't have a certain level of speed, you're going to be a bit of a hindrance. But there's other elements, and John sort of alluded to some of them. I think poise and balance are wildly underestimated when people talk about the separation between okay corners, good corners, and great corners. When you're evaluating the position where you excelled, what are the things that you think are most important and maybe not quite as important when you're trying to figure out if this person can play at a high level?
Most important, does he make plays? Is he a consistent playmaker? And that means all the stuff you just talked about, the poise and the balance, that's encompassing that. That's part of it. And then the speed. And how, as a coach, I always look at his athleticism with my knowledge of football and teaching ability. Where can I take him? Can I take him and make him twice the player he is now? Which means, again, size is like that's at the bottom of my list. You can't measure heart. And then are they competitive, which means their heart rate. I remember recruiting Bloodline, Patrick Surtain, the second. I was to tell his dad, he's a first rounder right now. That ain't no because of you, just genetically. What I can do for him is make him a Hall of Famer. Okay. And that's how I look at it. And obviously he went to Alabama and got coached up. I see that his dad was still coaching. Coach Saban did a very good job. And I think I was gonna help him be a Hall of Famer, but he was on the path already. You talk about somebody that has a skill set, the speed, the balance, the instincts, the work. He would work to get better. Understanding the game of football and what does it mean to be a football player is all those things that I look for.
Thank you, Coach.
Well, Coach, listen, it was great talking to you, man. It's going to feel like the desert not speaking to you for a while. Now that you're in off season.
I'm available. Whenever you need to chit chat, just let me know.
All right. Well, listen, I'm going to take you up on it. You don't ever threaten me with a good time. You know that.
Yeah. Well, I'm available. And I like a good time. I like to take ball. For us, it never stops. We're going to be building this team, building the staff right, the Orlando Guards, and we will be in the playoff next year.
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay. I'm gonna enjoy covering it.
There you go. Thank you.
And I don't mean just for the free pizza.
Dang, y'all getting pizza in Orlando? Jeez, Vegas got to its game. Dang.
You in the wrong city, Brock.
I'm in the wrong city.
Vegas. You're in the wrong city. This is Coach Terrell Buckley. Thanks, Coach, for joining us and taking the time to come on. Good luck this offseason.
Great.
I will be in touch. Once again, this is the patron saint for us short corners. You, Aaron, Glenn, the whole crew, Ray Mickens. I ain't forget about Mickens. Mickens is still one of my guys.
Yes.
So, yeah. all of us 5'10" and under guys.
Dre Blythe.
Dre Blythe.
Don't forget about the old man, Darryl Green.
Yes, well, Darryl Green was special. I couldn't think of running with Darryl Green, so no. I don't even think of Darryl Green when it comes to height anymore because he ran down so many guys, man.
Yes.
440, Mr. Darryl Green.
Hey, well, anytime, guys. Thank y'all for so much, man. Y'all keep up the great work. I enjoy myself, and I talk to you guys. Have a great day. Rest of the day.
You too, Coach. Enjoy the time.
All right.
So we're going to take a quick break. Everybody get a little bit of libation. We come back, we're going to recap some more picks. And like I said, for you folks hanging around, we got more people coming up. more writers from NBS coming on to recap their teams. Not to mention, if you really are really hanging around to round 7, you get to see my low definition highlights of when I could actually run and had knees, folks. So for those that don't believe, Jeff actually played a little bit of football. Yes, I did play some ball. So all right, so hang tight, everybody. We'll be right back with more.
Streetwear is not dead. The next wave in black fashion comes out the Bronx, New York. RichKid Clothing, picking up where FUBU, Rockaware, and Carl Kanai left off. RichKid is for the next generation of Get Fly fashion heads.
What's good, my beautiful people? This is Mello Williams with Team NBS Media and your host of the press conference. Make sure you catch me each and every week with a new episode of the press conference. Each week, I sit down with different guests where we discuss sports, culture, and current events. Make sure you follow me on all social media @_Mello Williams to stay current with what I got going on with Team NBS Media. And make sure you follow Team NBS Media as well @Team NBS Media at all social media sites.
In 2006, we founded Yeti Coolers with a simple mission: build a cooler we use every day if it existed. One that was built for the serious outdoor enthusiasts rather than for mass discount retailers. One that could take the abuse we knew we'd put it through, out in the field and on the water. One that simply wouldn't break. We decided early on that production innovation would come from necessity and first-hand experience, not from market research and data analysis. Today, Yeti products perform when it matters most. Whether that be an excursion into the remote Alaskan wilderness, chasing redfish on the Gold Coast, or just getting together with friends in the backyard, we make gear that helps you stay out longer, travel farther, and live harder. #built for the wild.
Oh no, this is a fullback. That's wrong. No, you're not moving to fullback.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
Fullback. No. There's Rand Coughlin. Hey, Rand. Oh, there's Noah Sewell.
Wait, Sean Clifford got drafted?
Yeah.
Are you serious?
The quarterback of the future is entering the building in Green Bay.
Oh my God.
Did they only watch the Rose Bowl? Like put on any tape of him against a Big Ten defense, and you'll see why. He's a 5th round selection. That's ridiculous. Bro, GMs have lost their minds. Well, Chargers are up. You know this is gonna be bad.
Well, there's a Tanner McKee highlight getting sacked, of course.
Team NBS Media's coverage of the 2023 NFL Draft is brought to you by RichKid Clothing.
Here we go. Uh-oh.
Jeff,
There we go. Yes.
So we'd like to thank Coach Buck and the Guardians. So Yazir Abdullah from Louisville goes to Jacksonville. KJ Henry from Clemson goes to the Commanders. Darius Rush to the Colts. Clayton Tune to the Cards. Dorian Thompson-Robinson to the Browns. Jaquelin Roy, and not the Key and Peele skit Jaquelin, goes to the Vikings. Cameron Mitchell to the Browns. Israel Abanikanda to the Jets. Okay. I got it right, Bill. I got it right.
You're okay. You're okay.
Antonio Mafi goes to the Pats. We talked about Sammy Robinson when Coach Buck was on. Jordan Howden to Minnesota. Josh Wow, one of my favorite tight end H-back.
But they listed him at fullback, which scares me a little bit.
Well, yeah, he's going to be an H-back, really. They don't use a fullback like we think of a fullback. He's not going to be getting fullback.
That's why it worried me, but they put fullback.
He ain't A-Train. He ain't Mike Allstott. No.
But he can lead through a hole. He's just not going to be getting any fullback dives anytime soon.
Yeah.
Noah Sewell to the Bears.
Yep.
How about this? Sean Clifford to the Packers. Justin Shorter.
They have their QB of the future now.
You know, it's the most Green Bay move because their entire front office is just who are guys that are mediocre from, the northern part of the country, and let's go get them.
Mike Morris to the Seahawks, Justin Shorter to the Bills, Colby Sarsdale, William and Mary. Here we are in the fifth. Going to the Lions.
If you're looking for a developmental guy who can someday be a starter at the tackle position, Sorswell is one of them. Nicely done.
Yep.
Listen,
he might be a swing tackle right away.
Yep.
As massive a human being as he is, I'm pretty sure he still gets carded at bars. He looks like he's 14 when you look at his face. Yeah. When he has no facial hair. When he has facial hair, you can see he's a 20-something-year-old guy. But yeah, when he has no facial hair, he looks like he's like 15 years old. He looks like one of my linemen at the high school. Servassier Dennis goes
first
to
team all name.
And I got that on the first try, by the way. So goes to the Bucks. Olu Oluwatimi. We talked about him a lot, especially seeing
Oluwatimi.
Yes. He goes to the Seahawks. Darrell Luter, another corner. Like I said, you're digging in deep in that cornerback board this year, folks.
He's a good player. He's a good player.
So he goes to the Niners, and with the last pick we saw, Jordan McFadden from Clemson goes to the Chargers.
Keyshawn Butte was on the board, wasn't he? Isn't he?
Oh yeah. Falling like a stone.
So the thing with Booty was, I heard this. I guess it was after his pro day. Was people weren't worried about the testing and all that. I don't think he really ever looked like he tested well on tape. He's got some character stuff. That's why he's kind of slipping.
Yes.
So,
but we're in the bad character round, so this is where usually the bad character guys go. As one scout I know used to call it the criminal round, because this is where the guys, if you weren't worried about a guy's criminal record, the fifth round and beyond are where you find them. So
exactly, I call this the Al Davis special.
Al did like the character guys, that's for sure. He definitely did.
Yeah.
If
you got a felony, that means you play with some tenacity.
I don't care if you stole a candy bar as long as you can pick off the football. I like it.
Exactly. If he can pick a wallet off a person, he can pick a football off a quarterback.
There you go. Oh yes. Shout out.
So. Yeah, they're highlighting the Eagles picks, which I think have been amazing. Like I said,
Eagles are gonna get Keyshawn Butte. I can feel it.
No, he didn't play at Georgia. They'll pass.
I mean, hey, the way he was performing in the SEC championship game, I don't know.
So Clifford goes off the board before. Yeah.
That's
before
ridiculous.
almost everybody. Yeah, that's pretty nuts.
Gentlemen, I have said this phrase for a long time, and I think one thing that holds Green Bay back is the fact they don't have an owner, and thus they don't have a person that can fire people on the spot, and that's why Green Bay's front office has been filled with mediocrity forever. You have had 2 back-to-back Hall of Fame quarterbacks who can absolutely launch the football and also put it on target. But everyone wants to talk about being the next Patrick Mahomes. Well, look at Brett Favre's tape from his younger days. He was doing very Patrick Mahomes-esque things. Yeah, he would throw the critical interception at times, but to have only 1 Super Bowl with him and 1 Super Bowl with Aaron Rodgers is a complete disaster. And not have a first-round receiver like since this year, like before this year, is like very not even this year. To not have first round wide receiver in what feels like forever is ridiculous. If you look back at who have been the top receivers, Donald Driver, Greg Jennings, Jordan Nelson, all those guys aren't first rounders, and the fact they failed to replace Devontae Adams, for 2 years now, is a complete mismanagement. I don't know what Gutenhurst is doing or what he's cooking or what him and Matt LaFleur talk about when they go out to their fancy dinners that I can't even come remotely close to affording. But clearly they don't deserve to eat well because they have not been, feeding the Packers great receivers. And I've been very critical of the Lions. You should also Packers. These are the same thing because realistically, outside of making the playoffs, they're essentially the same franchise. They fall out of the playoffs early. They fail to win in big moments. And again, I don't understand this drafting process right now. It makes no sense. And what a surprise! Green Bay continues to fall down the board in terms of NFL talent.
I'm going to tell you one thing. I'm pretty happy with. Teams valuing the picks on yesterday and today. We're seeing a lot of trade movement. We're seeing up and down. Teams accruing picks to use them on today. There were times where you'll watch teams move up the board so much that by the time they got to this point of the draft, they're sitting there munching on ham sandwiches because they don't have any picks. They've traded them all away to move around, or they traded them away for players. So they may not have a pick till round 7. So for most of the day 3, they're sitting there like this, just watching pick after pick, eating sandwiches and waiting for their chance to really start picking players. Teams are realizing the value of day 3, and you're seeing it in the trades, you're seeing it in the movement, you're seeing it in trading players for day 3 picks. And people go, that's nothing. Well, people value these picks, and you're seeing the value in a lot of these picks. We're going, wow, this guy is still there. Whoever gets Boutte, despite the character concerns, if he turns out to be a darn good player, and you only got him in the 5th or 6th or even 7th round.
Right. Yeah. I think another thing to add to note is comp picks and how there's such a variety of ways to acquire them. I think that's also leading to this new revolution of it.
Yes.
Obviously, the Mike Ditka strategy of trading every pick for one, dude is not sufficient in any way. And something that I spoke about during the mock draft is if the Niners can sustain success, if the Rams are a playoff team this year, teams that are notorious for trading up their early round picks, will that become a newer trend in the NFL if they can continuously hit on these late round picks and get comp picks, especially for these two teams who have put minorities in positions of power in the coordinator roles? And obviously, as we know, if minorities get hired into a head coaching role, you get a comp pick for it. I think that's something that we can, that could be a trend we see as we continue this process 5, 10, 12 years from now.
A couple really good defenders off the board here. The last couple picks.
Yeah. Caillou Blue Kelly, Stanford off the board, Daniel Scott. So, the safety position didn't go early. We're starting to see it come off the board later, which is something, great value for those picks. We're really digging through the board.
And Daniel Scott is better than I think most people realize. Tested reasonably well, but what I really like is his versatility, his intellect. He's one of those guys that not only wants to, they all want to be good. Like that's not really, virtually all of them want to be good, but he's willing to make certain sacrifices, right? He's willing to do, and he also does things for the team that are not necessarily good for him. He played, a little bit of star, played even a little bit of corner, played in the slot, played on both sides, both strong and free. Did a little bit of everything in his time at Cal, and I think he's going to end up being, like I said, better than people realize.
And one of the things I want to piggyback off of that too with you is watching him one-on-one in the Senior Bowl. He had some really good man coverage reps, and that is very valuable with the safety, especially if you have the range to play on the back end. Now, if you can play man coverage, now we're talking about Greg Williams type defenses, right? One-on-one across the board, zero. Scott's got the ability to do it.
Correct. Yep.
And from a career trajectory standpoint, he doesn't have to come in and be a day one starter. He can continue to grow. He doesn't have to put wear and tear on his body. And when he will get that opportunity, because I believe that he is a great player like you guys, he's going to put himself in a great position to get that second contract. So I think landing in Indianapolis is a great fit for him as well.
And then Caillou going to Baltimore makes all the sense in the world too, because a lot of zone. Oh, that's exactly what he does really well.
Yep.
And I love that fit for him. And I mean, Baltimore does this every single year where we're sitting there. They just pick guys at this point in the draft that we're sitting there going, wow, can't believe he's still on the board. They do that. It's every year with this.
Every year.
Baltimore is such a confusing franchise because their front office is one of the best, if not the best, in the NFL since they come into the league. In the literal first draft ever, they drafted 2 Hall of Famers with the first 2 picks. They have really good head coaches, really great defenses. The one question mark I have is why do they continuously hire offensive coordinators who lack innovation, who lack the ability to elevate an offense? Obviously, we'll see if there's a change this year with Todd Monken, but outside of Lamar Jackson's MVP year, Greg Roman's offense got stale very fast. Cameron, that was just not happening. And you can look down the list of the 2 Super Bowl teams. Those offenses weren't necessarily explosive just because Joe Flacco turned it on in the playoffs. There's also a reason why they only have 2 Super Bowl rings when they honestly deserve a lot more considering all the players that they've had.
One of those
on a roster, 3 defensive players of the year.
One of those years it was Kubiak, right? And the other one it was Jim Caldwell.
That sounds right.
I think Caldwell, if you look at the history, is the best of the bunch, and I'm a big Caldwell fan, so I don't really want to take anything.
A lot of the people around the program loved having Kubiak. I think Kubiak might have only been there 1 year or maybe 2, because he got an opportunity to be a. Wait, did he get a head coach?
Did he get hired to Houston from Baltimore?
That's right. Yeah, I think that's what he got a head coaching opportunity. That's right. I know he's there a very short amount of time.
But I think Monken's got a really good shot to elevate this offense, and it's because look at what he's designed in the last couple of years.
Correct.
At Georgia, you walk in there 1 year thinking he was there with Jake Fromm was there his last year, if I'm remembering correctly. So Jake Fromm, then you walk in the next year thinking it's going to be JT Daniels. You get COVID, you have to build an offense around that, and then you come up with Stetson Bennett, and then you go win 3 national titles or 2 national titles.
Well, 2,
yeah. So there's something to be said there with taking a guy like Stetson Bennett. And granted, that defense was awesome, but that offense was explosive too, right? People kind of forget that we had a lot of fun watching this team and the points that they could put up, and they looked borderline unstoppable at times against teams that that are very solid on the defensive front themselves. So I think that Monken's going to be fine. He's going to have a lot to spice it up with this team, and they are building the personnel out to where it is going to be vicious once we see him play.
Yeah, and just to add to your point, when they won their first national championship, they played against Michigan, who had the 2nd overall pick and Aiden Hutchinson on that defense. I believe the 28th or 31st overall pick in Daxton Hill, and David Ojabo, who should have been a first rounder had he not gotten hurt in his pre-draft process.
Yep.
And they destroyed him. And another thing to be noted is that George Pickens, I believe, is his best receiver he's ever coached at Georgia. That wide receiver room is not impressive at all during his time there, and he still made a lot of magic happen. Now he's coming to a situation where he will have Odell Beckham Jr., he will have Nelson Aguilar, he will have Rashad Bateman. He's going to have weapons around him. At first, I wasn't really high on this hire, but as I've done more research and obviously listened to you guys, I think that they can, obviously with Lamar Jackson's contract situation now being a thing of the past, I think that this Ravens team is coming for blood this year. And if you look at their work against the AFC North, even though the Bengals have won the division the past 2 years, they're right there with them. And if Lamar Jackson doesn't get hurt, they probably win the division both years instead of the Bengals. So I think if you're a Ravens fan with this draft and the way they've conducted themselves this offseason, there's a lot to be excited about.
And this is kind of playing off your point there a little bit, Brock, but going back to the wide receiver room at Georgia, no, you're right. It wasn't very impressive. And that was, I think, one of my biggest concerns when I watched Christian Gonzalez. I was not nearly as high as Gonzalez as most of the consensus. It's because he's not a physical guy in coverage. I think that there's a lot of times you see him trying to avoid tackles. You see him when he's playing inside leverage. He'll surrender inside leverage to guys like Ladd McConkey. That Georgia game, I thought, told a lot about what he was capable of doing in man coverage. And, that's kind of why I think the Gonzalez pick to the Patriots, I didn't want to bring it up while Steve was here. It didn't make a lot of sense to me at all. I don't see Gonzalez fitting that team very well just because the Patriots are physical defense. And I didn't see that level of physicality from Gonzalez his entire career.
I've seen a couple of moments, especially on like wide receiver screens. I know what you mean. Like he's not a guy that does that a lot of like look and lean and bump stuff, but I've seen him like blow through the blocker on wide receiver screens and, take out the guy catching the ball. So you could say it's not consistent, but he's capable of it. He's not a guy who's not Rod Woodson, right? He's not Chris McAllister even in terms of that level of physicality. But for the game where it is now, he'll get it done, and they'll coach it up a little bit. I just think he has a chance to be truly special. His back pedal, I've got to go back, way back. I'm talking about 70s, the guys, that height with that cleanliness in his technique and his back pedal. His head didn't move once through the whole damn combine, right? He was like so smooth at 6'1" and 3/8 and 197 pounds to be able to move and dip, change direction like he can. He has a chance to be amazing. Now, they may have to adapt certain things or coach him slightly differently. They've coached some of their corners, but he's talented, frankly, more than anybody they've had, probably including Gilmore. Certainly at that level of Gilmore, if not above him. So I think he'll probably end up working out. And he does want it. Like that's, I talked to him, you talked to him. He's not some guy who's not going to work, right? I think that was there some business decisions made? I would say yes. There's times he made business decisions. So did, a couple of guys who worked out okay at corner in the history of the NFL, made some business decisions and ended up being in the Hall of Fame. So I think they'll coach him up to be a little more, especially like in run support. I saw him occasionally blow people up. Look at the Colorado game, right? If you want to see how physical he can be, maybe it's because of his old team. But he was rocking people when he played against Colorado.
Yeah, I didn't think his positioning. Like when we talked about Forbes, when we had Coach on here talking about Forbes, like that guy, he's always in the right spot. And didn't Gonzalez went after him, didn't he?
Gonzalez went
right after, yeah.
Right after.
Yeah, so it was just one guy that was drafted before Forbes, right?
Witherspoon was the only one taken.
Witherspoon.
Yeah, because Gonzalez was right after him.
Right after him, right?
Yeah. So it was just Witherspoon, but when I saw him come off the board, I was just like, thank God, because that is a guy that I thought in this class and probably the last couple classes that I've seen, so well positioned at all times. Yeah. And I loved his physicality too. I thought he was a good tackler.
Right.
Especially
at 166 or 170, whatever. He's not afraid to throw his body in there. He can occasionally get not once again, trucked or knocked around, but he's not afraid.
Yeah, it was literally that order. It was Witherspoon, it was Emmanuel Forbes, and then it was Gonzalez, and then later on in the first round it was Banks. So yeah, four corners did go, not in the order that many people had them ranked in. I know that wasn't the order I had. I was high on Emmanuel Forbes. As a matter of fact, I know a certain person that was trying to be his agent before Rock Nation jumped in, is crying right now at home because that was first round money. Now, especially when he went there. So he's sitting on. I haven't texted him because I know he's heartbroken. You know, it's a family member at that. Believe it or not. So yeah, so, yeah. I know people. When you talk about people in the sports world being very, very small, that connection right there, right, is one of those stories. My one of my older sisters was married, so her ex-husband is down here in Florida, and we hadn't spoken in years. We hadn't seen each other in years. My nephew gets married. The next week is the shrine. I'm standing on the sideline at the shrine, and all of a sudden I see this dude walking at me, and I'm like, why do I know that face? It's my ex-brother-in-law. So that's how we found out we're both in the sports industry. Is all of a sudden we're at the shrine and bump into each other a week after my nephew got married. So he's feeling in pain because he wanted Forbes. He was talking to him, and Rock Nation jumped in front of him. So
hey, we got another quarterback off the board here, Jeff. Jaron Hall just went to the Minnesota Vikings.
Yep. We were expecting in this group that Jaron Hall would be one of those quarterbacks that comes off. And like I said, Sean Clifford was a guy that I said if he does go, it's going to be before it's over. I didn't think he would be in this group, but Green Bay felt differently. Green Bay said, "No, we like Sean Clifford."
Yeah.
You know,
Green Bay has such cold weather; it freezes the brain, so that they make decisions like, "Let's get the dude who was incredibly average his entire career, a fifth-round pick, just because he beat out Will Levis for a starting team." Like, if you look at Sean Clifford's career, that Bill has mentioned many times on our show, College Football Forecast, it's a roller coaster. It's the highest of highs, the lowest of lows, and it all ends with him getting pick six, most likely by a defensive lineman with a Polynesian last name. And then I don't know what the Vikings saw in Jared Hall's post BYU draft process, but from what I saw, I was like, well, what I saw at BYU was a dude that's not going to be effective in the NFL. But what I saw in his post-draft process was a dude who's definitely not going to be effective in the NFL. And you can get starters in the NFL in the fifth round. You can get major special teams contributors in the fifth round. You can get incredible amounts of talent in the fifth round, just like how the Bengals just picked up Bill's and mine's All-American Chase Brown. Yeah, right. Doesn't that make you feel great?
The other twin, yes.
So, exactly. So you can pick up a guy like that in the fifth round, but to me, you're kind of throwing away
Sidney Brown's baby brother, as Sidney Brown often calls him.
Yeah. Exactly.
By like 11 and a half minutes or whatever. Yeah.
But you're throwing away a pick on a dude that can contribute right away for a guy that's going to hold a clipboard for 4 years and then go to another team. So I don't really understand why there's such a slew of quarterbacks this high in the draft. Sixth round, I can understand. Seventh, definitely. Fifth, I still think there's too much value on the board for you to be essentially, I feel like, throwing away picks at quarterback.
Yeah, Green Bay couldn't figure out a way to use Keyshawn Butte, you see. That's the problem there, Brock. They couldn't figure out a way to get Butte on the field.
Oh, is it because he went to a big school and he's athletic? Because they really don't know how to handle those type of players.
Hey, I mean, you ever been to Louisiana before? You ever tried to go from Louisiana to Wisconsin? Good luck.
True. That's a fair point. That's actually a very fair point. It's the reverse of what happens when Michigan travels south of Nebraska. They sweat so much that they lose, games they should easily win. But again, the only quarterback situation I understand is Clayton Tune to the Cardinals because Kyler Murray is going to be hurt for a while. But besides that, and obviously he played in the essentially air raid offense with Holgerson in Houston, and obviously the Cardinals kind of run a similar scheme. So I understand that. But outside of it, I'm very confused. What's the point? Thompson Robinson makes sense because he's an athletic dude. Everybody else is going to just throw it right to the linebacker and cost you football games. there's a whole lot of like lower level Kyle Orton's being selected right now, and I don't understand it when there's so much more top guys still left on the board.
You know, I think what it is the quarterback position overall has evolved, right? And it's evolving in front of our eyes. That's why we're seeing Anthony Richardson go fourth overall. That's why we've got 3 black quarterbacks going into the top 4 picks, because you know the requirements for that position have changed drastically over just the last 5 years, really 10 years in general is when it's really started shifting. But also from a roster construction standpoint, why would I pay a veteran let's say $2-3 million to come in and be a backup, or a third string pick, when I can go draft one and I'm going to pay him rookie minimum $800,000, $900,000, right in that range for a year for 4 years. I think that's the philosophy behind this. So for them, in terms of having the depth and potentially something you can develop up, that works for them, right? Because now we have another $1.5 million to $2 million that we can throw at other positions and do other things with, and potentially develop up these guys. So, you know, like I agree with your assessment of Hall in the sense that I don't think he's going to be effective. He's going to be a 3 at the very best. If he makes this roster, there's 3 guys on it already. So again, this is not even a team that had 2 quarterbacks coming in, right? But no, never mind. They did have 2 quarterbacks. I misspoke. So, but point is, you've got a guy that could potentially be a 3 that you can potentially develop up if he takes the coaching. You've got a suitable backup, and you're doing it for $860,000 a year right now.
Right. And the other portion of that is, and Coach Buckley alluded to it because they do it in the XFL as well, the inactive roster. Not many QB3s are active on game day. So do you tie up $2 to $3 million in a guy that's not going to dress most games? Probably not. So the salary cap has a way of really changing how we do a lot of things with quarterbacks now. Athleticism, the way we're doing, they're adding a lot of the college elements, the bubble screens, the zone read, the jet sweeps, all of that stuff designed RPO to get the ball out of their hands. When we audibled in the past, we taught them looks, we taught them audible calls, when to call it, when to do it. So your quarterback understood what you were seeing as a coordinator. How do you take that much teaching of audibles out? You add the RPO in where it's a run pass in the same play. He reads one key and he decides whether he's going to give it or throw it, just like he does on his own read. So you simplified it so much that you can now add more athletic players. You don't have to teach the progression in the line of scrimmage stuff right away to young quarterbacks. So that's where it's kind of streamlined these guys coming in faster. So less of that teaching the decision making. You can teach that over time. You don't have to rush it in year 1 and year 2 with young quarterbacks, and based on all of the quicker things that they're adding to the game that they brought up from college. Because one of the problems with college quarterback play was you had to teach them to be quarterbacks, right? You don't have to do that with the spread. The spread, you can put an athlete back there as long as he can throw the football. You could add RPO. You can add zone read. You can still run option. You can still do all the things that you did out of the old wishbone and wing tee. You do it out of a spread set with a lighter box, and you have the same kind of success, and it's more plug and play at the quarterback position. So the NFL picked up on that and said, that's how they're doing it. We're going to do that too.
And the other thing too to point to is manufactured offenses. You know, and a great example of that is exactly what the Eagles have done to get Jalen Hurts to that point, right? Where you're going to design plays to beat certain coverages so that when he recognizes what the coverage is post-snap, he knows exactly where the ball is supposed to go, and all he has to do is deliver an accurate ball. And that speeds up, that takes out the whole point that you just talked about, the progression read, right? It takes all that time out and makes that progression that much simpler. So, you know, hey, if they're going to go too high, they're showing 1 before the snap, but they're going to drop into too high. That means that this guy right there, my too high beater, that's where the ball's going. And if it's something that I don't have a beater for, I've got to check down, right? So, like, that's manufactured offenses has really helped the quarterback play as well. And, you know, that's why I wanted to see an Anthony Richardson in Indianapolis, because of that right there. The other factor that I wanted to point to that I was thinking about when we were talking about Freeland, and I just never got it out, was I wonder if some of these taller right tackle types, we're talking about not getting low enough, blah, blah, blah. How do you, sort of offset the size and not deal with the lack of bend? And I think the way that you do that is an RPO type offense, right? Where if you have the right tackle basically play and run all the time, but don't get downhill, don't go all the way downhill, you can use a guy that has that size because he's coming downhill anyways off the snap, right? Like, okay, you're not going beyond a yard beyond the line of scrimmage, but you come down, you hit somebody, that eliminates the whole need for bend and the whole need to get down low. So I wonder if some of these offenses that we're seeing taking taller tackles that don't already incorporate it are going to. And the Colts are definitely going to. The Browns are definitely going to. So that was one thing that was kind of going through my head with some of these taller tackles too.
Yeah, I want to tell you a quick story about that. As a Chargers fan, there's a player named King Dunlap who one time played for us, right tackle. King Dunlap is one of the most, I want to use the word, egregiously big men I've ever seen in like real life. There's no reason that man should exist in the size in which he does. And I saw him live in my first ever NFL game, and clearly there's a reason why he's, he went like in the 6th round. I just don't have a tremendous amount of faith in really big right tackles because of him. Obviously, the evolution of the game is changing that, like how you mentioned. But I do think that if you don't have tremendous bend on either side, the edge, quote unquote, edge position is going to evolve into a point where that's gonna matter a lot more. I think a lot of when you come off the edge, I think a lot of guys are going to be able to dip, bend, and possibly even spin back inside so much that if you don't have that bend, you're going to get your quarterback killed on a fairly consistent basis. I don't know if that's true. That's just the way I see the evolution of it. But I want to just point that out real quick. Also, just wanted to shout out King Dunlap for being a big man. The second thing is when you talked about your quarterback evaluation, you brought up a very key term, and that was accuracy. And with these quarterbacks being selected in the 5th round, I don't see anything that points to be accurate. You can design up the greatest offense ever. You can put the West Coast offense together and have Bill Walsh come back from the grave and teach Sean Clifford it. It's still going to the DB. And we talk about, like, of course, you don't want to spend $2-3 million on a guy that's going to be inactive, but at the same time, you're not going to spend $2-3 million on a guy that's going to be a QB3. These are guys that are going to be QB2s. And if you're looking for a guy to be a QB3 anyway, a developmental project, these guys are so close together in terms of potential and what they've already shown on the field that to me, you can wait until the 6th or the 7th or even go to UDFA if you're just going to put them into that inactive slide and let them develop. In the 5th round, you can find guys that can start halfway throughout their rookie seasons if they're good enough. You can find major contributors on special teams. You can find a lot of other things, and I just think, again, it's a waste of a pick, especially in the modern day where we have the XFL, the USFL, and also tremendous talent in the Canadian Football League. If you really want, a third guy, there's so much other ways to get it that a 5th round pick, I think it's too much of overvaluing it, in my opinion, to waste it on a guy like Sean Clifford or, Stetson Bennett, who was a 4th rounder. That's just how I personally feel. I don't know if I'm wrong or if the NFL landscape is going to change with it. I just think that when you have a quarterback, you need a vet as a backup or a piece that you want to start in the next 3 years as a backup. If you have a guy that you really don't have no idea about, that's going to be the 3rd guy or inactive, like Easton Stick, who has been should have been the inactive guy for the Chargers, but was somehow always active. Never made any sense. You can, Chargers, great job, guys. But you can allow him to be, you can allow to get that at a later time. And the last point I want to say is that as we see, these guys like Richardson and Young and Stroud into the league, these very athletic quarterbacks, especially if they're going to start to play in the first couple of weeks, what I'm going to be curious of is what is their career trajectory is going to be, because we talk about Hendon Hooker being 25. I think we're all in agreement that, like, who cares? Quarterbacks play till they're 30 now. how these guys are coming in to teams that don't have sometimes great offensive line and stuff, and they're going to take a beating early after abilities to make plays from a mobility standpoint gets limited. I'm going to put a cap on their career length. I don't really know. I just don't want these guys to get the David Carr treatment and get blasted so much that they're out of the league in less time than they actually should. David Carr should have had a 20-year NFL career, 15 to 20 year. I think he only played 8, 4 of them as a backup because poor mismanagement that wasn't his responsibility. That's just what I fear about the quarterback position as we move on in this drafting process.
It's funny. Go ahead, John.
One of the things about the quarterback that you were talking about and why people value taking them earlier is because every quarterback's coach is very particular about the way that you teach a quarterback, right? And while there are good things, good opportunities to develop in the CFL, the XFL, the USFL, all these alt leagues that are popping up, you're also dealing with multiple levels of quarterback coaching, and they're all making their own little tweaks to you in your game. So for a guy like McClendon, who's in the XFL right now, and I thought was probably the best quarterback prospect that has a legitimate chance to come up into the NFL. And I'm not, because I'm saying McCarron is going to stay. I think everybody kind of knows that. He's a star down there. But McClendon, when he stepped up into that game, and we watched him those last few weeks of the season, you saw the growth. You saw every game him getting better, him seeing the field better, him just like everything was getting better. And that's a guy that didn't get the opportunities to play in college, right? So he already has a clean slate, basically. So that's a guy that a quarterback's coach can look at and say, yeah, I can work with that. There's not many guys that are like that, though, right? There's a lot of guys that already have that experience. They have these habits ingrained into their game that the quarterback coaches don't want to deal with. So when you bring in a guy, like Hall, right? Hall did not start a whole lot of games at BYU. So that's a guy that you want to work with potentially and say, okay, well, these habits and things that are causing his inaccuracies, whether it's his platform, whether we think it's, his release motion or whatever that is that they want to start tuning with. That's what they think that it's not something that's ingrained to his game at this point.
So when you talk about Jalen McClendon being kind of like the top prospect coming out of the XFL, I'm just assuming you're not a big Jack Cohn guy.
So no, not really. No. I mean, let's be honest. You have to be. It's the same reason we've been talking about Tanner McKee not being a great prospect, right? You have to move. You have to be able to move now in the NFL at the quarterback position, and Cohn does not move well enough, I don't think. And he has some other issues. That's a guy that started too many games, right?
Yeah.
That's a guy that started for 4 years at Wisconsin and then started a year at
Notre Dame. Yeah.
That's a guy that he's got a ton of experience. All these habits are ingrained into his game. So he's who he is.
Yeah. I just wanted to say that was a joke. That was just a slide shot at Greg Rector and Notre Dame.
I can use it. All right.
Jack Cohn is just a Spencer Petras with like a lacrosse background. Is the best way to put it.
Fair enough. I can use that.
Yeah. Listen, and it's funny. I got to watch him beat the Guardians up close and personal. So it was like, if the Guardians had more pass rush, they could have beaten Jack Cohn and the Brahmas. Unfortunately, they couldn't get to him enough to impact him to make those typical Jack Cohn under pressure mistakes. So what I'm gonna do is we will beat up on Jack Cohn a little bit later. Let's jump back to the men of the moment. So we've had some more picks come off the board. Terrell Smith, cornerback from Minnesota, goes to Chicago. B.J. Thompson goes to Kansas City. Henry To'oTo'o goes to Houston. Owen Papo to the Cardinals. Akeem Richards to the Cowboys. So all those Cowboy fans talking about tackle. You got another
there it is.
Don't mention tackle and Cowboys. Greg has been talking about that Let's Go Kid for like 5 months now, and I'm over it.
Christopher Smith goes to the Raiders.
Yes.
Yes, Christopher Smith the second.
Nice.
Yes.
I like it.
All right.
So did Christopher Smith actually drop because of his speed? His 4-yard dash?
It might have been. I didn't hear why he's dropped, but there's a lot of guys that we expected to go higher that didn't.
Yeah, I mean, Antonio Johnson, right? I mean, there were some people, I didn't have him quite as high as some, but some people had him in their top 50.
You know what? Let me check on one guy. We know we were talking about this, Bill, yesterday. I'm going to go to the safeties. I want to see one guy that a lot of people were high on, and JL Skinner, still on the street.
Right.
Oh my goodness, he is.
Yep. JL Skinner still on the street. So there's a lot of guys that are falling down the board, and we're all sitting here going, but then again, Bill, we did this just 2 years ago, right? We were sitting here, and we're in the draft, and we're in day 3, and we're going, why is this guy still on the board? Why is this guy still on the board?
It happens every year.
Yeah, so this is becoming, we had different reasons for some of the stuff, and it was a little more known. Now, there's a lot less known about it, why guys are sliding, whether it's an issue off the field, whether it's an injury that wasn't disclosed or they found at the combine, whether it's just they don't have a great feel for the player. Sometimes it's, we like you, but the testing numbers on this guy was so much better. We're going to put our faith in our analytics guys to say that the numbers and they match up way more than what we see on the film with you. So it is what it is with the multiple reasons why teams are changing their idea of a player. I know Skinner's coming off of surgery, but this is the round where you take guys like that. If because that's a steal. You can develop a guy on less money. You can watch him heal. You can watch him rehab. You can meanwhile, he's still with the team, going to meetings and doing all. This is the round where you take guys like that. He's still there. Payne Durham just comes off the board now to Tampa Bay. So another late round tight end for Tampa Bay, which is not going to please the fans here because they want somebody that's going to produce similar to Gronkowski. So good luck with that.
Good luck with that.
Yeah. So
But if you want someone who's going to almost give you Cameron Braid, there you go.
No, that's what you aspire to be when you want to draft a guy. If you can be Cam Braid, you're going to be great. Just like if you're, but here's what I'm saying about JL Skinner. I'm a big JL Skinner fan. You know who really used him? Green Bay. You know who they drafted? Sean Clifford. And that's that kind of goes back. I know I've been hopping on Sean Clifford. But you know what? It's Bill. It's Bill. You know, I've been hopping on Sean Clifford for so long. It's rubbed off on me, and I'm in the same boat. And
now, in their defense, the Packers did double up on tight end already. So you want them to go like get three tight ends?
No. I was going to say take Skinner, the safety.
Oh yeah. That makes sense.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Well, it's interesting because you look at the way they hit on tight ends. So you go and get Musgrave. You come back later, you get Wiley, right? I believe it was, right? They got Wiley. So they added two very good tight ends that fit what they want to do. Musgrave gives them the vertical guy with the size, and he can play the inline wide and do a lot of things. You come back later, get another one that's going to help you out. Yeah, they like to run the 12 personnel. They like to do all that stuff. I know it was Tennessee that got Wiley. I'm thinking of. I forgot who they got second. I'll look it up later. But nevertheless, they went and crushed it with that. But then you turn around and they go, okay, well, now you get a quarterback that, one, I can think of about four other guys that are rated higher on my board. And I'm not a hater of Sean Clifford. I like Sean Clifford. I don't like him in this portion of the draft because when there's better quarterbacks on the board, you take the better quarterback. Would I rather have had a couple other guys? Yes. Eric Gray comes off the board now. Another one of those lightning quick running backs. There's one thing that's – go ahead, John.
What if you get Sean Clifford in the 5th and JL Skinner in the 6th?
I think that's a.
I mean, they have the second pick of the 6th round. That's why I'm kind of looking at the board, going, "Oh, where does Skinner go at this point?"
Yeah, I mean, I think you're doing the farmer friend if you get JL Skinner in the 6th. It's just one of those moments where you go, "Wow, we got it! We got a steal!" But I think listen, if you like Sean Clifford that much, listen, if you think you can work with it. So be it. Are they changing their offense enough to fit them? I don't know. see, that's the portion of it. You think about LaFleur, he does under center stuff, not exactly Sean Clifford's specialty, especially at his height. He's more of a gun quarterback. Aaron Rodgers hated being in the gun as much. He wanted to be under center and do all the 3-5 step drop stuff that he used to do. Well, are we going to see that again? I think that's. I think they may be transitioning more to that gun heavy offense. So, and then when you do that, well, if you're Green Bay, if you're going to start to do that with Jordan Love, you're going to use the gun heavy offense. You're going to bring in a quarterback that's shorter but mobile, who has a decent arm, just not, sometimes in the wrong zip code. It happens when you're trying to throw on a run, especially in Penn State. But is it because they're going to transition to more of that zone run? Then you do that and you go, well, you drafted Dillon, who's more of a downhill runner. Going across the quarterback's face is not his strong suit, which is one reason why you loved him at Boston College, because it was going downhill, big man, go eat yards. You came to Green Bay. You were running downhill, big man, go get yards. If you're going to put him in the gun next to Dillon and try to run that ball, it'll work with Jones next to him. I don't think it's going to work as well with Dillon. And I think that's one of the things you look at and go, okay, what are we doing with this offense? If you're going to keep the same offense you've had the past few years with Aaron Rodgers, use it for Jordan Love and Sean Clifford's not going to play.
Right. No, that makes sense. I'm in agreement. I think that's a great point.
Yeah, and can anyone tell me why nobody likes Dante Stills? I still am very confused by why no one likes Dante Stills.
Yeah.
I bet you the 49ers like him right here. Now that you mention him.
Well, it makes sense. I mean, he's not the heaviest cat in the world, but he's actually kind of tall for an interior guy. Productive, athletic, bloodlines, if you're into that. Brother who played in the NFL, father played in the NFL. I don't know.
Carl Brooks.
Oh.
Yeah,
Carl
that's a whole nother one.
He's on the board.
There we go.
Yeah.
Yep.
What the heck? That's another one that what? Yeah.
And of course, as we keep mentioning Kayshon Boutte, but yes. Yep.
Kayshon three-way Boutte coming up next.
We're looking at we still have a lot of running backs this is the way I thought they would really start you get the meat of the running backs coming off the board. You're still getting them in pieces. There hasn't been a real running back run at this point.
Looking at the Niners draft, I didn't realize they took Cameron Latu in the third.
Yes.
That's a reach. That's me.
Well, we said it yesterday. We said Latu, you look at him, converted defensive lineman. All right. He still plays like he's a converted defensive lineman. The route running is still in development. The hands, quality, not great. Right. And then when you look at the run after catch ability, but he knows how to be physical. You watch him at the top of routes when guys are in close in coverage, he muscles them off. He does everything he do physically to get open. But at the NFL, you got to be able to route guys to get open too. So he's a project that you took way earlier than you should have. He's a guy that if you really didn't believe he was going to be available today, there were plenty of other tight ends. I would have taken Wiley before him. Let me go back to my tight end boy. I'll tell you a bunch of guys I would have taken before a lot too.
I would have taken Durham.
Durham. I would have taken Durham. I would have taken. Did he go before or after Shoemaker?
He went. Latu? I think he went after Shoemaker.
Yeah, Shoemaker went the second round.
Yeah.
Right. Another one of those you have knocked me over the feather moments.
Yeah. Another of those Jerry Jones moment of like not
latter fourth, early fifth, maybe. But yeah, I was shocked when he went as early as he did.
I think Jerry Jones saw they selected Mozzie Smith. He saw the word Michigan, and that made him think something. Let me get another Michigan man.
Well, their whole tight end room is Big Ten, so think about that. Yeah, so
Jarrell loves his big boys from up north.
Yeah, so I think about it. I would have taken Kuntz before.
I had Kuntz and Davis Allen ahead of Latu.
Absolutely. Tucker Kraft, I would have taken ahead of him.
Yeah, Tucker Kraft, who did go.
Yeah.
earlier.
Yeah. So, I mean, there were guys that did go earlier than him that should have. I wouldn't have taken him. Like I said, I would have taken Wiley. I would have taken Allen. I would have taken Kuntz. Will Mallory, I would have possibly taken before him. He just went a little while ago. Will Mallory, I believe, right? Yeah.
Yeah, correct.
Yes, he did. At 162, he went.
So Robert Beal Jr. came off the board there with the 49ers. I just love how like everybody was celebrating in the room when they showed that on TV. I think everybody, anytime you see a Georgia guy, here's another one, Warren McClendon coming off the board.
Yep.
Way later than
I thought he would have. Way later.
Yeah, what a move there for the Rams. They got a guy that could play probably right away for them.
Yeah. Probably will, yes.
I'm about to say their tackle room is non-existent.
So yeah,
that's the reason why Stafford got only played a few games because he got conked by the lack of offensive linemen that he had.
Anytime you see anytime you see a guy get drafted out of Georgia in this draft and it's not the Eagles picking him, everybody's celebrating.
Unless it's the Chargers drafted a guy from TCU, then they're acting like they just won the lottery. Wow.
I mean, TCU was in the national championship this year. Come on.
Yeah. And what was the score?
that doesn't matter. They beat Michigan.
They did.
First of all, anyone can beat Michigan whenever they have to play in a climate that's remotely comfortable to the regular person. Like if it's not sub 30, Michigan is not effective. But from all jokes aside, something that I think about Cam Latu is I also want to make the joke that there's a lot to love, lot to hate, but I'm sorry about that, guys. But I think that maybe they're gonna try and convert him also to maybe a fullback role like Juice Jack, where he doesn't have to be such a polished route runner. He can use that physicality, to really blow up.
Possibly.
But at the same time, the Niners are notorious for a random day 2, day 3 pick that never sees the field and gets selected way higher. Harry Davis Price, Trey Sermon. I mean, we can go up and down the list, but there's a bunch of them. I just feel like Latu is the next edition of it.
Well, they also take these quarterbacks that end up looking like starting quarterbacks in the NFL, and then they go play somewhere else, and they're third-string quarterbacks and backs.
I think everyone's kind of gone so crazy about the whole Shanahan system. It's a very simple concept. Get the ball to a playmaker in open space and just let him watch. Do not throw the ball past 12 yards. I was able to watch the Raiders and Niners game live this year, and the one time Purdy threw the ball more than 15 yards downfield, it was picked off. Like that, just to show the effect. Shanahan's entire offense is just get the ball to the dude in open space. His offense revolves around two solid things: a generational left tackle and a running game that opens everything else up. That's what he had in Cleveland, that's what he had in Atlanta, that's what he has in San Francisco, and it works. And it's really not that hard. I would say Brock Purdy throws the ball 23 yards. That thing's getting taken back to the house the opposite way.
It's amazing how you look at Kyle and you look at his father. Both of them were very good coordinators, no doubt about it. But as head coaches, all right, both of them have had different views about the quarterback position. For his father, he had to have a specific guy. When he got to Denver, it was Elway, right? And when Elway retired, they had a bunch of different people that he didn't believe in before he got the one that didn't care about much. At least his face said that. Cutler. Before he got Cutler. But remember, he had Jake Plummer, who threw the ball well in his offense, played well in his offense, but it wasn't good enough. He wanted something more, and so he got Jay Cutler. When he got to Washington, he had RG3, but they really wanted Kirk Cousins. And when RG3 got hurt, it was the Kirk Cousins show. But it was his undoing. Well, his son has been able to do it with anybody. For the most part, that's the difference. His offense still seems to work with anybody that just doesn't turn the football over. The problem that he had when he was losing, was that he couldn't get guys that didn't turn the football over. Yeah, Nick Mullins was a quality backup. Yes, C.J. Beathard was a quality backup. But when they were pressed into starting action, they had to do a lot. They turned the football over. I think you saw last year, listen, Brock Purdy coming out of Iowa State, a lot of people liked him in the beginning of his career at Iowa State. But then as he got later on, opinions started to change about him. He gets there as Mr. Irrelevant, and people are like, okay, QB3, he'll never really touch the field. He touches the field last year. And what was the first set of analysis that came out before he started? Oh, they're in trouble. Brock Purdy's going to start. Mr. Irrelevant. And they go on a run because he just goes out there and plays in the system. I didn't make any mistakes, So kudos to him for understanding how to get guys to play within the system, not to play over their station, and just let the game come to them. There's something different from his father.
Yeah. There are, in the music industry, there are rappers who require ghostwriters because when they freestyle, it's trash. And that is Brock Purdy. All right. Wait, like let's not forget when he was at Iowa State, he was getting sacked, threw the ball backwards through the defensive lineman, and they took it to the house. And that's why I'm very interested to see how Sam Darnold is in the system, because I think he's going to start over Trey Lance.
He is.
Kind of going back to Mike Shanahan, I do want to say that I think one of the things that truly impacted his development was his 1.25 years he was in LA with the Raiders, having Jay Schroeder as a quarterback, having Al Davis breathing down his neck. I think that kind of changed the entire philosophy of the Shanahan system, and you're kind of seeing the evolution of it till today. I am of the belief, you guys may disagree with me, I'm in the belief Mike wanted RG3, Kyle wanted Kirk. And I think the reason why is because if you look at, in the post-Elway era, you had guys that had mobility. Elway was a mobile guy. Cutler was a mobile guy. Even Plummer, to an extent, could make plays outside of the pocket. And then
that was his game. Yeah. Jake the Snake.
Yeah. Thank you for clarifying me. My Jake the Snake history is not solid. I'm not gonna lie. You get into the situation in Washington where you have RG3 versus Kirk, two very contrasting styles, right? And obviously Kyle is much more comfortable at Kirk as the pocket passer. Then you see he goes to Cleveland. He wanted Brian Hoyer to start over Manziel for a variety of reasons, but one of them is that Hoyer plays in the pocket. Then you look at his transition to Atlanta, Matt Ryan plays in the pocket. You look at his transition to San Francisco, Jimmy G plays in the pocket, and then all of a sudden they go on and they get a guy like Trey Lance, who is clearly not meant to just play in the pocket. I to this day, I believe that was a John Lynch call. I think that they're paying the price for it now, and that Brock Purdy is kind of like the Kirk Cousins in a sense, where that's the guy that Shanahan can work with, and that's why I think Sam Darnold, who is notorious for not being, athletic, is gonna have I think he's gonna have a very decent year as long as he plays within the system. But with that being said, I also think Trey Lance's career in San Francisco is over already. I don't think there's really a redemption arc back for him, especially when you look at when Jimmy G got hurt his second to last year in San Francisco. The packages that they were installing for Trey Lance were completely ineffective. It was run your head inside the D tackle and pray you don't get a concussion or a broken neck. And I just think that I'm surprised they haven't moved on from him already, especially with the picks that they can acquire today in the trade world that is the NFL right now. It kind of goes back to my main point about quarterbacks. Why are we selecting dudes way too high than they need to be? You can say that about Anthony Richardson, but there's so much upside about it, and he is going to play within Steichen's system. Lance is never going to play inside Shanahan's system. Clifford is never going to play inside Matt LaFleur's system, at least well. Hendon Hooker is a guy that I want to bring up as well, because I doubt he's going to play inside the Lions system, because part of the Lions system is you have to go under center. Can you do a 5-step drop back? Can you do a 7-step drop back? I don't know. I never see him go under center once when he was at Tennessee and sipping goal line formations. I think that I think this all kind of goes back to the whole, and maybe you can correct me on this, Jeff. I think quarterback coaches and offense coordinators and just head coaches who are offensive minded sometimes have tremendously high egos, and that clouds their judgment on selecting quarterbacks here in the draft. And we're seeing that right now.
Yeah, well, ego's always played into levels in the NFL, whether you talk about coaches, whether you talk about players, whether you talk about front offices and owners. It's there. People make ego decisions all the time. I think when you look at Trey Lance, he fits the system that they want to run. But you have to be patient, right? There was always a rule with West Coast quarterbacks. You had to give them 3 years. All right, so he sat a year. He played a little bit last year before getting hurt. So this would have been year 3, technically, where you would really start to give him the full plate and let him work. He's coming off the injury. They got an interesting situation because the guy that took over and outplayed all of them, all right, is the guy who's not going to be there to start the season. He just had elbow surgery about a month or two ago. The rehab process has taken him into late September, early October, earliest. So he's not going to be there to start the season. So 10-1, he starts out on pump. So that's 8 games you're not going to have Brock Purdy. Okay, so turn that around. Jimmy Garoppolo's going, enter Sam Darnold. Now, Sam Darnold is one of those guys that during his draft process, I was not high on. All right, he wasn't a first-round grade. He wasn't a second-round for me grade. He was a third-round grade for me because you can't come into the process where you're QB1 and turn the ball over 21 times and come into the draft and expect to be a franchise quarterback. There's a reason why if you're a starter that long and you come into that point of the season and you're turning the ball over that much, especially some egregious ones, that bowl game versus Ohio State where he threw the pick six right to the linebacker, never even bothered to check the underneath on the crosser, and throws it right to him for an easy pick six. That is not something that you expect, to build on with your franchise. So when he went to the Jets and he had the same issues turning the football over, no timing in the pocket, no feel for pass rush, the same issues he had at USC, the same throws that he threw, bad throws at USC, showed up again with the Jets. He came out to Carolina. They start out 3-0 against some bad teams. Turns around. What happens? Plays against some better teams. Goes on a losing streak. They go on a 4 or 5 game losing streak before he gets hurt. So we saw the same Sam Darnold in 2 different stops. I don't expect to see a different Sam Darnold this time. Will he be a little more reserved? Maybe. Maybe a little more careful? Maybe. But if you make him a little more reserved and careful, doesn't always mean you make him better. Some guys that are gunslingers, when you take one of those guns away, they're a little more conservative with the bullets. They're a little less effective with the bullets. And the reason why they had 2 guns because they really weren't effective shooting with 1. So do you make him better by putting him in that system? Maybe, maybe not. Is it enough to outplay Lance? Most likely based on experience. But if Lance comes back healthy, plays well, makes some plays for them, something he didn't do in his time as a starter last year, make enough big plays, I think they'll stick with him and then let Darnold back him up in case he falters later. Then you also, when you get Purdy back, you have a happy situation of, I won with this kid last year. He can come back in. I'm winning with the kid that's play for me currently that I was supposed to be facing my franchise by this point. I have a happy medium, and I have a veteran that I've stashed on my bench. So that would be the ideal situation for the 49ers. The question is that going to be the case come September when the season starts?
Yeah, I don't know. The issue that I have with Trey Lance is in the Shanahan system from a quarterback perspective, you have to play in the pocket, exercise good footwork, and have the ability to get the ball out quick because majority of your players are going to be slants or screens or flares, whatever it's going to be. I can probably take a load of my laundry, put it in the washer, and then in the dryer, and then fold it before Trey Lance can get the ball out of his hands. And I don't really see how that has changed to a point where we can feel confident he's going to be able to get the ball out quick, flip the wrist in the modern day, especially since he hasn't played in such a long time. I also do have some character concerns about Trey Lance as well. Obviously, I don't think he's a criminal or anything like that nature, but you get hurt, you have a season-ending injury, and that night you're at the strip club. And not only are you at the strip club, you're photographed at the strip club. And it wasn't even a strip club. It was like somebody's house. Rest in peace. But it also reminds me of a similar situation that happened with Dwayne Haskins towards the end of his career in Washington, where he, I think, had a really bad game during the COVID season while his head coach is fighting cancer, and he's photographed in the strip club. I like adults should be allowed to partake in adult entertainment, but there's also a time and a place for everything. And when you look back at his career on and off the field, his time and place have never been to the point where you want it to be. And that's why I have tremendous hesitation to seeing that Trey Lance could, one, be a successful starting quarterback in the NFL, and also would even have the opportunity to be a starting quarterback for the Niners going forward, especially for a longer run. I don't think he's going to play 16 games this season for a multitude of reasons on and off the field, and therefore I think Sam Darnold will have his opportunity. And based off what we saw at the end of his season last year in Carolina, I think there is the possibility of tremendous upside, even though when you look back at his college career, the big games, his stat line is pretty abysmal.
Yeah, I think the one part of you missing about the Shanahan offense is the movement. All right. Remember, a lot of it is the waggles, the bootlegs, a lot of quarterback movement, a lot of rollouts. They do a lot of different. The one signature play of the spread of the not spread, the West Coast offense, sprint right option, which is a rollout. Right. That's a red zone rollout. Right. So there's a lot of it also involves movement. Right. So where he fits in the most is in that the waggles. All of those zone runs where we run the boot and he comes around, the sneaking fullback into the flat with the crossing routes behind it. All of that stuff is key.
Right. Well, as Jeff was going to say, keys to the system, staples of that West Coast offensive system.
Yes.
Also a big issue I have is when you look back at his Trey Lance's career post high school, he has like 23 total starts in like 6 years or something like that.
Yeah. Well, that was the knock on him in the draft, was that he didn't have enough starts. But we didn't have enough starts with Mitchell Trubisky either and with Richardson. So that's always that elite club of you don't start enough college games. What are you really? That's up to the evaluators. Listen, if they believed he was a first-round pick, talent-wise, upside-wise, you could argue that experience-wise, it wasn't there. But there's very few quarterbacks that you could draft now on the Parcells rules of having played 4 years of football at college, been a 4-year starter, and all of those rules that he had for the quarterbacks. Those Parcells rules don't apply to many of these quarterbacks because they're usually gone in 2 or 3.
And you know, that's a funny thing about the Parcells rules, because somehow that Parcells rules end up with Neil O'Donnell. And I know Bill feels very strongly about that gentleman.
Well, we can tell you why he ended up with Neil O'Donnell. You know, and Parcells had no problem with a game managing quarterback. Okay, as long as you drove the bus and didn't turn it over. Listen, Phil Simms was the master of that. Okay. Right? Phil Simms was not the guy you're going to throw 40, 50 times a game with. He was no Dan Marino. Could he throw the football? Yes. But you know what? As long as Phil Simms got to throw the football about 25, max 30 times a game, you had a good running game, you were in every game. 10-1, you're going to win a lot of football games. But that was what he liked. And when he got to that point with the Jets, you know, Neil O'Donnell was there, and he said, I could still win with Neil as long as he drives the bus. And what did he do when he needed to replace Neil O'Donnell? He replaced him with the guy he knew could drive the bus, Vinny Testaverde.
Uncle Vinny. Forever in our hearts.
But that was when it was Testaverde most successful, when he was just driving the bus, right?
So you mean when he wasn't allowed to freelance?
Yeah, well, he got away with having some really good teams at Miami, good arm. But at the NFL level, he was a bus driver. He was best as a bus driver. When he was in Cleveland with Belichick, he was best as a bus driver. When they went from Cleveland, they went to Baltimore. You know, so when he was just driving the bus, throwing 25, 30 times a game, running the football. Yes. Well, we'll beat up on the veterans in a minute. You're right.
Yeah.
Let's get back to
these
guys.
prospects.
Come on. Yeah. So we're in round 6. Well, we didn't mention the guys that ended round 5. So Davis Allen went to the Rams. Evan Hull went to the Colts. Puka Nacua went to the Rams. So then we come back to now we're in round 6. The Cowboys start off with Eric Scott, cornerback from Southern Miss.
Yep.
Carl Brooks goes to Green Bay, so they do something right? Ketrell Clark from Louisville.
Yep.
Remains a Cardinal. Now he's an Arizona Cardinal instead of a Louisville Cardinal. So he must have liked the mascot. The Bucks get Josh Hayes from K-State. And currently the Rams are picking.
So interesting thing about Evan Hull, I talked to him at the Senior Bowl, and he's a smart guy. Just you talk to him, and he's just oozing intelligence. There's certain people you talk to that just ooze intelligence out of them. He's one of them. And I was talking to him about, because he was talking about, well, I'm hitting the hole and this and that, blah blah blah. He's like, why do people think that I can't run between the tackles? I said, man, because when you hit that hole, you got to explode off that first step. Come on, man, explode off first step. And we started talking about it, and I'm like, kind of showing him, like, you do this, you go that way. And you can see the gears up here in his head. And he's going, oh. I said, yeah, as soon as you hit that first step, so you go into your cut, right? One step, explode off of it. And so that's what a cut is, And you get skinny if there's a defender there. You get past it, you duck, you bend, right? You got to get skinny, blah, blah, blah. And you can see it, you just see he's working. That's the one thing about him that if he gets that down, he's already a great pass catcher out of the backfield. He led NCAA in catches, I think, last year for a running back, right? He's going to be a great player at the next level.
Listen, I think he was an undersold runner. Probably because Northwestern had a very unexciting offense. People tended not to really think of Northwestern as this big-time offensive football team, but we saw it at the Senior Bowl. He was a very productive runner, especially game day. Game day, he hit a lot of big runs that people didn't anticipate out of him, right? So he continued to do a lot of good things during the game, especially.
Northwestern doesn't have an explosive offense. Ryan Holinsky is QB1. What are you guys talking about?
We're having an issue without. If you're watching on LinkedIn, we're sorry. There's an issue going on with the stream there. We're trying to get that resolved. So
is Sean Tucker still on the board?
Yes.
Yeah.
Sean Tucker is still on the board. There's a lot. Yeah. Listen, there's a lot of running backs that are still waiting for a home, and I have a feeling there's going to be a lot of guys getting signed up for the draft. They're going to play a lot of downs for teams because there's a lot of guys that we thought would have had their name called by now. Like I said, I thought there would have been a run on running back by round 5. We haven't seen it materialize yet. We've seen them go in spurts here and there, but we're not seeing this run on them. And there's a lot of good runners on the board. Like I said, I anticipated there being running backs after the draft get picked up that are going to help. Like I said, I think the one, and I mentioned it earlier, Dwayne McBride is a guy that was a lot of people's favorite running back in this process. But what happened with McBride was a negative. The turnovers, the fumbles, double-digit fumbles this year. So that's one thing that I thought would make him drop. I didn't think it would make him drop this far. And to think about it, this is a guy we thought maybe was going to come back another year. I know when one of the scouts asked me, what do you think he should do? I said, I think he should go back another year. I think he needs one more really, really good year to make him a potential top 60 pick. But he chose to come out this year with the double-digit turnovers. So while we may have liked him, and he didn't really go to a lot of bowl games this year. He wasn't at Senior Bowl. He wasn't. I think he was at NFLPA. So that's a whole other thing. So the fact that he didn't get called up to Senior Bowl when he needed a running back, they brought up Sir Roderick Thompson.
Yeah, I also think saying that if he went back, Trent Dilfer was going to be his head coach made him go, yeah, I'm out. But also massive pickup for the Rams. Trevius Hodges Tomlinson,
There you
cousin
go.
of Ladainian, I can't believe he fell to the six. Actually, I thought he was going to be a little bit higher, but big pickup for the Rams.
When you come in under 5'8", they get a little nervous.
A little.
Yeah, well, I don't think it's a little.
Yeah, and that's really the only issue with him is size, right?
Yeah. For Christ's sake, look at the career Darren Sproles had. Look where he was drafted.
Exactly. So what have we learned? If you're undersized, play at a school that was purple, and you will have a great NFL career.
Well, it's another guy that's under 6'5". I mean, 5'6" in this draft that hasn't been picked yet. Is Deuce Vaughn.
Yep, we're talking about his time should be coming soon. I would hope.
To me, he's a perfect guy for the Niners zone run scheme. I mean, the way he can get into holes and kind of like sneak under, and defenders literally cannot see him until he's running past them. So I think he would be a great fit there. Also, it turns out if you fumble, it's a big issue unless you're the Chargers GM. Then you trade up to select Melvin Gordon in the first round. But that is what it is.
And the funny part about Vaughn is he's another one of those small guys that runs tougher than you think he would at that size. So.
Well, he's incredibly powerful. Once again, a lot like Darren Sproles.
Yeah.
I mean, Sproles was a 550-plus pound squat guy, and so is, not surprisingly, Deuce Vaughn. And they work out together.
Yeah.
I was surprised the weight player is still on the board. I figured, centers that need a lot of teams have, especially backup center.
Well, this was we expected him to go earlier. A lot of other guys to go earlier. They didn't. The centers didn't materialize for a couple of rounds, which was shocking. So Whitefield's still hanging around. He's going at some point. The question is it this round? Is it next round?
A bunch of centers are still available. So
Yeah. Travis Dye still hanging around.
He has Minnesota Viking written all over him. Andrew Voorhees will probably be a UDFA injury.
Dye and Ibrahim have the same issue. They are interior runners who are small and not fast.
Yeah.
They don't like when you are small, not fast, and have taken a lot of hits in your career. That's not a combination that delights the hearts of NFL evaluators.
Great point. So, who are the best guys that we still have on the board at this point?
I'm so glad you asked, John.
Well, A.T. Perry's still on the board, dang it.
So is Zach Kuntz. So is it's getting thin for the tight ends, though. A lot of tight ends have gone.
Yeah, tight ends are coming off.
I think Braden Willis might be the next highest rated tight end still available. A lot of wide receivers because it's a very deep wide receiver class, so there's still a good number of them. Andre Yosevas from Princeton still available. Xavier Hutchinson? Is that right? Or did somebody take Xavier?
Yeah, no, he's still there.
Okay, just making sure. Xavier Hutchinson is still available. Okay. And of course, as we keep saying, say it with me, Keyshawn Butte. Let's see.
Well, J.L. Skinner, it looks like still available.
J.L. Skinner, yep.
Ivan Pace Jr. is still available.
Correct.
Trey Palmer is still available.
Yep.
Rajon Wright. Jalen Redmond, Jose Ramirez.
Correct. I really like Jose Ramirez. Jason,
Yes.
is that correct? Wait, is Jason Taylor the second still? No, he got picked, right?
I didn't hear his name.
He's still there. He's still there.
Jason Taylor the second. I think that's my top-rated safety still on the board. Brandon
Skinner
Johnson
finally comes off the board.
There we go. There's a Steele.
And he goes to Denver.
Oh, they could use him. I think Brandon Joseph, I believe, is still available.
Yes. And I saw on that, I just had to pull up the list and look through it. I saw, dang it, why does his name just escape me? Because I'm not looking at it anymore. I'm just looking at
a bunch of running backs. Zach Evans, I believe, is still available.
Yep.
Ali
Gay is still available.
Ali Gay is still available. We just mentioned Mo Ibrahim. Let's see. Xavier Holiday, Cameron Peoples.
Kenny McIntosh.
Yeah. Well, Kenny McIntosh was seen as a third down back, and if you run a really bad 40 as a third down back, that's not what they're looking for. Let's see.
Well, you got a list of running backs still on the street. There's going to be a lot of guys.
Isaiah Bowser, right? Jaleel McLaughlin. It's a nice little.
Tyon Evans,
Tyon Evans. Yep.
Dante McMahon, TJ Cole, Aiden Borkett, Charles McClellan, Jaleel. Yeah, you said McLaughlin. Did I see? Yeah, Jordan Mims.
Yeah,
sorry, Bronze.
And Bird, also Jordan Bird. Speaking of Jordan,
no relation, Zaire Barnes.
Yes. I do. Actually, someone's asked me about the top day 3 coverage linebackers. He made my top 10 day 3 coverage linebackers. A guy who some teams even think could play safety. All the punters, I think, are still available, so I won't bother naming them all.
We've had 2 kickers taken.
Right, 2 kickers, but no punters, right?
Yeah.
That's what
I only heard there was one punter that was going to come off the board, and that was the Michigan punter.
I thought Michigan State's punter might get picked, but okay. I was thinking Behringer might get selected. But do you think Robbins gets selected over Behringer? Well, that'll be a nice little fight for bragging rights between the two. Between Michigan State and Michigan State.
Yeah, that's what I heard. I heard that he was the only one good enough to get picked. I don't know how accurate that is or anything, but
we're about to find out in the next hour and
next 2 hours.
Hour and 53 minutes or something like that. At linebacker, Robert Barnes. Is Mohamed Diabate still on the board?
I believe so.
Okay. Let's see. Zion Tuliputu Futui is still on the board, I think.
There's
beautiful pronunciation.
2 linebackers that are still on the board that are screaming at me right now.
Yeah, me too.
Anthony Orji, that's a guy that's going to make an impact at the next level. I don't know where he does it, but you want to talk about fluid athlete. He's got good hands. I liked a lot of the stuff that I saw from Orji on tape. And then I was at his pro day too, and there were a lot of people there that were really, really excited about him.
Did he test well? I'm trying to remember.
Yeah, he tested decently well. So, and then Cam Jones is the other one that's popping at me. He's still available.
And he can cover, which is important. Let's see. Tommy Eichenberg.
I really think the game against Michigan has made a lot of people very scared to select Ohio State defenders where we usually would have valued them. And I would like to say, if Josh Keatley is listening, this is the only time I'm trying to say something without taking a shot at his beloved Buckeyes. I truly believe that in back-to-back years to get, I don't want to use the word manhandled, but I would say it, manhandled at the point of attack twice has made a lot of people very suspicious about this. About a lot of skilled players from Ohio State.
Did Charlie Thomas from Georgia Tech get picked?
No.
I don't think so.
Okay. So that's another linebacker that I think is going to hang around the NFL for a while that's still available.
Jeremy Banks might too at Tennessee.
Yeah, Banks is one of those guys. He's got a little bit of a character, not huge flag, maybe a orange flag, not red, maybe even yellow, maybe more like yellow. But he's a guy that's tested well and can do a little bit of everything.
Yeah, when you look at the Shrine Bowl practices, he was everywhere.
Yep. Amongst tackles, let's see. Did somebody snag John Chukwu yet?
Not that I've seen.
Not that I've seen.
Okay. So how about Earl Bostic Jr. from Kansas?
Let me get to my position listings. Hang on, I'll tell you.
So those are
Parker Washington comes off the board here for the Jaguars.
Yeah.
Wow.
So some of the linemen, I believe, are still available. Let me go back here. I just saw one that besides Voorhees, guy we saw at 2 bowl games, Joey Fisher, still on board.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Both Shepherd guys, both are on board.
Yep. Well,
we could say all 3 Shepherd guys because Ronnie Brown too.
Ronnie Brown,
there
you go.
Ronnie Brown.
Another Ronnie Brown fan. There he is.
Hey, Bill, you think your boy Andrew Farmer is going to get selected today?
I'd like to say yes, but I'm always nervous. I think there's going to be somewhere in the 6th, maybe the clock really starts on my HBCU guys. I think there's a shot that somebody maybe takes a shot at Isaiah Land. I think that maybe you might hear
the linebacker from Jackson State,
Aubrey Miller.
Yeah, right. He has a shot, but I think the first one off the board is probably Mark Evans the second.
Yeah.
So I think first.
For tackles, Richard Gorridge is still on the board.
Yep.
Ryan Hayes still on the board.
Yeah, he had a really bad
Senior Bowl. Yeah, he had a rough.
Honestly, all the Michigan guys had really bad Senior Bowls, if we're being honest.
Yeah, Achukwu is still on the board.
Yeah.
Connor Galvin's still on the board. Kadeem Telford definitely still on the board.
Yeah, developmental tackle, but
Jake Witt still on the board.
Yeah, well, he's the definition of developmental, but boy, if he goes to the right situation, he could become a starter one day.
Paul Zewski still on the board.
Here's Duncan. Jalen Duncan just came off to the Titans.
Yep. Speaking of developmental tackles, there you go.
Nice pick.
Barrow. Quentin Barrow still on the board. Josh Lugg still on the board.
That's true. I thought Tennessee would be a great place for Keyshawn Bluter.
Ryan Swoboda still on the board. I think these guys go afterwards.
Yeah, I think the guys you named, Raekwon O'Neal, also is one of those guys. Trevor Reed, Donovan Jennings, guys like that probably find their way into the undrafted free agency, but are probably priority undrafted free agents.
Now, I think that Duncan could potentially be, maybe not this year, but next year, a starter at left tackle right there. And then you take Skoronski and you move him inside. I don't think Skoronski holds up on the outside at all.
Okay, there's Parker Washington.
Yeah, I think Skoronski was the perfect fit for Tennessee, being that they have so many holes on their offensive line. You can literally put him anywhere and experiment for his entire rookie contract if you need to. I'm really liking the way Tennessee's drafting. Actually,
they're drafting well.
Yeah, I had some questions coming into this draft because of some of the offseason moves they made, but they have really answered a lot of questions I had about them.
Shout out to Patrick Wu.
Yes,
love that guy on that team. He's awesome.
Yep.
I've got a question from the chat.
Well, we have an answer from
Thoughts on the Broncos passing on a center?
They're reading the board and saying people are not taking centers, so we can wait. That's what you do when you notice that a particular position is not valued. You wait, and they'll still have a shot at. We just ran through some centers. I think we did.
A bunch of them.
We could touch most of them, almost all of them. In fact, are still available. So they've read the board correctly. I mean, literally, other than, I guess we made mention of, 3?
Oh, I could tell you a bunch.
Saying all the rest are available.
Yeah, well, John Michael Smith, Tippmann, Stromberg, Scruggs, Andrews, Oluwatimi, they're off the board.
That's right. Oluwatimi was the last one to go. Yep. Okay.
Yeah.
So that means that, and Stromberg's gone. So, but then Weipler is still there. Jared Patterson is still there. Alex Forsythe is still there.
Yep. Trevor Downing.
Downing. Is McFadden still on the board? No, he got picked, right? And I guess he was listed as a guard, I think.
Yeah.
Guard,
yeah.
Grant these are center first guys. Gibson, Philstrom.
Yep. I think Brett Nielsen is still – Brett Nealon, not Nielsen. Nealon is still available.
Yeah.
So it's all actually part of Sean Payton's master plan to get Russell Wilson so hurt he has to bring in his actual quarterback that he wants, Taysom Hill. No, I genuinely believe that Russell Wilson will not be a Bronco within the next 24 months.
Well, he shouldn't be at his age. He should be winding it down the next 24 months.
Well, you don't wind it down. You just been paid $200-something million. You wind it up and get rid of it.
But 2 more seasons, they can get off that contract. So,
that's what I mean.
Yeah, he can take the last couple of years of that contracting and enjoy some kind of health with his family. Because when you stay too long, when you're an athletic quarterback, it never ends well.
No. And Keyshawn Butte just went to the Patriots.
Oh, wow. That's an interesting.
That's a perfect fit. Oh, man. If he messed up once, you got to cut him.
Well, the question
I can't wait to
with Bill O'Brien.
God, I hope they get Hard Knocks. That would be awesome.
Belichick will never let that happen. Come on now, Bill. You know better.
It's a perfect place for a guy like Butte because they're no nonsense, so they're going to keep him in line. And if he gets out of line, well, have fun playing in Canada.
Could you imagine Belichick when the cameras are around? Okay, guys, we're having a meeting. Okay, good meeting, guys. Let's go. He's not going to put anything out there. Belichick, as long as he's coaching, you'll never see the Patriots on Hard Knocks. It'll never happen. These press conferences don't tell you anything.
So, did I ever tell you guys my Bill Belichick story?
Go for it.
Lay it on us.
So it was 2020 Senior Bowl. That was my first Senior Bowl. I'm down there for that. We're in the old stadium. If y'all remember the old stadium.
Lad Peebles.
Yeah, Lad Peebles. Yep. Of
course.
Which funny feels bigger than the newer stadium.
It does. It really does. But we're sitting there. I'm standing there with Donnie Druin. He works for Sports Illustrated.
Yep.
And so Donnie and I are standing there, and I noticed I watched ball. And Tanner McKee just went to the Eagles. Sorry. That distracts me. Belichick walks in, one of those side entrances, and I looked and I saw him coming, and I was like, "Huh, interesting." I said, "Johnny," I was like, "You want to go beat Bill Belichick?" He's like, "Can we do that?" I'm like, "Well, he's standing right there. Let's go walk up there." And so I walked up to him, and my line, I guess, was. I shook his hand. I said, "Bill, I'm John Vogel. You have any film analyst jobs available?" And the answer I got was, I said, "I'm walking away, coach. I'm good." That man is short. I'm 5'7". Yes. I was looking down at him, and I was like, "Holy cow!" I had no idea.
Yeah.
Yep. And once again, John, thank you for being 5'7". It made meeting you so much easier.
I remember you saying this.
Yeah, because Eric Edholm and Jeff Risdon are each about 6'5".
Yeah.
And when you're in the mosh pit, you got to know who to avoid. It's like, I love those dudes, but I can't be near them. So I had to find somebody I could conceivably be seen through or around or whatever. So that's always helpful to know where the people who are at least roughly your height are.
See, I had that rude awakening when I got to Grambling. I'm a freshman. I'm planning on walking on when I get down there. So I've reached out to Coach Robinson 1,000,001 times, letting her know, okay, you got this kid from New York that you didn't care about that's coming down there to walk on for you. So I get there, and I stayed in one of the 2 male high-rise dorms because back then the campus was divided male and female. So it was Main Street that ran through the middle of Grambling's campus. All the men's dorms were on one side of Main Street.
Yep.
And then all the female dorms were on the other side. On the male side, there were 2 high-rises, 7-story high-rises. I stayed in one called Pinchback Hall. It's no longer standing. It's a new Pinchback Hall there now. Right across the street from my dorm was Douglas Hall, where most of the football team stayed. And behind Douglas Hall was the old stadium. So what happened back then, the facilities where they stored their players' equipment was at the old stadium. So they literally had to walk to the old stadium, get their practice equipment and stuff, walk all the way to the other side of the campus, the Robinson Stadium, where the practice field was. And so there were plenty of days I would come out of my dorm, and when I came out of my dorm, here comes Kendrick Nord, who was the quarterback at the time, all 6'4" of Kendrick Nord, and all 6'1" of Roderick Mullen, who was the starting corner. So here I am at 5'10", talking about I want to play cornerback, and Roderick Mullen at 6'1.5" is walking past me like, yeah. And then to make matters worse, to open the season against Alcorn State, who's the quarterback for Alcorn State? Senior quarterback Steve McNair. So to say that I was the tiny one around all of these people, and everybody my size were all walk-ons that didn't make the traveling squad, so we were all playing dorm ball together. So everybody on that squad was big at the time, with the exception of like Jeff Nichols.
So O'Shawn Mathis just got snagged.
So 6 rounds, we still got names coming off the board that people know.
Yep.
I think that this is probably one of the last drafts that you see like this, you know, with the COVID rules really starting to die down, the people that could use the COVID eligibility.
Yeah.
Where we've been blessed over the last few years to just have these insanely deep drafts. There's so much talent, and it's because they're able to get that extra year to develop. It's exactly what Coach is on you're talking about.
Yeah.
You know, but I think that this is probably one of the last years. Maybe next year's the very last. It won't be as deep.
Right.
But this is the last year that we're going to see this. And so I'm just enjoying it. Free agency is going to be a blast too. There's going to be so much talent. And then I think we're going to start to settle back into how things used to be a little bit.
A little more
Yeah, I can't wait for the next couple of weeks, because now that you got drafts settled, any last minute holes are going to be plugged with guys, and there's a lot of quality guys on the street.
Yep.
You know, guys we thought would have been signed before the draft are still hanging around. So that second wave of free agency is about to hit, with teams that didn't like the way they filled their draft, or they felt that those guys aren't going to help them enough. They're going to load up on a couple of veterans they'll sign like 1-2 year deals that are pretty economical compared to what they think they would have gotten in the beginning of free agency. But they're going to get guys on their roster. And there goes Whippler, just like that, to Cleveland.
There we go. There we go.
Cleveland is having a very underrated draft.
They are quietly, but effectively having a really nice draft. And yeah, Whippler is. I mean, I think he was in almost everyone's top 5 at the position, so it tells you something.
It definitely was mine. Yeah, he was 3 on my board.
Yeah. I mean, Cedric Tillman, Siaki Ika, DeJuan Jones. Wow, this is fantastic.
Yeah.
Cameron Valentine. No, I said Cameron Mitchell, Isaiah McGuire, Dorian Thompson-Robinson. Jesus.
Their draft class is looking like one of those draft simulators. As you know, guys aren't going to be there in that round, but you know, oh, sure, he's there. I'm going to draft him. That's what their draft. That's what their draft class is looking like.
Nothing wrong with that.
Nothing wrong with that. Just let's just you know, instead, let's draft a guy that ran a 4.3 but only had 400 receiving yards this season from TCU.
You better never meet Tom Telesco at an event. Boy, oh boy, I can see you giving him hell.
What is he gonna do? What's he gonna do to me? What is he gonna do to me? The same thing he's done for the past decade. Oh, I am. You know, I know somewhere in his little hole in Canada, Greg Rector is laughing at my intelligence.
Well, Greg's working today, so that's why he's not here with us. But
good. I hope his boss gives him a double shift.
Greg's on the clock somewhere, but you know, shout out to Greg. We miss out.
Shout out to Greg, great guy. You know.
But because Greg is in here, we get to hang with John for the day. So we definitely didn't fall off in company.
I
appreciate that.
First of all, we didn't fall. No, this has been fantastic.
And as an advantage, we upgraded from Marine Corps to Army also. Nice.
There you go. Well,
wait,
don't
you're in the Army.
Don't say that to Marines. Don't say that to Marines. Don't say that to Marines.
What is Greg gonna do? Eat more crayons? Come on now.
the gunny would not want to hear that.
I've respect to all the men and women in the armed forces out there.
No, that's always the first question. You always the first question ask a Marine. What's your favorite crayon?
There you go.
Mm-hmm. Greg's is
Always.
probably blue.
If they say anything other than red, there's something wrong.
There you go.
That's true.
Yeah.
Shout out to all the members of the military. I hope your commanding officers are better decision makers than Tom Telesco, or you're going to be having a real fun commitment.
Trey Palmer comes here to Tampa.
There he is. Nice fit for him. He has an opportunity to actually, fight for that 4-5 spot.
Mm-hmm.
And they're in the process, we said, of retooling or whatever term we want to use. He has a chance to be part of that next wave of Tampa Bay Buccaneers that are finding their way.
Oh, look at that!
I'll say
State Beringer comes off the board here.
Nice.
See? There's my number one punter. My number one. Take that, school up north. Take that.
Yeah.
Bill, I'm going to whisper it into the microphone because they don't say it out loud down here in Tampa. Rebuild.
Yes. They don't use that term out loud. You're right.
No, they just use the term Logan Hall has first round value in the second round. That's the term that they use out in Tampa.
Now, the thing with Trey, though, is I think that Trey is going to be at his very best working out of the slot, that's a role right now that Tampa could actually use.
They could.
So that's as a bigger slot, because I think he measured in at 6 foot, did he not?
Yep.
So if he's 6 foot, that's a bigger slot that you can use. You have that straight line speed that he has, and I think that you can really create some mismatches across the board right away with a guy like Trey. So that might be honestly a steal right here.
Yeah, they need it because it was hard to explain that to a lot of Bucs fans last year. What Gronkowski did for this offense, he made up for not having that dynamic slot receiver. But even when Brown was around, or when Brown wasn't around, the fact that Gronkowski was such a hard inside matchup that he stretched the defense vertically, he did everything you needed. When you lost that, and you couldn't replace it with something equal value or something comparative to the impact that he had inside. It showed struggles last year. We got Scotty Miller. Well, Scotty Miller wasn't that. They brought in Cole Beasley. It wasn't that. Everything they did, it wasn't that. That was the phrase because it just wasn't that. You brought in Julio Jones. Well, Julio Jones, when healthy, wasn't that. So that was a key piece of their offense they haven't replaced. So if they get Palmer to kind of contribute in that way where he could stretch the field over the middle, where he can work some of those crossing routes and open up big chunks of yards in the intermediate zone with yards after the catch, that's going to be huge for this offense to open it up for whoever the quarterback is, whether it's Mayfield, whether it's Kyle Trask. They're going to need that because they just don't have a dominant running game. And even with Evans and Godwin on the outside, it's easy to control the game with those guys than it is for those guys to break it open.
Trey Palmer is interesting in that he's got elite speed, but average to maybe slightly below average explosiveness, which, guys have made it with that mix. Antonio Brown sort of graded poorly in testing in both things. And Dalvin Cook had tremendous or very above average speed, but below average explosiveness at his position, and he's worked out just fine. But the 29.5 inch vertical from a guy with that kind of speed is usually not seen very often because that's a good vertical for like a guard or a D tackle. And then the 9.6 broad, it's a little below average. His shuttles and three cones were okay, but not super great. But the 4.32 40 was the thing that obviously opened a lot of eyes. But it was that sort of imbalance between explosiveness and speed that I think, and of course, a dysfunctional offense at Nebraska. But those things together, I think, is why he was still available so late.
Yeah.
As opposed to going like late fourth, which is where I thought he was going to go.
And the other thing, too, when you think about how a guy like him could match up, right, is at least what we saw in college. A lot of his top highlights are running that seam right down the middle, catching the ball over the shoulder, 55, 60 yards for a touchdown. So it doesn't matter if he was at LSU or Nebraska doing it. So I like the fit. I think that's a really great – that's going to help the Buccaneers offense this year tremendously.
Oh, yeah. They're having an interesting – and I would say for the most part, they're getting good value for the most part. The Tampa Buccaneers – Yancey and Mock, they got players that are going to play right away. Yeah. Diaby's going to at least be rotational. You just pointed out that Palmer see a few snaps. So almost none of the players they drafted are just going to be parked.
And that's what they needed, right? They were in a cap situation. So they have to kind of, draft well because they can't overspend, and they spent more to keep their own guys than they did going out and getting outside players. So this had to be it. I think one of the things they've done over Jason Light's time, which is why he's tended to be the kind of guy to move back early in the draft as opposed to moving up, is because he's been able to draft well day 2 and day 3. So I think this is one of the things where he does very well. He finds the value in these late picks. I got to give him credit for it. He's doing another good job this weekend.
So I think Durham plays in their multi-tight end sets. Not a starter.
Otten,
He's gonna play with Otten. So Rossier Dennis is going to probably play in packages at times and contribute on special teams. So none of these guys are going to just be parked. Every single one of them is going to do something as a rookie.
And I think Durham gives you a little more big playability than Otten did. Otten was one of those guys you had to kind of scheme open. Durham gives you a little more wiggle, a little more ability to separate in coverage. So I think that's what you're going to look for with Otten is, can he create the bigger plays in the tight end position that Cade Otten could?
And we saw Durham do that at the Senior Bowl. We've seen him do it in his Purdue career. And I think, if you go back and look at the tape at Purdue, a lot of Durham's type of, I guess like his production, you could say, was limited because he just didn't have a quarterback that could get him the ball like that. O'Connell is not a guy that's going to put a ball up for grabs over here. He just doesn't have the velocity to drive it to places. He's a timing guy, so I think
Purdue seems to get those guys, right?
Right. Yeah. But it's like so Durham was kind of in the wrong place to use a guy of his skill set, and we got to see him at the Senior Bowl used properly, the way that someone's going to want him used with that body type and with the way that he attacks the catch point, and he was dominant.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think it's been 20 years since we've seen a Purdue quarterback that has not been basically a spot passer.
Yep.
And that guy was Drew Brees.
Yep, you're right. You're absolutely right.
David Drew wasn't a guy that was just like driving the ball in. I mean, he still had to throw with anticipation. Orton was probably a cut above Curtis Painter, a cut above the others we're about to name. Curtis Painter was, Curtis Painter.
David Blau.
Yeah. There was another one that had
Curtis Painter was great. What are you talking about? He got the Colts the number 1 pick. If we're being honest, if I'm just saying, if we're being honest, Curtis Painter has done a lot more for the Colts than a lot of quarterbacks in their history.
That's also true.
There is a valid point that's being said here.
Well, you got to love the fact that Jeff George got him Peyton Manning.
Exactly. You know how you always say the term "pay it forward." But Jeff George being, I believe, the number one quarterback off the board, he paid it forward by getting them another number one quarterback off the board.
And that quarterback just happened to, be a Hall of Famer. So
obviously, he. So I'm going to probably maybe offend Jeff a little bit, probably Bill as well.
You're not at all. No.
No. What I'm about to say is going to. But based off the postseason success throughout his entire career, especially with Peyton Manning, even though he has a Super Bowl, Tony Dungy got into the Hall of Fame way too quickly for my liking. Tom Flores is like 85 and just got in this year. Tony Dungy's in his, I think he is about to turn 70 and has been in for I think close to 5 to 7 years already.
I get what you're saying, but
yeah.
Flores is sort of like the Eli Manning of coaches, where they had
you replace Madden, yeah.
Right, they had 2 great runs, and the rest of his coaching career was kind of mid.
Whereas you can kind of look at Dungy and point out that before he's traded away from Tampa Bay, he's got that roster. They build it up the right way, and then Gruden walks in there and wins a Super Bowl with it.
Right.
Yeah.
So
counterpoint. Does Dungy win with Brad Johnson as his quarterback? I don't think he does. I think you need Gruden's offensive system in order to elevate that team. Well, I don't think they walk in. I don't think that Tampa Bay team walks into Philadelphia and beats the Eagles the way that Gruden's Bucks did.
I think there's 2 things at play here. I think that what he did that Dungy wasn't able to do was hold the offense accountable. I will give you that. That's because his system, I'm not trying to be mean, but his system wasn't exactly a world beater, as was revealed very shortly thereafter. When
really?
He had to try to
I thought Sean King was a top 5
as the defense went from being one of the best of the past 50 years to just a good defense, the offense was pretty quickly exposed. But he did 2 things. One, like I said, he did hold the offense accountable in a way that Dungy never had. And then 2, he was their scout team quarterback preparing for the Super Bowl. And he knew the strengths and weaknesses of Rich Gannon better than anyone, including Rich Gannon. He also knew their offense, which they didn't bother changing, I guess, either out of laziness, arrogance, or both. So he knew everything about their offense. They didn't even change their audibles. He knew everything. He gave them their entire offense. That's the other thing that Dungy could not have done, though Dungy probably still would have figured out the Raiders' offense because it wasn't that hard to figure out. But he gave them everything. They gave them the hot reads. He gave them everything, the sight adjustments. They had everything. Derek Brooks was like, "Oh, this is going to be the easiest game of my damn life." So those are 2 things that he did for them. He did do those 2 things that Gruden could not have given them everything about the offense, and he was always deferential to his offensive coordinator because he didn't feel like he'd go in there and really chew into the offensive guys the way he chewed into the defensive guys. Mm-hmm. Gruden had no problem chewing into everybody.
Yeah, so you guys are absolutely right. I have 3 counterpoints to what we're talking about. And first one is I watched Tony Dungy lose a playoff game to a punter. And that would be the 2008 wild card game against San Diego where Mike Seyfried literally beat Indianapolis.
Mike Seyfried was, we're throwing around crazy things to say. For that brief and shining moment was a dangerous, dangerous weapon.
Phil, you just said that it's acceptable for a punter to beat an offense with multiple Hall of Famers on it.
Well, I'm also going to point out that because that's a counterpoint. That's one game, right? Because Peyton Manning also threw 6 interceptions against the San Diego Chargers team.
That
was my second counterpoint. And then my third.
Okay. Yeah. Single game examples.
Right. So this is a multi-layered argument. So in his one Super Bowl,
I love it.
Yeah, so in his one Super Bowl, he needed Tom Brady to go down to San Diego and beat a 14-2 San Diego Chargers team. Had the Chargers won the game, it would have been Indy in San Diego, and there's a good chance that would have been 3 straight years San Diego beat Indianapolis in the playoffs. Keep in mind, he also got blown out by the Jets when they were the number 1 seed. If we look back at his entire career, He has needed lucky break after lucky break after lucky break to secure his Super Bowl. He needed Jeff Saturday to recover a fumble in the end zone in order for him to get to the championship game. And then he needed Lovie Smith to lose all brain cells and forget that Rex Grossman is a Florida quarterback and consistently overthrows or underthrows his receivers. He had two dominant running backs in Thomas Jones and the late great Cedric Benson. Benson fumbles, never gets a carry again. Does not decide, you know what, Jones, who's been hauling us to the playoffs all year long, negative, we're going to let it throw at Sexy Rexy. Like, I'm just saying, if you look back at it, I'm saying he deserves his accolades, but when you look at what the standard is for Hall of Fame head coaches,
sure,
his resume, he got pushed way too quick for what he's put onto the field.
I get what you're saying.
Yeah, he has a great defense, but he also had Monty Kiffin as his defensive coordinator, who outlasted him for 6 years after he left the Bucs.
Finally, AT Pierre off the board.
Yeah, I was going to say, so Keontae Coburn, A.T. Perry, Jose Ramirez, all off the board in the last couple of weeks. Oh, all after Chris Rodriguez. We had another running back come off the board.
Yep, Chargers are up at 3 picks. They're about to choose somebody horrible. Cannot wait for it.
Well, yes, these are some of my favorite guys going now. And so at some point, Xavier Hutchinson is going to go off the board too, I'm assuming.
He's still on the board?
He's very much on the board. He's my highest rated wide receiver left.
Wow. That's incredible.
It is.
I thought it was interesting as you said that Hutch you thought was an X, because that's where I had him too, which was I understand like the big slot concerns and stuff, but he's shown the ability to win outside, so I'm not worried about that. Ooh, Higgins. Wow. Higgins to Miami. Elijah Higgins.
Nice.
So, do you think they bulk him up and make him to a move tight end?
Higgins? Yeah, absolutely.
Well,
I mean,
are they stubborn?
They're already starting to work him into that at the Senior Bowl, and I mean,
yeah,
he didn't look bad at it.
No,
I mean, they could be stubborn like Dallas was for Hoko. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dallas won't budge on that. They talked about it, but he's staying at receiver, and he hasn't done a darn thing yet in the league. So it may have been 2 years too late to move him to H-back.
Which is so crazy about Fehoko, because I mean, I know he had the injury, but he also came into a time in Dallas where they had no receivers outside of CD. If he was going to be that dude, it would have been then, and it clearly wasn't. But that's the Jerry Jones special.
He couldn't beat Noah Brown out. Think about that. He couldn't beat Noah Brown out.
Yeah,
and you were drafted to basically compete with Noah Brown, and Noah Brown outworked you. You're faster than Noah Brown. You're a lot more polished as a route runner than Noah Brown. Yep. But you can't separate. So if you can't separate, you ain't getting open, and that's part of his problem. He's not separating against special teamers in the preseason.
Right.
So he's not doing it against those guys. He's not going to do it during the regular season against the real DBs. So that's a big problem for Hoko, is he's not separating.
Yeah. So can I have just a moment to sprinkle some love on Jose Ramirez?
Go right ahead.
So a very underrated part of being an effective pass rusher is not just having moves, but knowing when and how to use them and sequencing them, right? I don't know if there's even with the guys at the top who went off early, I don't know if there's anyone better at sequencing and setting up their pass rush moves than Jose Ramirez. I'm not sure, except maybe the Eastern Michigan thing, why he's available quite so late. But if you're okay with, a basically just situational pass rusher or a 3-4 outside linebacker, because he came in at 6'1" and 7'8", 242. So he's not going to be a true hand in the dirt guy, but he can be a stand-up pass rusher. You could probably, occasionally even drop him into coverage. I don't know why, but you could. He didn't look terrible when he did linebacker drills. He looked all right, but he's such a good pass rusher. I would just let him do the thing he's good at. But I mean, the way he's not one of the guys where you have to build him up, right? He's got it. He knows what he's doing. He has a great plan. He has a plan A, he has a plan B, he has a plan C, and he knows when to use which plan against which guy. He knows which guy is going to overset. He knows which guy is going to, try to muscle him. He knows which guy is going to try to stay with him, and he can which guy is going to open the front door, which guy is going to open the back door. He's really smart as a pass rusher, and people underestimate how much being a smart pass rusher matters.
And a lot of
John, you were going to say something?
A lot of that what you're talking about there, Bill, that's all, tape study. Is understanding your opponent when you're attacking them.
Yep.
And I think that Jose, for sure, is among the top in the way that he preps for a game in this class at that position.
So Higgins and Reed are the next two picks to Miami and Seattle. We're waiting on Baltimore's pick to be announced. And we're rapidly approaching the 7th round, the final round.
We are rapidly approaching the 7th round.
We got a safety out of New Mexico just came off the board.
Yeah.
Derek Reed.
Yeah.
That is wild. I didn't think he
two positions that fell in this draft were center and safety. So
there are safeties who I don't know. They probably saw something I didn't see, so I'll just leave it at that. But he's going to make a team, and he's going to contribute, probably special teams.
Well, we are in that range, yeah.
I just feel like there's guys who have better chance to someday be able to play safety.
Jason Taylor.
That's what I was thinking. That was the first name that came to mind. I was like, really? Huh. All right. I mean, we just had Coach talk about playmaking. And at the safety spot, I mean, Sidney Brown and Jason Taylor II are the ones that I saw most consistently making big-time plays, making game-changing plays. And I get why some guys went ahead of them, bigger names, maybe more position versatility, I guess. But give me those two, right? Once you get past Rick Browns, give me those two, and I'll put them up against anybody else in the safety class that goes after the top 100 picks.
So we got here's a name for you coming off the board.
I wasn't even going to try to say it. That's why I didn't.
Malaya Sala Aumuvae Laula.
Close enough. You didn't do too badly there, Jeff.
I try to get the they get the extra syllables in there. I try to match it up properly. But they had Oregon tackle off the board to Baltimore. So Baltimore's adding depth to that room,
Yeah, you've never heard anybody say our problem is too many quality tackles.
You never heard anybody say
that. No one's ever said, gosh, we're going to do with all these tackles who can actually play. So here's why I will say. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead, Bill.
So, as I said before, the tackles who are going here, and I think Witt probably goes maybe another half a round later to somebody who's willing to work with him. Some of these guys are going to see some time on things like practice squad and things like that. They're guys who have at least one really good quality, and everything else needs polishing or shaping or even just some of it's technique stuff, but some of it's literal physical stuff. Like some of these guys need to get heavier or lighter in a few cases, and lower body strength. And I talked to somebody about this recently. The biggest thing I've noticed is that the lower body strength numbers or lower body strength level of tackles in college football seems to have gradually dwindled over the past couple of years. And I think some of it has to do with their training differently, because so much of what you're doing now, because so many teams go up tempo, is you're working on, your endurance, and you're not squatting, 450 for reps or whatever the guys used to do in the late 90s, early 2000s. When Michigan was running the ball down people's throats, and Alabama was running the ball, and LSU, we did nothing to probably run the football. Their tackles would be literally, repping out 450, 475, 5-6 reps. Nobody lifts like that anymore.
Yeah.
Everybody's doing, more power clean, less heavy squatting, more balance board, more, and things that, and isometrics and plyometrics. And the good news, if you're looking for good news, is, hopefully fewer back problems and stuff like that, fewer guys blowing out, things lifting. But you're definitely seeing a lower level of lower body pop and power than I used to see.
Well, another guy off the board, part of my all-name team, defensive tackle from Boise State, goes to the Chargers. So Brock wasn't here for this. Scott Matlock is a huge Matlock fan.
This is a guy that I like more than everyone else in the world. I have been banging on, because I thought he might come out last year. So I was banging the Scott Matlock drum last year, and then he came back for an extra year as another one of those older COVID guys. He is better than almost everyone realizes. First of all, people don't think of him as a pass rusher, but his pass rush stuff is actually really good. He didn't do as much of it this year as he did the year before. I think he had 7.5 or 7 sacks or something last year. Dropped down like 2.5 or something this year, partially because he was used differently. But if you want a really crafty interior rusher and a better athlete than almost everyone seems to think, I mean, this guy's got a little bit of Trace Armstrong to him, for those who are old enough to remember.
Trace Armstrong, yeah.
Do not be surprised if he ends up being one of the better interior pass rushers in the whole draft class.
All right, so we're waiting to see who goes next to Houston. They haven't announced that pick yet.
He probably should have come out last year, though.
Yeah. Well, you want to come off of your best year when you're eligible, right? You don't want to give it too many years.
22 and change as opposed to 23 and change, which some teams do care about.
I hate the fact that 22 and change, 23 and change matters as much as 25, 26. If you're graduating usually at 23, right? 22 and a half, 23.
He graduated last year. He came back for an extra year. So now he has a master's degree, which is always fun. But, there's Jarrett Patterson. Okay, we're getting some centers off the board.
Yep, Patterson here to the Texans makes sense. Going up their trenches.
He's going to see some field. Well, if nothing else, spelling people. He'll probably be cross-trained. He'll probably be spelling the guards and centers in their offense.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and he's versatile. He can play guard or center.
Right. Well, he's going to be asked to do that because some teams only dress 7. So you better. You better.
Interesting pick here too for the Jaguars.
Oh,
Christian
wow!
Brownswell, corner out of Rutgers.
Oh,
well, I think we're getting to that point where
he tested well.
You're getting to that point where guys, special teams coaches are having their say. One, but number two, we've had so many corners come off the board. Teams are really digging into their bag for players that they really like because they may have had guys who realistically some teams have probably worn through their cornerbacks with all the guys that came off in these rounds. So they're probably going, okay, what guys that weren't on our board that we would have considered, and they're pulling out grades going, this guy, he tested well, we liked him. He just missed being on our board, or this guy, so there are players. Sometimes teams only have 19, 20 guys at a position that they really like. And then once you get through those 19, 20 guys, they either don't draft anybody else at that position, or they start pulling out guys that just missed the cut.
Yep.
But there's things to like about Braswell. And he's got a teammate. I mean, Rutgers has corners. I guess so they have the other one's probably not getting drafted, but he'll make a team. So Rutgers has a nice little thing going up with defensive backs, going back to, obviously, I was going to say going back to the Schiano days, but I guess Schiano days part 1, I guess what I should say. So now they're at Schiano days due, the re-Schianification of their program. But yeah, he's well coached. Obviously, Schiano is a master molder of defensive backs.
There were a bunch of them too, I think, that all played at the Hula Bowl this year, right? They were all Rutgers DBs.
Yeah.
And Braswell was in that group, if I think, right? Is this the first?
I have the
first Hula Bowl guy we've got off.
Yeah. Well, we haven't seen the kid from LSU. Where did I put my Hula Bowl roster? I was just looking at it the other day.
Here, I'll pull up mine real quick. Let's see. Oh no, Sean Clifford was there. So I mean,
Yeah, I
he's
know
already off the
Sean
board.
Clifford. Yeah, well, yeah. So he was technically the first Hula Bowl guy.
Yeah.
I think we may have a lineman or two.
Avery Young and Christian Yitzen are the other two DBs from Rutgers that probably the other two are probably undrafted free agents, but there's a shot that one of them could also be drafted.
Jaron Cage still on the board?
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, I remember calling that name out.
We still got Justin Ford on the board too. That was an interesting DB, Montana.
Yeah. So Christian Yitzen was also at the Hula Bowl, right?
Yes.
Yeah, he's the one that had an amazing pro day. Braswell had a solid one, but Yitzen had a fantastic pro day. You know, he had a 4.15 shuttle. He had a knocked out 20 reps on the bench, 41.5-inch vert, and ran a 4.41. So he would have been in the top few guys at the combine. Braswell was decent also. 4.07 tone and 4.53 in the 40.
Yeah, it looks like I'm not seeing anybody else that was there that's off the board yet.
No. A lot of those guys are.
And Jared Bernard Converse is the guy you were thinking of.
Yeah.
At LSU.
Yeah.
I'm kind of surprised he's still on the board.
Another coverage linebacker, Amari Burnay, another guy who can cover. Undersized, which that's another thing. So another position where guys are actually trending lighter is inside linebacker. The average weight of an inside linebacker in the draft class of 2023 was about 6.5 pounds heavier than the average inside linebacker in this year's draft.
Yeah, well, you got to remember, we're not seeing too many of the 6'4", 240, 250-pound Mikes anymore that can run with these.
Right.
Yeah,
Campbell was.
yeah. There's not too many of them that are running with these backs anymore. You know, so yeah, they got to kind of get faster, lighter. But that's what's killing a lot of teams at the pro level in the running game, right? You're putting these lighter bodies out there. Well, when teams are getting second level, those runs are creasing you because they can't handle the 300 that's coming at them. So the guys that used to be the Wills are now becoming Mikes.
Right.
Mm-hmm. And a lot of that too is going to, like half field concepts.
Yeah.
I'm seeing a ton of teams playing that where, you split the mic into two roles basically.
Yep.
Yeah.
You have one guy playing one side draw a line straight down the center. One guy plays downhill to the left, the other plays downhill to the right.
Right.
And that's been a very effective way of unleashing, the four-man front basically.
Yeah.
And letting that get back there and then just, having two guys to clean up the gaps that can run to the perimeters. So, that's been super helpful too on that aspect. The other thing that I was thinking about was with the edge rushers and stuff, because Brock, before he was gone there for a bit, he had talked about how people could get around big tackles. And he was onto something because we're already seeing that shift in the game, right? And it's because of Hassan Reddick.
Mm-hmm.
That role of Reddick and that 5'1" bear is going to absolutely kill the NFL as we know it in terms of offenses and this 11 personnel. And I think that's why you're seeing. Speak of Jarek Bernard Converse, he comes off the board of the Jets right now.
There you go.
There you go.
But no, like that's that whole direction of the game defensively is going in that direct. It's heading that way. So now you're seeing everybody's going heavy 12, right?
Yeah.
12 personnel.
Right.
That was, what was it? I think I said this on a radio show this morning. 3 of the top 4 teams that finished out the year in the championship games ran 30% or more of their snaps in 12. When I watched the Lions pull off the first round, my first reaction was they're about to load up. Everybody's going 12. They're trying to be a step ahead of the curve. They're about to go 22. So you get a running back that you can play as a wide receiver. You can put in the slot and play him in the backfield, so you can motion him out. I said they're going to go tight end in the second round. Sure enough, Laporta comes off the board. But they're going to go heavy 12. They're going to go heavy 22 because they're trying to catch these defenses without the proper, personnel. And now that utilizing that 53-man roster is becoming so much more important across the entire league.
And we were talking about it earlier with the inactives. That's one rule that's always been one of my biggest bugaboos, right? I get why they implemented it. You don't want anybody to ever outnumber you roster-wise on game day.
Yeah.
Fair enough. But look what it's done to the QB3s. Look what it's done to the offensive lines when you go into the game shorthanded on the offensive line. Injuries are too real to keep purposely lightening your roster for game day. So that's one of the biggest bugaboos I have is me as a head coach, I'm thinking of my whole roster. I put this whole roster together believing that it's going to help me at some point, and I got to go into a game shorthanded on purpose because somebody doesn't. We don't want teams being outnumbered. Well, yes, but you have these practice squads now that are so fluid, right? Mm-hmm. Before the practice squad was the practice squad. You had to drop somebody to sign somebody. Well, now you just deactivate somebody and activate somebody for a game. Well, if that's the case, why are we going with inactives? Why are we going with actives on game day?
Right.
Unless they're injured. You've basically now made inactives unnecessary.
Yeah.
So that's I'm like look at it like, well, why are we still doing the inactive thing if we're going to have guys active off the practice squad just for a game?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Hope somebody from the NFL is listening.
Well, the league. We're going in that direction, Jeff. I think the COVID really opened up a lot of
big time. Yeah, that was the eye opener. Was COVID.
Right. So I think that is as Brock also made a really good point earlier with the injuries really starting to pile up on the lower, lower body injuries because of the people wanting to go that, the hits go in that direction, not wanting to get hit up high. I think that's coming. I think what you're describing is coming where, the practice squad is the inactives and, you have you go into a roster, the game day with a 53-man roster. I think that's coming. Especially now with personnel sets becoming such a big thing, right? Like you have to be able to do everything. You have to get fluid. And that's the thing is if I'm an offense, I have to have 3 really good receivers. I have to have 2 really good tight ends. And now I have to have 2 really good running backs on top of the depth to go with an offensive line. I mean, I think you're going to get to a point where choice isn't going to be a thing anymore where I have to prioritize my game day roster so that it's heavy 22 or it's heavy 11 or whatever that is. We're getting away from that, I think. So everybody's going to be running a bunch of different stuff, and it's going to be about who can be more versatile, more fluid with the players that in the way that you scheme things.
See, I guess that's where I was ahead of my time as an offensive coordinator, right? Everybody was just spread or West Coast or, whatever they were. And I was the guy who had kind of had the mixed bag offense. I called it a hybrid because it had West Coast elements, it had Air Coryell elements. And then when I learned the spread, it took on some spread elements. So I think when I was able to do that, the reason why we were able to win in that championship game was because we were able to do things. We put out 12 personnel, and we hadn't shown 12 personnel most of the season. So when we finally did that in the championship game, they weren't prepared for it. It opened up our running game and the rest of our offense because they were ready for the spread, they were ready for the eye, and all of the other stuff that we were doing on film all season long. So, yeah. So welcome back, Brock. We made a room change on us, huh?
Yeah, and apparently that shook a couple things loose for the receivers.
Fortunately, as I get up, I discovered that the floor was wet, and it turns out that the house sitting floor has a little flood in the other room. So I am now in a different office.
So
wow.
Hutchinson and Josephus are now off the board. And,
back to back, yeah, back to back.
So the Project X.
And you know where they didn't go? Los Angeles.
They're both
Chargers.
Project X's in my world. In my world, those are Project X's. Both guys with good size.
Yes.
And in Josephus, you have a guy who's 6'3" and 1/8", 206 pounds, and ran the fastest 60 meters in all of NCAA indoors. So that's the kind of speed that you're getting in a big-bodied receiver. There's things he's going to have to learn, obviously, at this level, but that's a big, nice present to hand to your offensive coordinator and say, and your wide receiver could say, teach this guy, because he could be an absolute beast.
Another kicker off the board, Anders Carlson goes to Green Bay.
The younger brother of not Alex. What was his older brother's name?
Daniel.
Thank you.
Daniel. I believe you lost your guess, Bill.
From went to same school, Auburn.
Oh, yeah, that was Steve. Oh, hold on.
Yeah. So we'll try and get him back. Want to make sure we get the most out of you, John, before you have to leave us for round 7. So, of who's left, we're looking at guys that are most likely going to be special teamers. Every once in a while, some of these guys will sneak out there on one side of the ball or the other and contribute in different ways. Who do you think is still out there that's going to be a contributor for a team in a year or two, offensively or defensively?
Am I back? Sorry.
Sorry.
Yes, you are back.
Yes, I was saying, who do you think is going to be that's on the board now could still be a contributor for a team, obviously and defensively, in the next 2 to 3 years?
So I think Jalen Redmond makes a lot of sense. Defensive tackle out of Oklahoma. That's a guy that can get in there and really make some plays. Rajon Wright, I think, is a very underrated corner in this class. You want to talk about a guy that's got some length and can make some plays. I mean, he did a good job at Oregon State most of his career. I can't believe that Jason Taylor's still on the board and Brandon Hill's still on the board. That's two really solid. We watched a New Mexico safety come off the board before those two guys. Like, I'm not understanding that one at all. And then Thomas Nkoum, man. Thomas Nkoum is another one of these MAC guys, right? Where it's like, why is he still on the board? Like, what are we doing here, guys? Nkoum is very strong against the run, not just a pass rusher. Very strong. It might be one of the best run defenders in this class, and he's still on the board. So there's a bunch of them here. I could keep going, but I'm going to stop right there.
Listen, I'm shocked. Listen, we've seen Hutchinson go off. This is about the spot I had Iosivas going off the board, because I know it's an Ivy League guy. They tend not to rush those guys off the board. I have a little more respect for the Ivy League player, having covered or scouted those guys when I was in the Northeast, especially consistently being at Columbia, seeing those guys. So, listen, there was a corner I loved it out of Columbia years ago. Was at the pro day. He was killing the pro day. Pulled up at the end of his first 40, which I timed him very well. And they were like, okay, well, see you next year. So that's how much respect they give a lot of the Ivy League guys. And that was a scout. That wasn't anybody. That was a scout saying, see you next year. They weren't even bothering, despite the fact that he was killing his pro day and he had quality film. They weren't even bothering to wait. We got too many SEC guys, they felt. So,
that's what makes it more surprising that we watched a New Mexico safety get drafted before Brandon Hill and Jason Taylor.
Yeah. Eric Hallett from Pittsburgh off the board. So, yeah, we're watching guys trickle off. So we're still seeing and some names still on the board at wide receiver. You go down the list. There's still a lot of tight ends still out there too.
Andre Carter II probably going to go somewhere in the next 25 or so picks.
That's a name I thought would have been going earlier today.
Yeah, he didn't test well, and he came in really light. So they'll forgive one or the other. You can either be underweight or you can test poorly. You can't be underweight and test poorly.
Yeah.
I can't believe that his draft process has been so depressing, considering that at one point he allegedly was projected to go between 25 and 35 around there. Okay, I don't think that we all thought that. I'm just saying the media was pushing him up to a point where he asked the president for a waiver so he could play in the NFL, and now we're here around 7 and he's not even off the board yet. Like that as a person, that has to be a very tough pill to swallow. So I'm just saying I feel for the guy. He's what I have to call he's basically a Will Levis victim, is where a lot of people have hyped up a prospect for no good reason up to a point where expectations are high, and then at the end of the night, unfortunately, reality sets in, and it's a very hard thing for a person, it's just from a human standpoint, from a person to accept, swallow, and come back from. It really is a tough thing.
Well, we're just a few picks away from the end of round 6 and then going into round 7, the final round of the NFL draft. The fun round for us because we're really watching the names go off the board.
My
guys, this guy's just going out.
My guys, yes.
But we're also looking for names like some of the guys we've had on our draft show, like Jerome Cap and guys like that, hoping that those guys find a team.
Johnny Buchanan.
Day 3. Yeah. Javon Hicks. We haven't heard Javon Hicks' name. So we're looking for all those guys, seeing if they come through. Most likely, if they don't end up there, they'll be going into a camp as a rookie camp invite or a PFA. So we're gonna once again thank our sponsors from RichKid Clothing. We're gonna get them a little airtime, and we'll be back with more coverage here of the 2023 NFL Draft.
Streetwear is not dead. The next wave in black fashion comes out the Bronx, New York. RichKid Clothing, picking up where FUBU, Rockaware, and Carl Kanai left off. RichKid is for the next generation of Get Fly fashion heads.
What's good, my beautiful people? This is Mello Williams with Team NBS Media and your host of the press conference. Make sure you catch me each and every week with a new episode of the press conference. Each week, I sit down with different guests where we discuss sports, culture, and current events. Make sure you follow me on all social media @_Mello Williams to stay current with what I got going on with Team NBS Media. And make sure you follow Team NBS Media as well @Team NBS Media at all social media sites.
In 2006, we founded Yeti Coolers with a simple mission: build the cooler we use every day if it existed. One that was built for the serious outdoor enthusiasts rather than for mass discount retailers. One that could take the abuse we knew we'd put it through, out in the field and on the water. One that simply wouldn't break. We decided early on that production innovation would come from necessity and first-hand experience, not from market research and data analysis. Today, Yeti products perform when it matters most. Whether that be an excursion into the remote Alaskan wilderness, chasing redfish on the Gold Coast, or just getting together with friends in the backyard, we make gear that helps you stay out longer, travel farther, and live harder. #Built for the Wild.
Streetwear is not dead. The next wave in black fashion comes out the Bronx, New York. RichKid Clothing, picking up where FUBU, Rockaware, and Carl Kanai left off. RichKid is for the next generation of Get Fly fashion heads.
So we are back, and we're getting ready to close out round 6 here. Little update while we were gone. Demario Douglas finally comes off the board, wide receiver from Liberty. Yeah. Titus Leo from Wagner. So finally, we're getting some of the schools, the little guys. Wagner in Staten Island, New York. The island.
A two-time All NEC conference player. Yes.
And I love to see NEC guys getting their name called. That's a great thing. And listen, I've been fighting for some of those NEC guys for a while, Merrimack guys. We're always trying to get some of those young players from the lesser seen schools the recognition for this point, or at least just get them in a camp. So the fact that Titus Leo gets called, I'm excited about that, especially what it means for other NEC guys, that Northeast 10, as they used to be called before they became just the Northeast Conference, because now there are more than 10 of them. So, Bill, you want to intro our guest?
Well, Steve Morton and I. How far back does Steve and I go? Far. We go far. We go back far. Over a decade. I think it's over a decade now. Steve is a lot of things, but he's one of my favorite Titans fans. But he's also a guy that does some deep data dives and, has a real job. So he doesn't do as much draft stuff as he used to because people pay him to do real things. But he's carved out a little bit of his time, and I'm always glad to have him. Steve, always a pleasure to have you, sir.
Thank you, guys. It was a pleasure to be asked. And Bill said, "Would you come on and talk about the Titans?" And so I said, so it didn't start off the way we had hoped. I am convinced that it was true. The Titans wanted to move to 3. They wanted to take C.J. Stroud. That was what they wanted to do to begin the draft. That didn't work out. Houston took advantage of the fact that they stunk so bad last year and were able to go ahead and draft C.J. Stroud, and then made the trade to get Will Anderson. I guess the rumor that I hear is it resolved a dispute between their GM and their coach, who wanted different players. So they were able to get both those players. So the Titans were there at 11. The highest player on their board was Skoronski. He fills a huge need. They actually did not have an NFL starting left guard on the roster. So with him there, they went ahead and took him, knowing that. So if you look at the next 2 picks, it really comes down to the Titans, their leadership understands they're at a crossroads now. They are at a place where they need to move on, both age and contract situation, that they're both in their last year of their contract, from the Ryan Tannehill, Derrick Henry era. So they've got to start preparing to do that. Their big needs coming into the draft were the offensive line and wide receiver. And how were they going? What plan were they going to have to move on from the Derrick Henry, Ryan Tannehill era? So that means quarterback, running back, wide receiver. But really, if your wide receiver 2 is Westbrook Akina, you've got problems at wide receiver. But they haven't taken a wide receiver yet, and it's really come down to this was not a great year to need a wide receiver, to need a top wide receiver. And every pick that they came to, somebody else was higher on their board. And they've decided that they are at a situation, as far as where their team is at, they should just take the best players available and move forward. So when they got to the second round, they still had that glaring need for a quarterback that they really didn't want to spend a top 11 pick on, other than Stroud. They definitely, I have no doubt in my mind, they would have taken Stroud if they'd have gotten to it. So Levis was the highest one that they had, and so they had to make the move to see him. And Levis is a little interesting story because there's disagreement on what Levis is. I was not a huge fan. I'll be upfront about that from his just what you saw of him in college. So it goes back to the kind of the Bill Walsh, what I read one time when he told Paul Zimmerman, every prospect that you ever take, especially at that position, there's a reason why you're taking him, and then there's a reason why you could end up regretting it. Levis has a lot in both columns. So that ends up being why he ends up being, a pretty controversial pick, especially in the Titans fans world. The reasons why you would, he has elite physical tools. He has among the strongest arms you will ever see. He has a very good release. A very quick release, one that's very repeatable. So he can move, and he's both smart and tough. So if you're going to start, that's not a bad place to start. The downside is he's been a horrid decision maker. His footwork. I've told people he has the thing where he either stands there like a statue or runs as hard as he can straight forward. And so he doesn't really move. If you look at Anthony Richardson, just a magician in the pocket. That's not Levis right now. So you have to take in those. Do you trust the dude that he's going to work to correct those problems that he has? And do you trust your coaches that you can get it out of him? And that's really what it comes down to. That'll be what their bet comes down to. So they've all bet their jobs on Will Levis. So you got to hope that ends up being. And then the surprise for me is that they did not go wide receiver at any point. They haven't picked 228, but they haven't taken one. They've taken all offensive players and not taken a wide receiver.
Right.
So that's been a surprise. I do know that the players that they've taken, they were high on. They were high on Spears. They were high on Duncan. So they have tried to stay to their board. And wide receivers just keep getting aced out. So it was just not a great year for the wide receiver group altogether, and they've just come to the conclusion that there were better players. So and now that I've done that soliloquy, you guys got anything you want to ask me?
Well, before we question you, Steve, we're about to lose one of our analysts for the day. Our guest analyst for today, John's got to run. So, listen, we just want to thank John for hanging with us today. Listen, it's been great, man. We always catch each other on the road.
Finally, Dante Stills.
That's what I saw. Yeah, I saw that. I was like,
as well as Deuce Vaughn. If you're a Cowboy fan, you're getting a steal in Deuce Vaughn. But, John, it's been great, man. Listen, we'll catch up on the road before we get a chance to do this again. So, salute to you, brother. We'll talk.
Absolutely. Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate the opportunity. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Bill. Good to meet you, Steve.
Good to meet you.
We'll see you guys around.
Always a pleasure, John.
All right. John Vogel, everybody. Watch for his work. Where are you going now, John? I know you're leaving. You're going to be joining my partner over at what's the site again?
NFL Draft Lounge. Yeah.
Thank you. Draft Lounge.
Yep, with Brian Lamb.
Yes.
I'm going to be doing some help as well with Raider Ramble. I love this idea that we have. There's nobody that's doing team-specific draft coverage the way that we have this idea set up. I think it's potentially revolutionary across, team-specific media. And then Daily Stat Jocks over there. We're doing some betting and college fantasy and NFL fantasy content. So
perfect. All right, thanks for joining us, man.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate you. We'll see you.
We'll be in touch. I know you got to run. So.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, all right. So, questions for Steve?
Yeah. Okay. So, go.
No. Age, age after beauty in this case. Go ahead, babyface.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Bill Carroll. All right. So, for a long time, I've always expressed a sentiment that the Titans were a team that had an overachieving head coach with an underachieving GM with John Robinson. How comfortable do you feel with this new general manager, and also the front office heading forward with this draft and throughout this offseason process?
So It's one of those things where I would say not enough information. I was honestly out on the last GM when he traded an elite wide receiver when we never had one. so that hurt. This draft did not hurt like the last year's draft hurt. That draft hurt to get through those days, to know that AJ Brown was going to spend the rest of the bulk of his career somewhere else. And Bill will tell you, I was high on AJ Brown from when he was at Ole Miss and was ecstatic when he was a Titan, when he became a Titan.
Yes.
So that one hurt. It hurt bad enough that I was never going to forgive it. So I always say there are only two Titans moves that I've never forgiven. One was taking Andre Dyson instead of Randy Moss, and the second one was trading AJ Brown. They both had to do with wide receivers. But they both hurt. They both still hurt, in fact. So a little I thought they would go wide receiver. I understand why they haven't. I mean, I do. I see what the plan is. And like I said, I wasn't a huge fan of Will Levis. But I could also say, hey, if you feel like you have to take a quarterback, and that you don't know that Mike Vrabel is ever going to. Mike Vrabel's never going to sign up for intentionally losing enough to get to the top of the draft. So that, if you go that, and if you believe that Vrabel and his staff can get it out of Levis, because I mean it's there, the ingredients are there. It's whether or not Levis and the Titan staff figure out how to cook it. It's not, the ingredients are all there. So, that one, and after that, really no doubt. I thought that Rand Carthon did a solid work in free agency. He didn't have a lot of money to spend, and he had a lot of places he had to go get players, especially on the offensive line. So the offensive line is now at least Dennis Daly is not playing left tackle any longer. So, and that was awful. That's just awful. That was the only way to put that. I mean, he actually, I think, with like 300 less snaps, tied Jonah Williams for leading the league and giving up sacks. So, which is why you can tell the Cincinnati Bengals actually signed Orlando Brown. I think that Rand Carthon has so far done solid work. I mean, you're really not going to know until that next year. This just tells you where they're at in the draft next year. So they don't have a third-round pick from the trade for Will Levis. They don't have a fifth-round pick from the trade for Dennis Daly. They don't have a sixth-round pick for the trade for Ugo Amadi. So they have the last general manager burned 2 picks on Dennis Daly and Ugo Amadi. And burned the 4th this year on the Julio Jones deal. So that's why they didn't have a 4th this year. Wasn't reluctant to give away day 3 picks, which I mean that's a small part of the reason. I mean, really the large reason is I believe the AJ Brown trade had to go really well for him to survive that, in my opinion. I've always said if John Robinson doesn't trade AJ Brown and drafts Amon-Ra St. Brown instead of Des Fitzpatrick, he's probably still general manager today. So, just on those 2 moves, and it did not take an elite talent evaluator to come with the conclusion that Amon-Ra St. Brown was a better wide receiver than Des Fitzpatrick. So I would think that I think you got it exactly right. It's an overachieving head coach that had an underachieving general manager that he was carrying. And then the organization made the decision to get rid of the underachiever.
Yes, and not to add salt into the wound, but Isaiah Wilson was also.
I tried to block that out.
His time in Tennessee was so short and so insignificant. Sometimes you can, if you're not a diehard Titans fan. But obviously, your franchise in the post-Steve McNair era has failed to really get a solid long-term starting quarterback. I think Ryan Tannehill is like the longest.
Ryan Tannehill is, with no doubt, no reservation, the best quarterback the Titans have had in the post-Steve McNair era.
Yes.
I mean, he
honestly for 1 year.
He honestly might be the third best quarterback that the franchise has had since George Blanda. So
you might be right. I'm going through. I mean, Pastorini.
Wait, are we counting the Oilers?
Yeah.
Okay, so McNair and Moon are obviously 1 and 2.
Right.
Yeah, that's after that. It might actually be Ryan Tannehill.
It's a fight between Dan Pastorini and Ryan Tannehill. Yeah.
I was thinking a moment of inspiration was going to come to me, and wow, did it not? It went away quite quickly. But
it has been a dark history at quarterback. It has been like the Middle Ages during the Black Plague.
Oh, Rusty Smith, we hardly knew ye.
Oh, he was terrible.
Yes. Absolutely.
But I know how much you love terrible quarterbacks.
I do that's what being a Titans fan has taught me, is to love terrible quarterbacks. So just, to at least get the hilarity of, when you can watch a quarterback like say Jake Locker just be totally lost. Oh. and you just know he's totally lost. And you're like, just run forward, because that's really the only thing you got.
I did not expect this to go down the Titans/Oilers history of quarterbacks, and I totally forgot Jake Locker was, in the league.
Yeah.
I still have the ESPN cover with Cam Newton, Blaine Gabbert, and Jake Locker. Right? Is that the three? That's the three, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's like who do you want? Can't miss is the caption.
Yeah.
Well,
there was, and amazingly, the only one of those guys that's still in the league is Gabbert.
Yeah.
But he's in the role that he should have always been in as a backup.
Yeah.
The Chase Daniels, Matt Schaub Derek Anderson career path has been very.
Blaine Gabbert learned early on you can make a nice living just holding a clipboard.
Yeah.
That it's better than getting a real job.
That seems to be the lot in life for Missouri quarterbacks, because that's how Chase Daniel made a living.
Hey,
Drew Lock too.
Yeah.
We talked about the incredibly shrinking linebackers. D. Winters just left the board at 5'11", 227.
Yes, and a punter. And now we have Travis Bell from Kennesaw State coming off the board.
The one thing I'm sure of is the Titans are not going to take a punter. That they're perfectly happy with Ryan Stonehouse.
Now, I was going to say, you have a happier history of punters, right? Greg Montgomery, Stonehouse, yeah.
Well,
Hendrick, Kern, the Titans have closed the market on punters.
Well, you've had great kickers over the years in general. Al Del Greco, so there's been plenty of great kickers you guys had. It's just unfortunately there's a lot of other positions that just, when you think about it, technically you had some great receivers when you had the run and shoot years. And when you had, of course, Haywood Jeffries, of course, Ernest Gibbons. What were you saying?
They had Derek Mason, and then 2 years after his breakout, they let him go away in free agency
to Baltimore. Yeah.
Yeah. So I always say, if you put Randy Moss on those 2000 and 2001 Titans, they win multiple Super Bowls easily.
Yeah.
I mean, they would have had a dominant defense, dominant offensive line. Eddie George, Steve McNair, Derek Mason, Randy Moss, Frank Wycheck. They would have won multiple Super Bowls easily.
How cursed?
I'll never forgive that.
How cursed does Minnesota have to be to have Randy Moss, Chris Carter, Robert Smith, that whole offense? Yeah, Jake Reed. They still had, and they still had on the defensive side John Randall and all those guys, and they couldn't get over the hump with all of that. They couldn't get over the hump with all of that.
Oh.
Yeah.
So jealous of looking at that wide receiver. And now they got Jordan. They got Jordan Jefferson today. So, and Bill will tell you how high I was on Jefferson.
We were the guys. Jordan Jefferson's my.
I was like, he's always open.
My wide receiver one. People were like, how can you have him as your wide receiver one? Just watch.
He's always open.
He's big, he's fast, he catches everything, and he's always open. What am I supposed to not like about him?
Yeah, that was just Burrow, Chase, and Jefferson all on the same team. That's just unfair.
Yeah, Terrace Marshall Jr., second-round pick to the Panthers, also on that team. Clyde Edwards-Helaire, first-rounder. That offense was stacked. And Steven, to be fair, Randy Moss did eventually become a Titan. Obviously, that didn't work out quite as well as
you're not helping.
I remember Jeff Fisher saying he didn't start him because he had Justin Gage at the same position.
Well,
I don't care how old Randy Moss was when you got there; he was better than Justin Gage.
Yeah, that was.
Honestly, Randy Moss would probably be our wide receiver 2 today.
That was the one mistake y'all made, was hiring a Buddy Ryan disciple as head coach. That's what it was. Yeah.
Jeff was here a long time. Jeff had a lot of good qualities. I mean, he did. I know people joke about the 500 record, but there's a lot of head coaches that in the league that didn't get to 500.
That's true.
And sure didn't last as long as he did. So
that's true.
At the end, it was time for him to go. But and when he got to the Rams, he was probably out. The league had passed him by.
Mm-hmm.
Zach Kuntz is now off the board. I'm a big fan of his, and
extremely good athlete. So
yes, a high hurdles champion who was 6'7" and 221 at the time. You don't see too many of those. So terrific athlete, not an overwhelming blocker, and he hasn't run all the routes, but the routes he runs well. He can catch the ball out away from the frame of his body. He's fairly good runner after the catch. He needs to get a little stronger, which I assume will happen. And I could see him being, a tight end 2 right out of the box.
So one thing I would have said about him is earlier in the announcing one of the picks for the Raiders was Raymond Chester. And if a tear doesn't come to Raymond Chester's eye, watching the way the game is played today, back in his day, Raymond Chester could catch everything, but he couldn't block. And if you were a tight end that couldn't block, you didn't get to play.
Yeah.
Jerome Barkley, Raymond Chester have a support society, I hope, talking about the Born Too Early. I should do a whole story on the Born Too Early Club, because Willie the Wisp Gallimore, there's a bunch of dudes who just were born too early. Oh, man.
I mean, can you imagine Bob Hayes on the space they give wide receivers nowadays?
People think Tyreek Hill is fast, and he is. I mean, he's very fast, but he's not Bob Hayes fast.
No.
How long did he hold the record for the 200? Was it like 20 years or something like that?
He held for a bit, and he never trained. He was a football player who just showed up and won.
It must have been very frustrating to these guys who've been training to run the 100 meters since they were 8 to have this guy who was just a pigeon-toed football player show up and kill them.
So the Titans will be up here in about 7 picks. Maybe they'll decide to take a wide receiver.
Hey.
So I will tell you, if you're a UDFA wide receiver, you should be begging your agent, get me in Tennessee. Get me in Tennessee. I can make that team.
Well, the good thing
I do know they.
The good thing about having you on is you get to hang around till that pick, so we get your live reaction to that pick.
I do know they did a lot of work on guys like Xavier Smith. So the Ed Lee, they did some work on him. They did do some work on guys that wide receivers, smaller wide receivers that were going to go late or be in UDFA. So I think they may have had an idea that maybe the wide receiver board wasn't going to fall the way they wanted it to. So, that, and that's what I said. At least they came in. I truly believe they came in with a plan. So Jalen Jones comes off the board. I see.
Yep.
By the way, I hate to say this. It pains me. The Colts have done a fantastic job.
They really have.
The last 3 days.
Well, he had that come to Jesus meeting after they fired Frank Reich. I think he had no choice.
I mean, they done. So I just want to know, though, one of the things I want to know, did Deuce Vaughn's dad pound the table for him in the Cowboys draft room, or did they make him leave?
He probably did. Because I know they listened to their guys. They were all excited about having him. I know now that Mike McCarthy's calling the office, he's like, well, I got a little scat back. I can do all this little funny stuff. I'll show him about that Kellen Moore, but definitely you talk about return game. You talk about him. You talk about the already Pro Bowl returner.
He's one of those guys that's a lot better football player than his size speed combo would lead you to believe.
So they're going to find ways to get him to football.
And I know that they're going with Pollard, who's a lot different type of back than Zeke Elliott.
Yeah.
And Pollard's got a lot of that versatility as well. And honestly, Zeke did. Zeke's a really good pass catcher and blocker, and he's just gotten. He was always on the prefaces of not being explosive enough, and he's maybe hit that line. So
he's definitely passed it, unfortunately, and it didn't help him at the line age in his earlier years. So as he started to hit the second half of his career, they were rebuilding it. So no more of those big holes to run through when you're running over linebackers.
If you had 3 Old Dominion Monarchs being drafted on your bingo card, you can collect your winnings.
Yes.
This might be old. Is this Old Dominion's best draft ever?
It is Old Dominion's best draft.
Like I said, but when I was in high school, the only reason I knew Old Dominion because I would go there to watch in Norfolk State games. That was the only reason I knew Old Dominion. And I had family from the Virginia area. We always talked about Norfolk State. We didn't talk about ODU.
Well, they didn't have a football program at the time, right?
Yeah.
So they had one way back in the day and then dropped it for about 40-something years and then brought it back about 15 years ago, something like that.
Yeah. I knew it was early 2000s.
Yeah, early 2000s brought it back.
So Minnesota goes with a tone-setting running back.
Yes. And this is the pride of Ocala, Florida. Dwayne McBride off the board. I was just talking to one of my fellow scouting buddies that lives in Ocala. So he's seen Dwayne McBride since he was in high school. He was talking about it. We're hearing good things about it. But I think one thing that hurt him was the turnovers. The double-digit fumbles was what hurt him. Another punter.
The other thing that hurts him is they don't have a 40 on him at all. He hasn't run for anybody at any point. So you just have to go off the tape.
This is the year for punters, apparently.
There you go. The punter run is on.
So something I want to ask you guys real quick is obviously last year there was a punter from San Diego State University who was selected, had a very high grade on him. A lot of people did. And obviously off the field issues prevented him from, playing in the NFL. I thought that was going to kind of set punters back in being drafted. It almost seems like the opposite has happened. What do you guys think occurred to see so many special teamers, especially punters, being selected here in the draft when typically they've been UDFAs?
I'm going to say that, and this is just my own opinion, this is just not a great draft. And so people are just coming up going, at this point, I might as well take a punter. At least he'll make my team.
I'm going to go with a little different thing, and I'm going to go field position matters. And I think if you're going to pay somebody to punt the football for you, you don't want a guy that's punting with a net average of 38 yards. You want somebody who's going to give you quality leg.
And if you can get that cheap.
Yes. And in the draft, it definitely is cheap. That's number one. It definitely is cheap, especially since we got a rookie scale. So think about that. There is no precedent for punter in the draft as far as the rookie scale. You don't have too many of them taken. So you could pay them what you want, and they will seem like a lot of money because they haven't been paid before. So
I think the Titans saved against the cap by cutting Kern and going with Stonehouse. I think it was like $3.5-4 million or something like that against the cap. And Stonehouse is a very good punter. Yeah. So that's the that's the thing about it is if you draft punters late, you can fill that position and you can fill it cheaply. And
DeMarco Hellum's off the board, another safety.
And by taking them in the seventh round, you don't have to negotiate with other teams. You beat them to the punch.
So what team drafted Jalen Hyatt? Because DeMarco Hellum's I don't know if that's Jalen Hyatt's going to show up on his highlights. But that's what so Battle, Hellums, and Branch all went. And those were really the three guys that Jalen Hyatt pretty much dropped about 600 yards and 10 tutties. So, Alabama kept Nick Saban because in the Alabama scheme, the safeties are the guys who really cover the slot.
Yep.
And Tennessee is the one team because of how they do that split. They end up isolating that slot on those safeties in the open field. And it was just a complete mismatch. Yep. And Alabama just had no answer for it. Yep. So, I suspect Nick Saban has spent every moment since then trying to figure out how I don't allow Tennessee to isolate a fast wide receiver on my safeties.
Right. Yeah, that was the moment when I thought, okay, if Brian Branch is going to be seen as the guy who's going to play a lot of nickel, you're going to have to give him some help. You can't just leave him alone because that did not work for any. As you said, all of them. None of them held up.
So I mean, I had someone who I DM with a lot tell me I have never seen a wide receiver that open. Yes. He said I don't even know how to evaluate that game from Hyatt because he was so open the whole game. He don't know how to him or Hooker because it was. I mean, they were open for 60-yard touchdowns. I mean.
Yeah, I'm so glad you brought that up because I was having the same issue. It's like if you watch that game, all those guys look like first round picks. Because which is disturbing because I think on all of our minds, Alabama is kind of like quote unquote closest thing you get to a pro team in terms of evaluation, and those guys absolutely cooked them. So I mean, obviously Alabama's DBs haven't been as good as they have been in years past, so it's a little different. But I just wanted to say that I feel in your pain. I had such a hard time evaluating Jalen Hyatt, and I still don't really have a good evaluation of him. I thought he's worth a second-round gamble, but I don't think he's going to develop into being that true stud in the NFL that some people have.
Yeah, so,
and I think that's kind of shifted a little because it was always Alabama. You're kind of putting that on Georgia now because Georgia's defense has become the one that everybody raised.
It's all in Philadelphia.
Yeah. you look at it, they torched Bama but couldn't score touchdowns against Georgia. So, it's kind of shifted there.
Yeah, but
Georgia did not put Chris Smith one-on-one out there with Jalen Hyatt.
No, they didn't.
And I would like to add that even in the evaluation of Tennessee versus Georgia, it wasn't really a true evaluation because it was rainy, wet, and slippery that day. So, I mean, and also Georgia's D-line just beat the hell out of Tennessee.
There you go.
Jalen Carter took the center and two guards and just, embarrassed them.
Yeah.
If you took that Tennessee game and put that up for Jalen Carter, no one would have cared what is off the field. That's all they saw about him. Because he just embarrassed those guys in the middle. Georgia figured out that Tennessee had one elite pass blocker on the right side, and they didn't send anybody over there.
No,
they just kept coming from the other way, and up the middle. So they knew that they could get there, and the offense is really not set up to. Hooker's not told really. You don't really tell the quarterback to move a whole lot.
Right.
You want that quarterback ready to throw when that wide receiver breaks on his option route, because that offense, and that's what Hooker is. No one's going to really see any anticipation throws in that offense. They just don't believe in it.
Yeah, we don't have to anticipate when somebody's always open.
That's the mantra of that offense. That with those splits and the fact that you are going to go fast and not let the defense adjust, the wide receivers are going to get open. You just need to wait until that happens.
So, Steven,
that ain't the way they play it in the NFL.
Yes. Steven, I want to ask, obviously we're transitioning in the post Ryan Tannehill, Derrick Henry era, like you mentioned. And as we speak, if Will Levis is QB1, you guys have the fourth best quarterback in the AFC South at the moment. And the phrase always goes, if you have the fourth best quarterback in a division, it's not going to end well.
So that I would say we wouldn't know who has the fourth best quarterback. We would say Jacksonville has the best quarterback right now. And then there are three other guys that may be the best quarterback, and they may not be. I think it was I think those four guys were – I thought Stroud was a little bit ahead of the other two. But I did think that those guys were all – depending on how the coaching, how they develop, any of them could come out. If it turns out it's the fourth best, you got to get better. That's just the thing about it. I mean,
well, that's kind of
it could be that division ends up with a bunch of good quarterbacks like the Central. I mean, you look at the Steelers; they've got Pickett in the division with Watson, Jackson, and Burrow. So that's just a killer's minefield.
I think you just made Bill depressed when he said that. But beside the point, how does Tennessee in these next couple of years go about building a roster that can elevate Will Levis's game so that as he won't be ranked the fourth best quarterback?
Yeah, so he has to develop. He has to get better as a decision maker. Physically, he's as talented as any of those other guys. He's as talented as they are. They have to get the offensive line, and they're doing that. And they've just got to find better wide receivers. I mean, there is significant analytical research out there that accuracy is actually as dependent upon who you're throwing it to as the guy throwing it. I saw Mike Martz that said if you look at Hendon Hooker, he was a lot more accurate when he was throwing it to 11 than he was when he was throwing it to 80. If you talk about his deep ball accuracy, because the one thing Jalen Hyatt can do is he can go get it. Yeah. When the ball is in the air, he can go run for it. that's what things. Go find some guys that can go get it. that's the thing is that you're going to have to build out around them. So,
but your Titans are on the clock right now, so we're going to have their pick as soon as they announce it. So,
well, it's apparently it is in. So,
yep, yes, perfect. So,
and I'm gonna be a little bit behind you guys because I'm actually watching on Direct TV. So not Direct TV, YouTube TV.
Yeah, I have YouTube TV as well, but I'm looking at it on the app. I have the NFL app open, so that's how I'm seeing the picks come in.
Yeah, I'm on that Fubo gang too, so I'm behind everybody.
There's no more just I have cable. We're all on the same time. No. Everybody's on something different now.
Yeah.
Right.
But I found out the app is way faster than everything else.
So, if it were on network TV, I've got a digital antenna, so I'd be way out in front.
It's on ABC. It's on ABC. You can catch it on ABC.
Oh, shucks.
I just changed everything.
All right.
The pick is coming
in. I think it's going to be a good pick. I have a good feeling about this.
Yeah, there we go. In honor of Steve, they're going to make a good pick.
Also, we've had.
I'm actually
on the show today.
I've actually been, like I said, because for me, I love Tajay Spears. I think he's a fantastic football player.
Absolutely.
And so, if you're gonna like not get the greatest value in the world, at least not get the greatest value with fantastic football players.
There you go. And it is a wide receiver, Steve.
Oh my Lord, they've done it. So who is it? Because I haven't seen
Kobe Dowell from UT Martin. He's a Warhawk. Is that what it is? Skyhawk.
Wow. I will tell you this. He ripped the Vols to pieces.
Yeah.
He ripped them to pieces. So
yep.
I was actually thinking maybe it might be DeBose or somebody like that, but
another two-time all-conference guy, and developmental, I guess is the term one would use. But yeah, he's effective.
He was, like I said, I know the UT corners couldn't cover him, but there was a lot of wide receivers they couldn't cover.
That is very true.
So at least I thought they did a lot of work on defensive backs. So I thought they were going to take one in the draft. They ended up taking 6 offensive players. So,
and the last thing I'll say about Mr. Dowell, he was expected to have an okay pro day. He had a really good pro day. Ran in the mid to low 4.4s. As anyone knows, there's no thing as official times at a pro day. Sometimes they'll throw out the highest and lowest and average the rest together. Sometimes the loudest guy wins. But he had a 41.5-inch vertical. That everyone agreed to that. 11.1 broad, 4.17 3 co, 7.07. 7.07 3 co and a 4.17 short shuttle. So, and he's a big guy. I mean, big as he's 6'2", 7'8", 212. So
yeah, he's a big guy.
Yep.
There. I mean, he's not one of those. This draft was full of small wide receivers that play small.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
the opposite.
He is a big wide receiver that plays big.
Yep, and can run. People were thinking he was going to run maybe a little below 4.6, mid 4.5s. Nope.
Talk about value. Voorhees in Baltimore.
Jeez.
Wow. Oh my. Oh,
Voorhees goes day 2 if he doesn't tear his knee up.
Yeah.
Baltimore cannot keep doing this. Like, this is ridiculous. This is of value. Like, oh my Lord.
So, it's more. I don't think it'll quite be to that level, but this might be to the Trey Smith ends up getting picked in the late 6th because everyone's afraid he's going to have a heart attack on the field. So,
but you don't think about to have a heart attack? It looks like Vince Neil of Motley Crue's about to have a heart attack on the stage. Good Lord.
I'm shocked.
Kansas City has not matched Nashville. I'm going to just tell you right now.
No, you're right. It's a different kind of town from Nashville in a couple of different ways, obviously.
So,
listen, I love older bands, but this is not one of them.
Motley Crue was in their prime at about the same time Raymond Chester was playing.
You know.
And if we're being really honest with each other, they weren't really that good in their
They
time.
weren't. That's what I love older bands, but they ain't one of them. You know. I'll take Van Halen over them. I'm not a huge Van Halen fan.
Yeah, they weren't among. Yeah, I mean, John Bon Jovi and Richie Sambora are still kicking.
Yeah, yeah.
So I mean, you know, they're still better.
Correct.
They were better in the 80s, 90s.
Last time I checked, Aerosmith is still touring.
Yeah, so I mean, you know, if you got to go get an old 80s hair band,
yeah,
I mean, at least go get a good one.
They may only have 2 original members, but I'll still go see Kiss.
Bro, Kiss is on their final leg, their final tour already, so you might actually need to go get tickets as they speak.
Yeah,
your last chance. Yeah,
last chance ever.
Although the best version of them had Ace Frehley on the guitar.
Yes, correct.
True. You know what I love about Motley Crue having a show at the draft is a celebration of the young men who are about to make a difference, about to take the career to the next level, is being celebrated by rock and roll stars like 20 years past their prime. I love the juxtaposition of it. Great job, NFL.
The value lineman position draft continues as Nick Broker goes to Buffalo.
Oh,
I'm telling you, man, this is like going into the dollar store and seeing stuff that you don't expect to see. Oh, wow, that's here.
Yes. Look at this. Who would have expected that out of nowhere?
That's like going into Goodwill and the guy before you was a billionaire and he just dropped off all his old stuff.
Yeah.
And you're like, that's some Gucci? Damn!
Yeah, where did you get those LeBrons from? Where'd you get those LeBrons from? I found them in Dollar General.
You know what's the best part about Buffalo, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but they still have not selected a running back.
Well, you know, I might have a Mercedes that, you know, they might want to take a look at. Got about 300K on the engine, but it's still a Mercedes. Yeah. It's still humming.
but you literally just described Josh Allen. He's a Mercedes right now, but man, it's taking a licking.
So you want to package him in a deal? Maybe they send you Gabe Davis, their number 2 from next year. Maybe let me see. What else could you probably squeeze out?
For Derrick Henry? Nah, they'd ever make you that trade.
No, probably not.
Because it's a conference thing. Vrabel will never not be competitive, so he'll never send Henry to a guy in the AFC.
You're probably right.
So so you know, like I said, it's the Mercedes got about a 300K on it. I mean, it's got a lot of tread off the tires, but it's still a Mercedes and it's still running good.
It still runs. Runs well.
Buffalo has a comp pick, so they may come back for running back later, especially the way the guys are falling.
I mean, who Sean Tucker is? What will we say? Is he the number 1 running back still left on the board?
Oh yeah. Oh, by far, for me at least, by far. Wow.
But let's say he goes right now, right? Hypothetically, who do they go to after that? Ibrahim, because he's a power back. He's not.
Ibrahim is an option. Bowser's an option. You have Emmanuel Wilson's an option.
Right. I was going to say
Hassan Hall.
Yeah, but none of those options get Buffalo over the hump.
The problem with Buffalo is They're built to win big in the regular season and in the playoffs in good weather in January, but they're in freaking Buffalo.
Yeah. Oh, how did I forget this name? Xavier Valade.
Yes.
He's got a lot of ability.
Yeah.
But he's really not the type of back that you can hand the ball to 35 times because it's 10 degrees below zero outside. That's the only thing. That's the only offense you got. And that's what really got them
How's
beat.
the back from Arizona State going to handle Buffalo?
Because he spent 4 years playing in Wyoming. He's played a lot in bad weather. That's why I first fell in love with him is during his time in Wyoming. He came only for that extra COVID year, grad transfer.
Yeah.
They got beat. When they got beat by Cincinnati, they didn't get beat by Joe Burrow. They got beat by Joe Mixon and Samaje Perine.
Yeah.
So I mean, you have to. I mean, if you're in freaking Buffalo, you got to be prepared for it to be cold in January.
Yeah. What I love about Buffalo is that they've had the same glaring hole for 4 years and have said, you know what, that's all right. We're not even gonna.
One year we're gonna get lucky, and it's gonna be good weather in January in Buffalo.
That's literally it. The whole franchise is betting that global warming is going to accelerate within the next 2 years.
So you're saying there's a chance.
70-degree day in the middle of Buffalo in January, and we're going to get it cooking.
Anybody that saw the original longest yard knows the answer to that question because they answered a running back question, much like Paul Crewe answered the manager question when asked, caretaker's the manager, Josh Allen's our running back. That's their answer.
And the thing is, you saw Sean McDermott in his press conference go, we really can't keep doing that because he's getting hurt now.
You need another running back. Josh Allen's our running back.
Josh Allen's our running back. Josh Allen's hurt now.
What I love about the hypocrisy that is the NFL is that Lamar Jackson got basically discredited for years as a quote-unquote running back, yet the dude actually running and pounding into defenders is Josh Allen, and nobody blinks an eye.
Lamar Jackson's one of the best runners in the NFL, period, and mainly because he doesn't let you square him up.
Mm-hmm.
He's got the wiggle that it's very difficult to get him squared up. Exactly. And he's a better passer than people give him credit for.
One of the best deep ball throwers in the league, without a doubt. The only reason we don't talk about it more is because Hollywood Brown has oven mitts for hands.
So,
yeah, I was about to say, Bill, we got a couple of picks coming off the board.
Yeah, that's the Jade Silvera and the last of my draftable grades at corner is off the board in Carrington Valentine.
He didn't even make my board.
Very good athlete, plays with somewhat of an edge, will make a few mistakes.
Oh, yes, correct.
And football allergic. He doesn't really find the football. Yeah.
In layman's terms, he sucks ass.
But I will tell you, if you want a corner that will put a hitting on somebody, Valentine's not allergic to contact.
Oh, he's a cover two
sometimes the contacts are maybe a little early.
If you want a DB that doesn't care about his body and you don't want Jonathan Abrams on your roster, Carrington Valentine is the guy for you.
He is a cover two corner all day.
So,
but it's like Bill once told me: you can't make corners want to tackle.
Yeah.
You can't teach that. They either do or they don't.
That is an absolutely excellent point right there.
This guy, I'll tell you right now, when I look at Carrington Valentine going here, this screams special team coordinator influence. This is a guy saying he's going to run down, he's going to hit on kicks, he's going to do this, he's going to cover punts, he's going to do all this stuff because he's not playing any defense. This screams C.J. Goodwin.
Yeah. So, and what I found out in Tennessee is our corners get hurt, and then I end up having to play that guy.
Yeah. If you watch what they do with Goodwin,
and then my DB coach gets fired because the DB coach in the room going, "We're gonna get two corners hurt. We're gonna have to play him, and then I'm gonna get fired."
What you mean? Greg Newsome was such a who'd you guys draft him first from Northwestern a couple years ago? Who was that guy? The quarterback.
Greg Newsome was the quarterback. Cleveland.
It was Greg Newsome, right?
Yeah, Cleveland got Newsome.
No, we took
who do you guys
Caleb Farley. We took Caleb Farley, who apparently lost all his speed.
Oh, that's the Bobcat guy. That's right. Yeah.
The guy went from having elite speed to like me speed.
So not everybody comes back from injuries the same way as what we've learned.
And in the corner business, lose a step, lose a check.
Yes,
absolutely, 100%.
CT's Tabor.
Yeah,
Andre Jones. Okay.
You know what is so crazy to me? You know what I love about the draft? It's like all those guys in the room, all those administrators, all those executives are standing up and dapping each other up and high-fiving like they just won, even though they're going to select the worst player in the draft. It reminds me a lot of like Family Feud when somebody gives
Good answer.
and you're really going. Thinking.
Okay, we're looking for a family activity that starts with D. Defenestration. Okay, good answer.
Or heck, they put one that starts with S and they're like going.
Good answer.
Charade.
You know.
So I got a tone setter I don't think has been taken yet for Buffalo. Chris Rodriguez, is he still out there?
He's gone. He went last round.
He's gone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna break it down for you, Steven. If it's a good pick at running back, Buffalo's not gonna take him.
We don't believe in running backs,
yeah,
or as Jeff said, our running back is our quarterback.
Yeah,
and then your head coach is in his end of the year conference going, man, we'd have had a good year if our quarterback hadn't got hurt.
Exactly. Like they watched Devin Singletary tote the rock for 4 years and thought, yeah, this is it. This is the stuff that we need. Like it's utterly ridiculous that a team on the cusp of greatness won't address the one position that they need to do it. And not only
how much was Dante Foreman going to cost?
Not that much.
Not that much.
What, $2.5 million probably. Maybe
how about the fact they only want to give Naheem Hines the ball on returns?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like Naheem Hines, if I'm not mistaken, took it to the house twice on special teams in the week after the Devin Hamlin incident.
Yeah.
And they were like, yeah, let's continue to not put the ball in this dude's hands and just James Cook, come on down. Like,
I mean, he's an outside zone runner. You tell me you can't give him 5 outside zone runs a game? I mean,
maybe you go crazy. Maybe you go up to 10 sometimes, just for flavor.
I wouldn't take it out on the Surface tablet that you're calling bad plays and not utilizing your personnel. That's not a good idea.
Well, you know, I heard someone say, "Hey, Buffalo can't get Derrick Henry because outside of the Josh Allen runs, they only got about 18 runs a game. And, you know, you really want to get Derrick Henry 18 or 20 runs. Give him some of Josh Allen's." and maybe when it comes up at the end of the season, Josh Allen doesn't have a broken elbow, a bad shoulder, and a bad knee.
See, it reminds me of the punchline of that old Vegas joke. Well, it's okay. I've got gambling money.
What I love about Buffalo, more Ken Dorsey. Ken Dorsey only went to the league because he had 4 NFL starting running backs at Miami: Najee Davenport, Clinton Portis, Willis McGahee, and Frank Gore. And
let me tell you, when Dorsey was at Miami, they had players everywhere.
They did. Andre Johnson in a ball at the same darn time.
Yeah. Well, think about that running back room at one point. So you had
they once had Andre Reed on the field and Sean Taylor sitting on the bench.
Yeah. Well, think about it. You had that running back room. You had at one point you had
Andre Johnson.
No, the running back room. You had
Najee Davenport.
Before him, you had
Clinton Portis.
Clinton Portis was there too. But you had McGahee was another one. Gore was another. But you had, I'm trying to think of the one that went to the Colts.
Edgerrin James.
Edgerrin James. So you had James, then you had Portis and McGahee and those guys, Gore, all of those guys. The least of the group was Jarrett Payton.
Yeah, Jason Gathers also got
Man.
Yeah.
You didn't need to shoot a stray. Jeez.
But and the thing about it, Jarrett Payton was good. He wasn't as good as all of those guys. He just wasn't.
He should have gone to a slightly different program. Yeah.
You mean any other program besides Miami at that time?
Yeah.
They had talent stacked everywhere.
Everywhere, yes. Shockey, of course. It's kind of like a crime to mention his name now. The other tight end, Kellen Winslow Jr. Yeah.
I'll just say Kellen Winslow's son.
Yeah.
Their offensive line was stacked too. I think Rocky McIntosh was on the team at that time, I believe.
Jonathan,
I think Vilma was on the team.
Brian McKinney,
Right.
Right. That's a guy who had a very underrated career.
Yes, he did.
That was a monster.
Silly. The 2003-2004 Miami teams were just silly.
Yeah. My main point is that Ken Dorsey has the blueprint from when he was a college kid of how to win at the highest level, and they just don't put it together. Like the Bills were only made 4 Super Bowls because they had Thurman Thomas in their backfield. If they replace Thurman Thomas with some average running back, they don't go to 4 Super Bowls. And
so, apropos to the Titans pick at running back. So back in the day, I criticized Buffalo for taking a running back in the second round who had a bad knee and had coming off a couple knee surgeries and just wasn't going to be able to hold up, and it was Thurman Thomas.
Well,
actually, I said Thurman Thomas's backup was better at Oklahoma State, was better than he is, and I was right.
All right, so we get Jason Taylor off the board
to the Rams. Great pick, great location. I love that. I love all of that. But
right behind him, Lou Nichols goes to Green Bay.
I like.
What do you guys think about? Was it 12 or 13 quarterbacks got drafted?
Yeah, I thought there'd be a couple more before it's over.
I think 8 of them don't deserve to be drafted where they were drafted.
So
the guys I thought had appropriate value were the first 4, which was Young, Stroud, Richardson, and Levis. I think Levis deserved to be a second-round pick. I think Jake Hayner got picked in an area where he should have been. I think Hendon Hooker got picked a little bit too high for my liking. I don't like the location he got picked to, and I think everybody else was just a massive reach.
Jake Witt off the board to the Colts.
Jake Witt. So Jake Witt ends up. He continues the Colts thing of we're just going to draft these best athletes and hope they figure it out. Because Jake Witt is an incredible athlete.
He's going to figure it out too. It may take a year, maybe even 2, but mark my words, he's going to figure it out. I love that there.
So he's a guy that was, I think, like 260 pounds and kept gaining weight and getting better athletically as he gained weight.
Yes.
It's even crazier in that he was 216 as he entered his senior year of high school, right? He enters at by the time he turns 19, he's 260. Then he gets to like 272. Then he gets like 284. And he's just that. He gets more explosive, quicker, more agile as he gets bigger, which is incredible. But yeah, he's such an interesting project, but I think he's going to figure it out.
So what is everybody's post-draft tradition? I know most people have one. When it's all said and done, this is the end of a long year of preparation. What is your post-draft tradition?
So I normally pull up the Rutgers Penn State game from many years ago that had who was the really awful quarterback that Penn State used to have, and the really awful quarterback that Rutgers had, and then I watch about a quarter of that, and then I forget about football for a couple months.
Wait, Steven, the bad Penn State quarterback. No, that's just the Penn State quarterback.
Well, Sean Clifford got drafted.
Hey, don't bring up Sean Clifford. We don't want to go back to that.
At least he didn't go as high as Hackenberg, right?
Yeah. He was awful.
Being that I'm a Chargers fan, my tradition is to turn on Junior Seau highlights and drink hard liquor. And that typically is the way I kind of cope with whatever bad decisions we make. I'm not gonna. I like the Matlock selection, and that's like the first selection I liked so far in this draft. But
Bill,
that's not when it comes at the 6th round.
Bill, what's yours?
Well, so I have like a god niece who has a birthday that falls in, not always, but falls sometimes on day 3 of the draft. So going out to dinner with my god niece is and then knock out a quick post-draft article, but not necessarily in that order.
I've always thought that Bill's post-draft was pulling up tape on like 50 guys from southeast North Dakota State, and getting in a couple of guys from East Wyoming Central, and
Bill's gonna find that pass rusher from Central Illinois State University of California, and he's gonna tell us all about how great that dude's bend is. It's like this dude named Andrew Farmer Rancher the 13th has incredible bend around the edge. I don't understand why no one's looking at this guy, and he's gonna tell you about it for the 13 weeks of the college football.
That CISCU program is wildly underrated, bro.
That University of Miami of Ohio of Alberta, Canada, has this dude.
Bill's gonna find a couple of look at a couple of safeties. Go ahead. Have you seen this safety? He can't tackle worth a dang, and everybody's saying he's going to go in the first round.
Let me tell you something. I saw this quarterback getting hyped up in high school, but I would tell you, I could tell you his backup was going to be way better than him, and guess what? I was right. And his name is Darmanian Thompson Robinson Carter Johnson, the 14th.
Max Duggan off the board to the Chargers.
No. Oh my God!
The one thing to be grateful for, there is no way in hell Max Duggan is ever playing a game for the Chargers, except in preseason.
I knew that was going to be his reaction, which is why I said.
What the shit? The Tonto only wants to be so you take this entire. Oh no! You know what?
The Chargers have secured their quarterback of the future.
My man's out here going, Jesus. Please don't let nothing happen to. Please don't let nothing happen to Justin Herbert. Please.
If you break your knee, you can have my knee. If you break your rib, you can have my ribs.
So later on, Brock will be in the shower and doing the same thing as Ace Ventura. You know, in the shower, just crying into the bowl.
Listen, it's gonna be me in the shower with a bottle of Jack and the song "Butterfly Kisses" are playing.
So my tradition is after every draft, I always have a beer and I play a game of Madden. When football is just a game, no, not work.
Yeah, people ask me, say, man, I know you're young, but if you get worked up over bad picks, you got to find God. You got to find Jesus. Because you're going to be sad a lot in your life.
Steve, you got to tell everybody where they can find your work.
So not doing a whole lot of work, but they can find me at smorton101368 on Twitter.
I love showing Witt's basketball highlights from high school too.
Well, he played more basketball than football.
Right, he came to football late. Exactly, he came to football late. That's why he was 216. You know, coming into his senior year of high school, he's a basketball player. He never lifted weights. Lived like a football player until he was 19 years old.
We got to get our sponsors in one more time. But thank you, Steve, for joining us. We appreciate you, man. Listen,
thank you guys for having me.
We got to bring you back when we start doing
the definitely bring you back
next year.
Thank you.
And listen, these guys are going to get you on the college football show.
When we do our SEC preview, we have to have you back.
Yeah, because I only watch the SEC. That's what Bill said. That's the only place where you get to see real football.
Watch the conference. Tom Telesco watches USC because it's down the street and TCU football.
I would say he was watching the playoffs, but if he took Duggan, he wasn't.
He watched him against the ball and turned off his TV and said, "I'm good. I don't need to watch nothing else." God,
I got myself a steal. Quarterback of the future in round 7. Herbert on the trading block.
Yeah,
we'll be
that
back.
Scrub from Oregon out of here. Let's bring in the guy lost 63-7. That's who I want for my franchise. That's right.
We'd like to thank RichKid Clothing for sponsoring this year's coverage of the NFL Draft. Thanks again, Steve, for coming on.
Thank you.
We'll be back right after these words from our sponsors.
The last defensive end on my board is now off the board. He just got picked.
We'll talk about it after the break.
We will.
Streetwear is not dead. The next wave in black fashion comes out the Bronx, New York. RichKid Clothing, picking up where FUBU, Rockaware, and Carl Kanai left off. RichKid is for the next generation of Get Fly fashion heads.
What's good, my beautiful people? This is Mello Williams with Team NBS Media and your host of the press conference. Make sure you catch me each and every week with a new episode of the press conference. Each week, I sit down with different guests where we discuss sports, culture, and current events. Make sure you follow me on all social media @_Mello Williams to stay current with what I got going on with Team NBS Media. And make sure you follow Team NBS Media as well @Team NBS Media at all social media sites.
In 2006, we founded Yeti Coolers with a simple mission: build a cooler we use every day if it existed. One that was built for the serious outdoor enthusiasts rather than for mass discount retailers. One that could take the abuse we knew we'd put it through, out in the field and on the water. One that simply wouldn't break. We decided early on that production innovation would come from necessity and first-hand experience, not from market research and data analysis. Today, Yeti products perform when it matters most. Whether that be an excursion into the remote Alaskan wilderness, chasing redfish on the Gold Coast, or just getting together with friends in the backyard, we make gear that helps you stay out longer.
Streetwear is not dead. The next wave in black fashion comes out the Bronx, New York. RichKid Clothing, picking up where FUBU, Rocawear, and Carl Kanai left off. RichKid is for the next generation of Get Fly fashion heads.
So we are back, and we'll recap the last couple of picks here before we get back to it. Bill's back as well. So, so Jake Witt, we talked about. Kenny McIntosh goes to the Seahawks, another loaded running back room. Ryan Hayes goes to the Dolphins. We saw Duggan. I won't mention it again. I'm sorry. Derek Parrish to Jacksonville. Corey Tice to Pittsburgh. In Green Bay.
Yeah. Possibly a distant cousin. Not sure. I'll check.
Green Bay's pick is in. We're waiting for that announcement. The Giants on the clock, followed by the Dallas Cowboys. So I am a man of my word. I said I would embarrass myself with this low definition footage. So this is a couple of clips that were thrown from my old highlight film.
Let's do it.
Prepare to be amazed, Brock.
Do not be amazed because there's nothing to be amazed about.
Listen, I'm amazed at how bad of a job Tom Telesco does, so don't even worry about it. Oh, is this you laying the boom?
That was me intercepting a ball, believe it or not. I'm going to rewind it.
Oh, here we go.
Here we go. He reads. He's reading, reacting. He sees the route combination developing, and he does what the great ones do. He clicks and closes. He fires his gun. Boom, pulls the trigger. He's got it.
Yeah, the pixels on this are great.
I'm telling you.
I just know when the late great head coach Eddie Robinson was watching your film, he was using a monocle.
Oh no, this is after Grambling. This is my minor league semi-pro. This is after I left Grambling.
Oh, it's a semi-pro film. Ooh.
Yes.
Yeah, it's hard to get this stuff. This is a collector's item, in case you're wondering, Brock.
Now that's me laying the boom.
There
Max
you go.
Duggan's Heisman, candidate medallion.
There you go. Laying people out.
Ooh.
Oh, look at that break. Look at them get a break on that. Yeah.
This is higher than I remember my vertical being.
That's when the knees were exploding.
You're going to see the unofficial 99-yard interception return at the end of this.
Oh, those celebration afterwards.
Oh. But
he's gone. Oh, they're not catching him. They're not catching him. He's gone. He's taking that to the house.
And he's got the lead blocker too. That's good teammate right there.
A house call for Dr.
You know what's so crazy about your tape, Jeff, is that there is a good chance had we been earlier in your playing career where we are now, Max Duggan probably would have been the person throwing you the INT.
I would have to stay at college long enough for that to happen. I was too busy looking at the wrong books. So,
but Jeff, like real talk though. Obviously, all jokes aside, you played DB throughout your career, right? You played in high school, college, and then obviously a little bit semi-pro.
I'll go like this with college. I went there long enough, but I went at Grambling long enough. But nevertheless, continue.
You made the transition as a coach to the offensive side of football, eventually becoming an offensive coordinator. Can you talk about the benefits of starting out as a defensive player and then transitioning to being an offensive coach?
You understand what defenses like to do. You understand tendencies. You understand scheme. So when you make the switch, you understand a little bit better how to attack it because you spent your whole career trying to stop people from scoring on you. You understood how what DBs look for in receivers. You understood coverages, and now what tends to get lost is sometimes us DBs don't understand fronts very well. So We understand the basics of fronts, but we don't understand run leverage and stuff like that. That's stuff that has to be taught to us, because when we're playing the defensive back position, your focus is on the back end 99% of the time. So when I switched over to offense, believe it or not, I still started out as a coach on the defensive side of the ball. I started out after that 5 years. If you look that way, you see the black and orange jersey. That was the New York Bengals. So on that tape was my New York Bengals days. That was my first 5 years before I came back, and I played with Rockland 2 years after that. But I coached 2 years in between those 2 stops. And when I coached, I was a DB coach first. And by the end of the season, our defensive coordinator became the interim head coach while I became the interim defensive coordinator. So in the championship game, I'm calling the defense. In the playoff game, I'm calling the defense as a rookie coach. So there was a lot that I learned because, plain and simple, because of the way things went. Our head coach, the guy you saw me pick off when I was in the all-black uniform, was the head coach of that team that I coached to a championship game in 2000 as a defensive backs coach and assistant defensive coordinator. And late in the season, we were out of quarterbacks. So guess what had to happen? He had to come out of retirement and quarterback the team. So when he came out of retirement, the defensive coordinator had to become the interim head coach because we no longer had a head coach at the time. He's playing ball. So it was one of those things where we ran out of quarterbacks, and you didn't bring anybody off the street at that point because they didn't know the offense. And Lord knows what you were getting, who was still sitting around. So yeah, it was a situation of, you grew earlier. So I go from DB coach, the next year I go to D coordinator because the defensive coordinator moves on to another organization. And and we don't have as good a year, but I did a good job, did a good experience learning how to be a coordinator. I go back to playing a couple more years, for about 3 more years before I said, I'm done. I don't want to play anymore. And when I came back, the first side of the ball I really learned how to coach was offense. A friend of mine, and Bill's good friend, who used to work colleague of his, Bill Chackus, Dr. Bill Chackus. We coached together on a youth level. When I was a 19-year-old second-year player, or a 20-year-old second-year player on the Bengals, in the offseason I was coaching a youth team with him. And he was like, you're one day going to be a head coach. And I was like, yeah, whatever. So eventually, I did become a head coach in 2009, but I first became an offensive coordinator in 2005. And it was because I, for years, was studying the Air Coryell offense. I started running a version of it, a more dumbed-down version for the kids. But when I got to the adult level in 2005 to become an offensive coordinator, I kind of took it and said, okay, I'm going to put it to the side because what I started learning was the West Coast. I became a West Coast offensive coordinator. The next time around, I was running spread. Went back in 2008 when I became an offensive coordinator again. We went to a championship game. They offered me a head coaching position, and that's when I put my hybrid offense together. And that was the one that won me a championship in 2016. So it was you take what you learn from each side of the ball, from each experience. As Coach Buckley said, what you learn, you grow with it. Same thing as a player. When you've played in high school, you take what you learn, you go to college, you learn some more, you grow with it. So that's the main thing for a coach, whether you're on offense, defense. What Bill Chackus told me was, he goes, the best head coaches are guys that know both sides of the ball. And you think about it, Nick Saban knows both sides of the ball. So you think about it, he's right.
Belichick.
Yeah.
Bill Walsh knew every part of everything.
Tom Landry. Tom Landry was a
Landry.
linebacker, and it came up with his own defensive scheme. Came up with his own offensive scheme.
He was a safety. Well, he played a little bit of corner even at one point, but he was like a 4'8" guy. So they moved him.
I mean, Hank Stram, I think, is one of the most ultimate examples.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think he really had any assistant coaches, or he didn't have many when he was a coach. So kind of with that being said, I want to lead us to a further kind of dialogue. Now that we're winding down the draft and teams are filling out their rosters, this is where teams are going to find, some talent that they can try and develop over time. However, in the modern NFL hiring cycle, it's a very offensive-minded prerogative with a lot of teams. However, that means that a lot of times defenses lack. I think the biggest example for me this year was the Minnesota Vikings when they hired Ed Donatel to be their defensive coordinator, and there was a clear discrepancy of how good their offense was compared to their defense.
Mm-hmm.
Do you gentlemen believe that as we move forward, if this trend continues, teams defensively will get worse, therefore negating the sort of intelligence of the new young offensive minds in the NFL?
No, I think every situation is different, right? As a matter of fact, I posed this question to Jim Haslett when I just saw him down here in Orlando when he beat the Guardians. And if you saw his Seattle team in the XFL, number one offense, one of the top defenses in the league. One of this usually the case we see when defensive coordinators become head coaches is they become defensive, right? You see it there, Robert Saleh, strong defense, but they want to be a certain way on offense. It's kind of, we got to grind it out. We got to control the game, not make the mistakes. Same thing in Tampa Bay, right? When Todd Bowles took over, we want to be more controlled offense. We don't want to be all over the place, right? Well, he's the exact opposite. He lets his offense be explosive because it helps his defense. I think what you got to do is you got to look at the situation, look at the coach. If his mindset, Rex Ryan, you're going to control the game. We're going to do it old school football. The defense is going to run this team, and the offense is going to be out there controlling the day. But then you have these defensive coaches who come up there and they're the same thing. Well, offensive coaches have to be the same way. If you're an offensive coordinator and you're going to bring in your defensive coordinator, yes, you want to believe that you want him to have a strong defense that's going to support your offense and control the game. But what you want is your offense can't be overbearing. You can't. I think the one thing we forget that when these offenses are putting up a lot of points is you put up way too many points too many fast, you kill the defense. So I think what we're seeing is there are teams that some of these offensive head coaches who want their offense to do all this stuff, and let's say it doesn't click right away, the defense is getting worn out. It starts breaking in games. All of a sudden, they're losing, and everybody goes, "What's wrong? This guy stinks." All right. You look at Hackett last year. And Hackett was an offensive guy. He's going to come in. He's going to fix it. His offense didn't help his team right away. His defense wore out. The wheels fell off. So it's got to be one complete vision. If you're an offensive guy, that's just a piece of the puzzle. You better have a strong special teams coordinator that can help you mold a unit that's cohesive and executes. You got to have a defensive coordinator that's going to come out there and be able to do what you want. If you like aggressive defenses, get you an aggressive defensive coordinator. If you like more conservative defenses, get you a conservative defensive coordinator. But it's got to be guys that you trust that are going to be able to go out there and come up with a philosophy that fits what you want, and they have to be cohesive.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that go on nowadays when you're trying to game plan on the defense side of the ball, because you end up at some point with some disadvantageous things happening simply because of the way the game is played, right? They don't want defenses to thrive. They don't want defenses to be great. So you've got that to deal with. And so many people want to play wide receiver. So many people want to play quarterback. A smaller number of people want to play defense. As a former defensive player, I can tell you that at every level of football, there was always more people who just generally wanted to play offense. And it is the more reactive side of the ball. Like I said, the deck is stacked in favor of offense. It's the easier way to get a head coaching job is to be on the offense. There's so many reasons to favor that side that if you're going to be, there's my last tight end, last one, the draftable grade, I should say.
Braden Willis, yeah.
Was my
Another tight end.
That's my tight end with the draftable grade. So to get people to play defense at a high level when the rewards are slightly less for the most part and the difficulty is slightly higher requires a passion, a discipline, and a commitment that not everybody has, first of all. And you have to be a better coach. I mean, in order to succeed, you have to be a better coach than the guy on the other side of the ball because, once again, the rules are stacked against you and in favor of the other coach.
So we had going over the last few picks. Well, I was embarrassing myself with that low grainy footage. So Anthony Johnson, safety, Iowa State to Green Bay. Jordan Riley from Oregon to the Giants. Jalen Brooks from South Carolina to Dallas. Jackson State in the house. Isaiah Bolden goes to the Patriots.
Interesting. That's the Jackson State guy that gets selected.
Right. Well, so when you're watching Jackson State, everyone's talking about Travis Hunter, but the other corner is pretty darn good.
Yeah.
And I noticed that over and over again because, well, first of all, teams try not to throw to the other side. So Isaiah Bolden gets most of the action, most of the work, just like in the Aqib Talib days, right? People are like, oh, let's not throw it at Aqib Talib. Then you start throwing the other guy. It's like, oh, he's pretty good too.
Mm-hmm.
That's only Chris Harris.
Yeah, that undrafted free agent kid's not bad. You know, so that's what you discovered with Isaiah Bolden. That guy can play too.
So we got DJ Ivy.
Yep.
Like I said, we're really digging in deep into the defensive back crates, especially on the corners. Braden Willis, we mentioned, from Oklahoma to San Francisco. Brandon Hill from Pittsburgh.
Yep.
Goes to Houston.
Pittsburgh safety. So now all the safeties from Pittsburgh, those all the starters, have now been drafted.
You know what? You guys want to hear something very depressing? I just realized. My quarterback room is obviously Justin Herbert, which is great. And then is Easton Stick. And now Max Duggan.
So it'll be quite the little camp battle.
And whoever they bring in after the draft.
Yeah. So Tyson Baguette, probably bring him on down. You know, the local sixth grader down the street from my house that plays Pop Warner, bring him down. Why not? That's the level of quarterbacks the Chargers are acquiring.
Here's a name for you. The Eagles take Moro Ojomo.
Yeah, I wasn't high on Moro Ojomo as some people, but I had no idea he was going to make it this deep. That is and was a surprise to me. I thought he was going to go somewhere. When he made it out of the fifth, I was like, oh, he's going to be probably the first 20 picks of the second round. Nope. I was incorrect. He is still available. Well, until now. Now he's not still available.
Yeah. I mean, again, just great value from the Eagles. Like, this is utterly – I know I said the word utterly ridiculous when it comes to the Eagles drafting for, like, the past 6 hours. But, once again, this is – when you talk about value, like, obviously he's not going to see the field on defense unless they're blowing a team out or 13 dudes get hurt. But, like, if 13 dudes do get hurt, this is not a guy that's a scrub either. Wow. Howie Roseman is having himself a day.
Yeah. So I guess we can pencil in executive of the year for the next season.
I mean, at this point, unless, Max Duggan is the next coming of Tom Brady, I doubt it. But honestly, there's a lot of teams that had some really good drafts. I think the Steelers had a very underrated draft. We haven't really talked about them, besides Kenny Pickett jokes. But they've gotten back to basics under Khan. I think Omar Khan is his full name. Or
Omar Khan is his name, correct? Yeah.
They've had one of the more exciting drafts that they've had in a while. I'm not trying to downplay Kevin Colburn's final years in Pittsburgh, but some of those picks did feel lackadaisical in my opinion. I really like the Steelers draft so far. I think KC, very surprised they didn't go Joey Porter Jr. at 31. I think that's something that they might regret on. But besides that, I think they've supplemented their Super Bowl roster very well. Really, really great stuff around the league. And even though I've been kind of trashing some of the other teams, besides the Eagles, there's been some teams that have really stacked up their rosters very, very well. And a guy that I'm surprised, two guys that I'm surprised are still on the board are the two dudes from Chattanooga, Maxwell and McClendon.
Yeah, I think Dennis from Maxwell makes it into the undrafted free agent signing period, but I do believe McClendon, he might be Mr. Irrelevant, but I think he makes it somewhere here in the 7th.
I had at minimum a sixth round grade on those guys. I am surprised that they fell a little bit, but that's the nature of the draft, right? You know, some guys rise, some guys fall, and obviously those guys fell while others rose.
Yes, while others rose.
So what I'm hearing is all you need to be is a somewhat mediocre quarterback at the college level at a Power 5 school, and you will get drafted into the NFL. And this is not just a reactionary response to today. Ian Book was a 4th rounder. May I remind everybody?
Listen, I really ripped that pick.
Right.
And I'm a
Well,
Notre
somebody
Dame
drafted
fan.
Cone, right?
Yeah. Well, Cone did get picked up. Yeah.
7th
But
round
he
by
didn't
the
last.
Indianapolis, right? Or was he UDFA?
Yeah.
He ended up in Indy. I don't remember but it was if he was drafted, it was like 7th round or 6th round. It was late, but he's where he's supposed to be. He's in the XFL.
Yeah, Jack Cohn is a victim of being drafted a little bit too early. Had he stuck around in college till he was like 28 years old, he'd probably be a 3rd round pick at this point, if we're being honest. Listen, I'm going to tell you guys right now, pencil it in for next year. Graham Mertz, 4th round pick. Like, this is unbelievable.
And that's scary. All right, so we're about to find out who the Chiefs got. They got Nick Jones from Ball State.
Nice pick.
Oh, yeah, that's a player I like, actually.
Yeah. Listen, like I said, this is like a DJ when you hear some old tunes you heard in a while. He's digging in the crates. Well, they're digging in the quarterback bucket.
So here's what I like about a nice, once again, another guy who's more comfortable in zone than man, but he's smart, right? He's a smart corner. And people don't talk about intelligence a lot at this position, but he's a smart corner.
You got to be smart. Yeah. Athleticism doesn't make up for everything. It helps.
It helps. It buys you some grace. It buys you some time.
Yeah. You know, one thing I can surely say I was an all-star for one reason, because I was a smart corner. Because I sure as hell wasn't the athleticism. Right. As you saw on film, it was average by these NFL standards. It wasn't anywhere near what these guys were. Because, like I said, when I played against NFL receivers, trust me, they made me look average. Well, not all the way average, but average enough. Average enough. Average enough.
Let's take a look. Did the Steelers pick already come up?
Yes, Spencer Anderson from Maryland.
Oh,
okay.
I'm telling you, like I said, this has literally been I'm walking around, dollar discount, and all of a sudden I go, oh, I didn't know they sold that here.
That is kind of what it felt like.
Yeah.
Things to like about Spencer Anderson. Now, he's the other offensive tackle, right? Obviously, Jalen Duncan is the guy that people think is going to be a starter one day. This is a probably career swing. But, yeah, there's some things to work with there. If he had quicker, lighter feet, he would be in the fight with Duncan, to be picked as a guy who might be someday seen as a starter. But he's not quite as flexible, not quite as agile. But he plays hard. He's, once again, a super smart guy.
Alex Austin goes to Buffalo.
My number 20. What? Hold on, give me a second. My my number 20. Wait, where was he? Oh, no, not 20 anything. 18. My number 18 corner, Alex Austin from Oregon State, who I actually had rated higher than Mekhi Blackman. So I guess the NFL likes Blackman way more than I did.
Yeah, well,
Which to me
that
made
happens a lot to
no
a lot of
sense.
us.
Yeah, I'd rather go with the guy that was part of a defensive unit that shut down Oregon than the dude that was, letting Dalton Kincaid run all over them in the Pac-12 championship game. But again, what do we know?
Also, they let Rising run all over them a little bit too. A little surprised with how easily. I mean, he's a decent athlete, but he's not that athletic.
He ain't that great. Rajon Wright is still on the board, correct?
Correct.
He has
So
a
Austin
shot.
went before Rajon. Interesting.
He has a shot to be drafted somewhere in the 240s or 250s, but he'll be a private undrafted free agent if someone doesn't grab him. So.
I'm a big Rajon Wright fan, partly because I'm a big fan of Last Chance U, where I first saw him when he was at Laney College. But when you look at his tape, to me, he has long-term special teamer written all over him, and that's worth a 7th-round pick instead of a scrub quarterback that's going to be inactive for 4 years. Again, this is not a personal shot at any quarterback in particular. I'm just talking about draft philosophy in general. If this was an 8-round draft or a 10-round draft or a 12-round draft like in decades prior, that's a different story because you can get much more value. But when this draft ends and you got to start picking up the phone and start calling priority UDFAs quickly, I'd rather have the privilege of having that dude not specialized, but he can only negotiate with me with a pick compared to having to fight other teams in a bidding war for certain players. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's just the way I value players. And maybe I don't value the quarterback position as much as wow, great pickup by San Fran.
I was just about to announce it. Yeah.
Right. To me, this is what you do. San Fran is doing a great job. This is how you build a franchise. This is how you build a team right here.
We can't say it enough how great it is to hear your name called no matter what round it is.
Sure.
Okay. Listen, being drafted is always better than being undrafted. But getting there is the whole thing.
Well, except if you are a guy who's going somewhere in the second half of the 7th onward, you aren't able to determine your own
you don't determine your own destiny.
And you can sometimes even get more bonus money as an undrafted free agent than
true.
But in the same breath, having that kind of guarantee that you'll be at least belong to a team is also a benefit. It depends on the position and the current roster of the team. I'll make that also clear. So there's kind of like there's a back and forth to it in a way. But as a GM, you hold all the power in this situation, and getting a guy like Ronnie Bell in the 7th isn't something to laugh at, especially if he can develop into the utility player that I think he can play in the slot, can play as a running back depending on the system. That's a great value to make sure that Carolina can't go and bid for it, that Houston can't go and bid for it, because realistically, for Ronnie
Green
Bell,
Bay would have to be bidding, I would assume, as well on a guy like Ronnie Bell if he were undrafted.
Exactly, and San Fran has a pretty stacked wide receiver room already, so there's a good chance Ronnie Bell may not want to sign with him.
Javarius Owens off the board to the Giants.
Oh, okay.
San Francisco's back on the clock.
Back on the clock, yeah. They have a few. God, they're moving. Yeah, well, Braden Willis. I don't mind moving Braden Willis to fullback as much as I mind some of these other players are listing as fullbacks.
Yeah. So yeah, there's gonna be for people that don't know. Guys that know there's guys that already know they're not getting drafted at this point. They're already getting offers on the phone now.
Right.
And, so when this is over, they can't sign until this is over. But
they're already getting offers on the phone now because teams are like, if you don't get picked, this is what we're willing to offer you. Are you getting any other offers? Right. So that work is already being started. One reason why they're not showing war rooms now because half of them are cleared out. Like scouts and all of them are working the phones trying to get that stuff done. They were turning around to their GM. Can we get this guy this much money? Yes, no. Okay. So there's a lot already in place. We're going to be watching afterwards the wires to see which rookie free agents come and go because that's another part of the draft, rookie free agency. The guys that fall out of the draft that they're negotiating with that they get to sign and bring to camp. Jalen Graham, Purdue, goes to San Francisco.
Another really good coverage linebacker. That's another player that has a shot to stick with his ability to cover and contribute on special teams.
And the Niners have had tremendous success with day 3 defensive players in the past. So if Steve Wilkes is like his predecessors, I think we can see some real talent out of Jalen Graham.
Agreed.
So my question is first team all-name Jadakiss Bonds, who we said gets selected here in the final round.
Yeah, I'm hoping
I doubt it, but
right. I'm hoping. I have a little more hope for Shaquan, aka Shaq Davis, but those are two guys I would like to see get an opportunity.
Yeah,
my man Andre Farmer, who I've talked about a great deal, and the other or another one of the smaller school corners, Deshaun Nugget Warren from Jackson State is another guy. The nickel is a guy I hope. If not, well, he'll probably get an undrafted free agent, but I'd love to, if he got his name called.
So we're most likely going to see Aubrey Miller land as undrafted free agents landing in a camp somewhere. Unfortunately, I don't see it happening in 4 picks. As much as I would love for it to happen. Once again, I'm going to say this. Now, granted, we've had some HBCU players taken today. We've seen a couple of Jackson State guys. But again, some of these guys I'm watching on the board, Grant DeBose comes off right now to Green Bay.
That's a very there. They got a wide receiver.
So, but it's like, are we really still doing this? There are HBCU players that can come in and help your team, and we're still taking guys because they played at Power Fives. They played here that didn't have the most impressive film, that didn't have the most impressive pro day, or hell, just small schools in general. Granted, there's a lot of receivers, like we said, Ronnie Bell, Grant DeBose coming off the board here. Let me go back up. Jalen Brooks from South Carolina. As a Cowboy fan, I'm seeing Jalen Brooks. Okay, that's not bad. Would I prefer a Jerome Cap? Possibly, because as an outside receiver that could get vertical and do a lot of things. Jalen Brooks to me is a slot. Do they really need another slot receiver in Dallas?
I mean, how many can you have at this point? I mean, they've all been really disappointing, if we're being honest. So, I mean, maybe you can cut the fat on some of the old guard that hasn't been working out and try something new. Also,
they let Noah Brown go free agency. Like I said, Fehoko hasn't been able to separate, so that's kind of looking like a pick that's not going to really turn into anything. They had the kid Dennis Houston that they played last year when all the receivers were hurt, not named CeeDee Lamb and Noah Brown, and he didn't really make a difference. So we'll see what he does this year. But yeah, I think, and they had the young kid last year.
Forsyth.
Forsyth comes off the board. All right,
nice pickup. I like him.
I really liked him. Yeah, I liked him.
How he lasted so long. Wow.
It's honestly disturbing how quickly the Broncos are forming into the Saints of old. I also like to add that they just traded for Adam Troutman today as well. So he's now with Sean Payton again.
So Forsyth was my number 8 center. I actually had him just above Oluwatimi and just above Scruggs, who went earlier.
I had him 9.
Yeah, I got some big questions on Oluwatimi, which I was very high on him throughout the season until like the playoff, and then obviously his post, the pre-draft workup. He's a decent run blocker, but I have some big questions on his pass blocking. Like it is egregious sometimes the things he does, which is not good considering he's going to a system which they're going to throw the ball up in Seattle. So obviously he's not going to be a day one starter, but how much better of a pass blocker is he going to be?
He struggles with anchor. That's the main problem for him. Redirecting is a little slow, but anchor is his biggest problem. People know they can run through him and impact the quarterback. So that's one of the biggest issues with him in pass pro. And when you struggle to handle power inside, it's something you can't avoid because most of the guys you face inside are power guys, right? So that's his biggest issue. Guards and centers that struggle with power tend to struggle at the next level too because they just get bigger and more powerful than the guys that they struggled against. So that's going to be an issue for him for a while. I think Forsythe did a better job of handling power than he did, but one went higher than the other. So, we're down to Chicago and the Rams, and then we are officially closing out the 2023 NFL draft, and we'll start looking forward to next year. We'll put a bow on this on Wednesday, Bill. Brock, you're more than welcome to come join us to recap all of this on Wednesday if you have time.
Yeah, if I had time, I'd love to be on. I'm gonna have to take the next couple of days to kind of absorb the draft, especially when it comes to my favorite team. 3 dudes out of TCU is ridiculous. All right, first of all, I had 3 dudes that should be drafted from TCU, and 2 of them were off the board by the time the Chargers' second TCU guy got drafted. But again, once again, is what it is. Did Jalen Moreno Cropper get drafted?
No.
So maybe he's one of these last 2 picks. I'm also going to call a shot. Maybe one more center. If one more center hears his name called, it might be. Let me see.
Trevor Downing,
possibly. Or I was thinking. Also, we might see maybe David Perales, but on the defensive side. But
well, we got Chicago's pick.
Oh, okay.
What do you think it is? What position do you think it is?
Is it a wide receiver?
No, DB. Kendall Williamson, Stanford.
Oh, okay. I thought he'd be an undrafted free agent, but I'm happy for him.
I'm telling you, listen, the DBs, the tackles, and the wide receivers have been big today.
Yes, they have.
All right, here we are, Mr. Irrelevant. Again, going to the NFC West, barring a trade, which I think we all doubt. I think obviously I gotta look back at who they drafted. I know they drafted Scott from Cal and everything like that, but I think that this could be a Rajon Wright right here. I think he'd be a perfect fit. Comes down from the Pacific Northwest, special teamer to start out with, can develop into being a backup corner.
Yeah, and Williamson had a big pro day. I think that helped him. Ran in the mid to low 4.4s. He measured out at 6 feet and a half, 202 pounds, knocked out 17 bench reps. So it's decent, not mind blowing, but decent. 10.4 in the broad, 4.38 in the shuttle, 7.03 in the 3-cone, very solid 3-cone. And he went from 4.49 to 4.44, depending on who you ask, in the 40.
All right, so the pick is in. They're just waiting to stitch up the jersey and get it ready for whoever this pick is going to be. Although it'd be great. It'd be great for Mr. Relevant to actually be there one year. That would be great.
Yes, it would. It would be great if it happened this year. It'd be great if it were. No, I won't do this again.
McClendon Curtis. I think McClendon Curtis would actually fit very nice. I don't think they get Steve Avila, but they could use a backup guard on that offensive line.
Good point. Other players, we mentioned Jalen Moreno Cropper. Other players I think would have a shot, an opportunity maybe to be that guy. Did Jeremy Banks get picked?
I don't think so.
I don't remember his name coming
I don't
across the
remember.
screen.
That's a guy I could see having a shot at being picked there.
Yeah, unfortunately, Moreno Cropper's skin is just a little too dark for the LA Rams liking, so they're probably going to avoid that.
Once again, the views of
where's Ben Skoranek Jr.? That's what we're looking for.
views of Brock Vierra, the babyface assassin, who's one of my favorite people in the world, but they do not reflect the views of Draft Central, or obviously not the views.
Views, likes, and retweets are on my own. Where's Tim Dwight Jr.? Come on down.
The funny part with Skoranek is I still get shocked that he's lasted. This is one thing he wasn't great at doing, was separating. So when you look at a big wide receiver that doesn't separate, you're like, how long do you expect him to last? And he doesn't exactly run that fast either.
No.
Yeah.
But he understands positioning. He's
Whoa,
got big
whoa. Wait, time out. That's what they're giving Mr. Irrelevant this year? That seriously?
Oh.
So I'm a little behind, so I got
not quite what it used to be, huh? They
At least it was a team jersey before. What is that?
That's a t-shirt.
Let me see.
DeJuan Johnson.
Oh,
DeJuan Johnson.
Okay. So things to know about him. He's another transfer, if memory serves correctly. I think he transferred from. Oh God, where was it? I can't remember now. But he does use his hands reasonably well. He's strong. He's not super explosive, but he is strong. And yeah, he's good against the run also, which they're not going to show you. No one shows run highlights, I guess. But
no, they did. They showed. They
did. Okay.
Yeah, the first one was against.
That's pass rush.
But
pretty nice swim move.
Yep. Yeah, he's got an outside chance to hang around for a while. He'd absolutely kill in a lower level league, though.
This is amazing because this is a team
Coach
in
Buckley,
the Rams.
pay attention.
This is a team that spent day one and day two eating dinner because they didn't have any picks on day one and day two for the most part. I think what was it? 177 was their first pick.
Yep.
So yeah, that put them on pace.
Well, actually, no, they had an early second round pick. The Rams. They took Steve Avila.
Oh, that's right. They did have a second round pick.
That's right.
All right. Yeah. So.
I thought that's where Levis was gonna fall, was to the Rams. I thought that was gonna be a better fit, but obviously Tennessee felt more confident about him. Well, gentlemen, that wraps up another year.
It does.
Yes.
It does indeed.
I would say in the sun, but it's raining here in Florida. So, but yes, another year of work is in the books. I'm going to have that beer, enjoy that game of Madden, enjoy my night, get a full night's sleep, for once.
Sleep. How about
that? And then we're back on the grind next week.
Yep.
Full night's sleep. That's a Bill Carroll vacation.
Yeah, man. Listen, during this week, I've been maxing out about 4 hours of sleep a night. So yeah, that's about how it goes during draft season.
Right.
But
it came just in time. The end of it came just in time. But on that last selection, depending who you ask, 502 or 504 on the clock at his pro day. And he's played inside and outside. He's a little undersized to be a full-time inside guy, about 285. I'd say undersized. But he's, 6'2 and an eighth. He's 285, which means that you either want him to move around, once again, maybe he's outside, sometimes inside, sometimes, or maybe he puts on a little weight because of full-time three-tech. 29 introvert, 24 bench reps, a 9.0, a 9-foot broad, 4.5 in the short shuttle. The three cone worries me a little bit. Makes you feel like he's more of a tackle than an edge guy. But 8.03 in the three cone, which is not the best. But as you see, has hand usage. He has a good sense of timing, and he's really. I think I can better as an interior guy, as a move around interior type. Frosty Rucker-ish. Turk McBride-ish for those who remember those guys.
I remember those guys. those are all name team guys. You
Yes.
know?
Yes. Right.
Frosty Rucker.
Turk. Yeah.
Yeah. But yes, well, it's time to say goodbye, fellas.
It is.
It's been a full 3 days of
Very
people
full.
seeing our faces and hearing our voices and everything that comes along with it.
Everything.
4 days for us, Bill, because we had Draft Central on Wednesday night to kick all of this off. So,
Yep.
parting is such sweet sorrow, but we appreciate everybody for tuning in. We'd like to thank our sponsors, RichKid Clothing, one more time before we sign off for the 2023 NFL Draft, as it is officially in the books with Mr. Irrelevant going off the board. So, thank you, RichKid Clothing, for sponsoring this 3-day event, and for Bill Carroll, for Brock Vierra, and for myself. Name is on the screen. I'd like to say good night, folks. Thanks for watching. One more show over Draft Central Wednesday night, 9 p.m. The Perspective Tuesday night at 7:35. Make sure you tune in. Take care. Have a great night. We appreciate you watching.
Good draft miss, and we are out.
Streetwear is not dead. The next wave in black fashion comes out the Bronx, New York. RichKid Clothing, picking up where FUBU, Rockaware, and Carl Kanai left